You are listening to The Sword and the Serpent, written by Timothy J. R. Raines, narrated by Sarah Palmero.
Chapter 1. Lake Ladoga, Hervor. The days have burned by. All summer long we fought and raided, and as we sail south across the vast freshwater sea of Lake Ladoga, it's a relief to see the high towers rising like spears from the gray mist. Our Finnish captives hiss and scowl. We've come to the land of their hated foes, Godariki, kingdom of the Russ.
You see those towers?
Arnie says as he chomps into a green apple.
That means we're getting close to the Volkhov River. The Rus built many forts and towers around the mouth of the river after Sigurlami kicked out the Finns. The city we're going to now, Aldega, used to be Finnish. Now it's full of Finnish thralls.
I look up as the wind snaps in our orange sail, and my heart swells with pride. My great-grandfather was the king of this land. He united the Rus and waged a great war against the Finns, drove them back into the tangled bogs and forests of Ladoga. Those towers are protecting his legacy, the legacy he wrote in blood with Tyrfing. The lands along the Volkhov River are lush, well-watered lowlands, with plenty of open space for crops and pastures. There are many farms along the river. There's a mill or a barn nearly every mile, peeking over the tall cornstalks, and I always see sheep or herds of cattle grazing in the fields. And the towers. There's always at least one tower in sight. The towers are built square with stacked interlocking logs and are at least 30 feet high. Each farm must have its own tower to defend its lands from raiding Finns. Most are unmanned, but once I see a little Rus girl climbing up the side of a tower with her bow and horn to watch as we row by. The dead are the first to greet us as we near the outskirts of Aldega. Little hills rise up along the river bank, the grave mounds of departed warriors. We're all very quiet as our ships glide past the grave mounds. Only the ravens break the silence, and the water trickling off our oars. Are my great-grandparents buried here, I wonder? Or are their tombs outside of Holmgard, 2 days to the south? Or did they lay them in a funeral raft and set fire to their bodies in the evening sun? If there is a grave mound for my ancestors here, I'd like to go and stand before it. Dwerg must have heard my thoughts, because he's staring at me from the back of the ship, shaking his head. I remember what he and Torvald told me. I pull my oar into my chest and watch the grave mounds fall behind us as we row into the city. A wall of earth and stacked logs encircles the city, and there are many towers overlooking the wall. There are men in the towers and along the ramparts, keeping watch out for the Finns. There's a wall along the river, too, with gates and ladders going into the city from the docks, where ships from many lands are moored. Above the wall, I can see the steep slanted roofs of hundreds and hundreds of log houses cramped together. Smoke rises from forges and cooking fires. The city is a noisy place. A roar like rushing water is coming through the gates. So many people, speaking and jabbering. It smells like smoke and dry wood and the gummy stink of rotting fish. We take in our oars as we drift the Gellir up along the dock. The pier is busy with fishermen, merchants, and other sailors, and people are looking at us with curious interest. A woman dressed in blue points at the Finnish girls tied around our mast and asks with a heavy accent, "You sell them?" "Loki, let us get off the ship first." The man sitting ahead of me tells her we're selling the girls for 12 ounces of silver. She shakes her head.
"Price is too steep, and I not buy with silver."
He asks her what she'd like to trade, and tells her we won't take thralls or livestock.
"Folds of cloth?"
the woman asks.
"Dyed cloth, sturdy weave."
She holds out the hem of her blue dress, and several of the men reach up to feel the fabric between their fingers.
"You have cloth like this to trade?"
another man asks. The woman nods and says she has plenty of cloth like that.
500 yards for one girl,
he says. She shakes her head again.
700 yards of sturdy blue cloth for those 2 girls. 900,
says the man ahead of me.
800,
She says.
and you, how do you say?
She mumbles something in Russ. Dwerg translates.
800 yards, and we take them to the blacksmith for their collars.
A few of the men snicker and shake their heads, waving the woman off. She looks to Dwerg and says something else in her language.
800 and no blacksmith.
850, says the first man. No collar.
825 yards,
The woman says.
those 2 girls.
The first man, who captured them both, grins and reaches up to shake her hand.
I'll set them aside. Come meet me in the market.
One of the girls starts to cry, and the man whips around.
Takini,
He says to her in Finnish.
you shut your mouth. Would you rather be a bed slave? I sold you to a wealthy woman for a decent price. You didn't even have to get up on the slave block. There's no reason for you to cry.
We untie our Finnish prisoners and herd them out of the ship toward one of the open gates. It's been awfully crowded on the Gellier. I'm eager to get the 2 boys I captured up on the slave block so I can show them off and sell them quick. Thralls are pretty valuable, and it would take a lot more of another commodity to equal the same worth. It's a pain to watch them and feed them, though. These 2 boys keep speaking to each other in Finnish, too, no matter how much I threaten them. They know they're strong and valuable. That's the problem with selling thralls. You can't so much as punch them in the mouth without worrying about whether you'll knock out a tooth or bruise up their face before you take them to the market. Loki, a sack of silver isn't nearly so much trouble. I lead my slave boys into the busy marketplace, where some men from the other ships are already putting their captured Finns for sale on the slave block. I have to wait my turn as the others show off their slaves and haggle with the bystanders. I'm standing in line for a good 3 hours. It makes me crazy to wait so long, but I'm pretty desperate to sell these boys. Finally, it's only Kimby left ahead of me, trying to sell a woman twice his age. I turn to my 2 boys. Ritsu vatisi. It's a phrase I've often heard my crewmates say, but the boys just stare at me with their cloudy eyes, and I have to say it over several times. Eventually they understand and pull their tunics over their heads. Then I give them a shove, and they step up onto the slave block. And with Dwerg translating, I shout to the gathered Russ. Boys for sale. Finnish boys. Strong boys, fit and healthy. Work them in your forge or on your farm. Boys for sale. Chapter 2. Hervor. We stay for 2 nights in Aldega, then push off from the docks in the chill of the early morning while the mist is still rising off the river. Not all of us have sold our slaves, but there's more room aboard the Gellier than there was before, and I'm glad I don't have to look after those Finnish boys any longer. Next to me, Arnie's 3 Finnish women are still huddled between us, their gray eyes cast down toward the bottom boards. They're pretty and blonde. New wives, whose bodies haven't been changed through birthing children. Arnie's smirking as we push out our oars and pull them back. What's so funny? I ask.
You're missing them already,
He says. I'm not.
You are,
He says.
They reminded you of your brothers. That's who you're really missing.
So what? We're all missing someone.
You were in a pretty big hurry to sell them,
He says.
You could have waited until we got to Holmgard, like me. It's farther from the border. You'd have gotten more for them.
I didn't want to wait.
You didn't like having the reminder. You should have kept them. You could have named one Ruga and the other one young Frodmar.
Just shut up, Arnie.
What? I'm only making conversation. Just relax.
No, you're trying to get on my nerves. Now stop. He leans toward me and sniffs the air.
Are you bleeding, Hervor?
I am, and the last thing I want is him sniffing at me like that and talking about it. You must be missing Ollie, I say, since you're in such a hurry to get to hell.
Oh ho!
He snickers.
You are, aren't you? Everyone watch out. It's Hervor's time again.
I lock my oar and grab the prettiest of the 3 Finnish girls by the hair and bash her face against my knee. A few crewmates glance back as the girl yelps and cups her nose. Arnie sucks his teeth and pries her hands away from her face, turning her head from side to side with his thumb. Her nose is crooked, and blood is pouring down over her chin. That nose is going to swell up pretty bad in a couple hours. She'll probably have 2 black eyes as well. Not bad for 1 crack to the face. Pretty stupid of me hitting her like that, though. Poor girl. She never did anything to me. I wish I hadn't hit her. Loki, that was a stupid thing to do. I should apologize. I should apologize to the girl, too. Sorry, I say quietly as I start to row again. I'm sorry I hit your slave girl. I shouldn't have done that.
No,
says Arnie.
but you did.
You were asking for it.
I suppose I was.
He stands up with a sigh.
And now I've lost 12 ounces of silver.
Come on, I say, smirking. I think it's a joke, but for once, Arnie isn't grinning. He slides his knife out from his belt and cuts the girl's throat. Arnie, what are you doing? The other women start wailing and jabbering in Finnish as the girl jerks and shudders between them.
No one wants to buy a slave girl with a smashed-up face,
he says. He gives the girl a hard shove right across my lap, and she tips over the side into the river. My heart catches fire as I watch her float downstream in a cloud of red, swept aside by the rising and falling of our oars. Arnie, I say angrily, there was no need for that. But he sits down in silence, wipes his blade, then starts to row again. Arnie!
What?
He says. There's a sharpness in his gray eyes as he looks at me.
Are you serious, Hervor? You go on and on about Tyrfing and how your father is Angantyr Arngrimsson, and you're going to get upset because I sent 1 poor Finnish girl to see hell a little early? Don't make me laugh.
I clamp my jaw. You're right, I say after a moment. I don't know why I care. I guess I'm just feeling pretty emotional. It's my time, like you said. Arnie grimaces.
Okay, Hervor.
The 2 remaining women are still mourning loudly for their lost companion. Gods, can you tell them to shut up? I say. They're going to make me cry.
Retaio,
he snaps.
Enough already.
The 2 Finnish women quiet themselves, but tears still drip down their cheeks as they stare into the bottom boards. One of them moves her lips in silence, praying to their wild gods, speaking a curse over the ship. But I'm not afraid of curses. I was born into a curse. Chapter 3. Hervor. When we row into Holmgard, the stars are out, and the sky is the color of wine over the city. It's a busy trade port, and the harbor is crowded with ships from all over Midgard. It takes us a while to find a place along the docks to moor the Gellir.
We'll meet you in the marketplace at noon tomorrow,
Torvald hollers as we row past.
Don't cause too much trouble.
Dwerg nods and waves. We're the last ship in the fleet, and we have to row further into the harbor than any of the others to find a mooring. Dwerg twists around as we pull in the oars and drift the ship along the dock. We can't see the crew behind us.
Bah,
he says dismissively.
Who wants to get sloshed at the mead hall? Kimby? Yes, good. Anyone else coming?
There's a few grins and chuckles from the crew. Arnie raises his hand.
I'm going to stay behind and watch the ship,
he says,
in case anyone tries to beat up my slave girls.
He's grinning as he says it, but no one laughs, and I get a couple looks.
Someone going to stay behind with Arnie?
Asks Dwerg.
Hervor?
I shake my head. Another hand goes up, belonging to another man.
That's good. 2's enough. Let's go.
As we all climb out onto the dock, Dwerg comes up beside me.
You remember what Torvald told you?
Yes. He claps his hand on my shoulder, and we head into the city. The nights have been getting colder,
and I'm glad to step out of the chilly streets into the smoky mead hall and feel the warmth of crackling fire pits. Men and women are sitting on benches and standing around the wall, talking and laughing. In a dim corner, a gray-haired woman pounds a skin drum. A group of men tap blocks of wood and prance their fingers along their flutes, and a slave girl sings in Ross as she strokes the harp. Red meat sizzles on the grill, licked by the open flame, and the air is laced with the sharp sweet scent of mead. There's dancing, gambling, arm wrestling, boasting contests, and storytelling. One of my crewmates points to a corner where some Russ are playing knucklebones. I have little interest in wasting my new wealth on games of chance. I accept a horn of mead from a thrall maiden and go instead to where onlookers are gathered around a game of Thneffeltaffel. The players are a burly man and a slender woman. The man scratches his brow as he considers his next move, while the woman watches him with a smug look on her face. She's wearing a dress of fine green cloth, and her dark hair is streaked with silver. "Katol Vegavet?" I ask, taking a sip from the horn. "Who's winning?" The man next to me chuckles at my pronunciation, and answers me in the Nordic tongue.
"Sifka,"
he says with a heavy accent.
"as usual. She is our queen, and no one is better at this game than her. They say some nights when the moon is dark, Odin flies into her bedchambers in the shape of a raven, and the two play Fneffeltaffel by the fire while her husband sleeps."
"I'm sure they're not just playing Fneffeltaffel."
"Neither is anyone else. And now everyone thinks Prince Raulog is the son of Odin. He is very wise. The people want to make him king. It may even be as early as this Yule, when his mother reddens the altar in Odin's temple."
"What does Raulog's father?" I reselect my words. "What does Sifka's husband think of this?" The man shrugs.
"Barig knows better than to think. He hunts in the forest and fishes on the lake, and when a problem arises in Gardariki, you can be sure he's sailed off to trade with the Swedes and Danes. That's where he'll be when Raulog is crowned king. Somewhere else. Now, Raulog's brothers, on the other hand."
"Are they supposed to be the sons of Odin too?"
"No,"
he says. He hasn't noticed the sarcasm in my voice.
"No. Barig is their father. Or at least, Odin is not. They are not very wise. They're young and brash, and they think. They're always trying to prove themselves, and show what men they are."
The man glances at Sifka, who's about to win, and lowers his voice.
"Not all of that is their fault, though. Barig gets out of the way for his wife because she's the queen and he's not the king. But he takes off across the Baltic Sea, and that's smart because it's safe for him, and he knows he's a man and doesn't need to prove it. But the boys, they want to go north and fight the Finns. They've never felt the thrill and fear of battle, and they long for it. They're eager to be blooded and walk tall like men."
He glances again at Sifka and says quietly,
"But that's how Sifka's first husband was killed, fighting the Finns, and she won't let them go. She should, though. It's dangerous to have princes like that, young men who thirst for combat, but have never had their hands wet with a man's blood. They will one day. They'll kill, but it won't be some Finn."
There's a few cheers as Queen Sifka corners her opponent's king, and the man sadly topples the piece over with his finger. He takes the leather purse off his belt and tosses it across the table. Sifka catches it with a grin and hands it over her shoulder to the square-jawed man standing behind her. Then she calls for mead to be brought to her defeated contender. The loser gets up, giving Sifka a nod, and a new man steps over the bench as the queen resets the board. She looks up, and for a second our eyes meet before her watchful gaze passes on to someone else.
"What do you think? Will you challenge our queen?"
the man asks. I take a gulp of mead and shake my head. If I win, then Odin will want to play with me too. My life is troublesome enough, without bearing children for a god. He laughs.
Enjoy your stay in Holmgard.
I leave the Sneffle-Taffle game and find a spot against the wall near the musicians. The gray-haired woman and the men are resting their instruments for a slower song, and the slave girl plucks the harp alone, her voice ringing high and clear over the raucous of the mead hall as she sings Zee-dee-hee-dee, dee-dee-hoo. Next to me, a man speaks Russ very quickly, and another man bursts out laughing. Something about a pig that escaped from its pen. I can't understand much more than that. I raise my horn as a thrall maiden passes by, and she comes over and fills it from a clay pitcher. The mead is tingling in my cheeks, clouding my mind with heavy fog. I lean back against the wall, listening to the girls sing. I can't resist a chuckle as the man laughs again. This time he spews mead out his nose. His whole body is shaking with laughter, and the other man keeps going on with his story like he's trying to make him lose it completely.
Stoye, stoye,
he says, waving his hand. He stops and sighs, then bursts out laughing all over again. He's making me laugh too, giggling like that. I'm laughing into my horn as I try to gulp my golden mead. Then, over the laughter and music, over the chattering voices and the clatter of bone dice, I hear my name spoken from the other side of the mead hall. Then I hear my father's name. Then his father's name. Then my grandmother's name. I bolt up from the bench. Her father, Hervor's great-grandfather, was King Sigralami. It's Kimby. He's sitting with a dozen men and women, and he jumps as I dig my fingers into his shoulder. "What are you doing?" I ask him. The others grin up at me sleepily, but not all of them are smiling.
Hervor,
says Kimby, raising his horn of mead.
I was just telling everyone how you're a princess of Gardariki.
I glance at the less friendly faces among the group. An older woman is sitting between two girls my age. She's their grandmother, most likely, and she's scowling up at me. And a battle-scarred man with silver hair is staring at me grimly, with one brow slightly raised. "You're drunk," I say, "and you're running your mouth again."
I'm not drunk,
Kimby says.
I haven't even finished one horn of mead.
Well, if you're not drunk, you should know better than to make up stories like that. Going around telling people I'm Sigralami's great-granddaughter? Loki, what's the matter with you? But Kimby still doesn't get it.
I don't understand, he says. You're always going on about Tyrfing and your father Angantyr.
Hell and Loki. That's enough, I tell him. I want you to come with me.
Where?
I want to show you something.
What are you talking about, Hervor?
God's in Asgard. He doesn't have a clue. Finally, the man next to him claps his hand on Kimby's knee. He's a Howligalander, a gray-bearded seaman from one of the other ships in our fleet.
Boy,
he says, looking Kimby straight in the eye.
If a girl like that tells you to go with her so she can show you something, you go.
Kimby blushes, and I lead him by the hand out of the mead hall. I can feel my cheeks getting hot too, as some men from the Gellir whistle and hoot. Outside, the air is crisp, and in the dark, I take Kimby around the back of the mead hall and slam him up against the wall. That's enough about Tyrfing and my father, I say harshly.
All right, Hervor, fine. I won't say anything.
We stare at each other in the dark. It's so cold out here we can see our breath. Torvald spoke to me, I say more softly. The night before Geir was killed. He told me to keep quiet about all that in Gardariki. It will stir up bad blood. He said it wouldn't be safe for any of us to walk the streets of Holmgard.
I didn't know that.
That's because it's not any of your business. Why were you bragging about me anyway? Kimby lowers his eyes from mine.
I don't know, he says. I guess I just admire you.
Is that what you were doing while Ollie was trying to come up my dress? Admiring me? Kimby flinches, and I feel a pang of guilt. I've been too hard on him. Look, I'm sorry, I say. So you admire me. What does that mean, exactly? He's got his courage now, and he looks me in the eye. You know what it means. I do my best, but I can't resist a snicker. Gods, Kimby, you're like my little brother. His face flashes with indignation. Then Kimby shows me what a man he is. He seizes me by the shoulders, spins me around, and shoves me up against the wall. Your little brother? He says. And then he kisses me. I've been kissed before. My grandfather was always inviting chieftains with unmarried sons to come to Offitfjord ever since my mother told him I'd become a woman. I sent most of my suitors home with cracked teeth and broken noses, but there was one young man who wasn't like the rest. He was fat and not much of a fighter. In fact, he was afraid to meet me because he'd heard the outcome of all the other visits. I was starting to earn a reputation. He was kind, though, and not all puffed up like the others. He had a fantastic memory, and had memorized many of the stories the skald poets told in his father's hall. I liked talking to him. He made me feel calm. He must have felt like we were getting along as well, because near the end of his visit, when we were walking alone together in the woods, he asked if he could kiss me. Gods, I was annoyed he asked first. Why couldn't he just be a man and do it? But I liked him, and he was nice, so I told him that he could. He told me after he'd never kissed a woman before, but that was clear enough to me. He'd pushed his lips against mine, and if that was all he'd done, I might have married him. But then he started opening and closing his mouth like the trout I'd caught earlier in the stream. Loki. I had to crane my neck to try and fit my lips to his, but I couldn't match his rhythm. It was so awkward my skin was crawling. I was afraid it was my fault. I was worried he'd think I was bad at kissing, but when he pulled away, he was grinning like he loved it. I saw him differently after that, and when he tried to kiss me again, I lied and told him I didn't want to get carried away, and that we should wait until we were married. But I knew I couldn't marry him, not after a kiss like that. And when he left, and my grandfather asked me what I thought of him, I lied again. I told him he was kind enough, but that I'd never be able to respect him because he wasn't a warrior. I always regretted saying that. It's strange to think how different my life might have been if that kiss hadn't been so disappointing. But the kiss Kimby gives me isn't disappointing. Kimby takes my breath away. He makes my heart race and sends little shivers over my whole body. He grabs my hips and pulls me close as he presses up against me. I throw my arms around his neck. He makes me forget he's younger than I am. I can taste the mead on his lips and smell it on his breath, the sharp, sweet scent of fermented honey. It's intoxicating, making me crazy. He slips his tongue into my mouth, and our tongues are chasing each other, entwining together. A warm tingle rises into my stomach. His hands are moving over me, caressing me, exploring me, rough and gentle at the same time. I can feel how much he wants me. Gods in Asgard. Any man who kisses me like that can have whatever he wants. Din jævla drittsekk, I whisper. My voice is shivering. Kimby grins. I shut my eyes and lean forward, and the high fire dances and flickers across the sky as he kisses me again. Chapter 4. Hervor. The next morning, we're setting up in the marketplace, and once again, Arnie is getting on my nerves. We're walking in single file along the dock up to the market gate, and it's a bit of a journey because of how far down we had to moor the Gellir. People are crowding the docks, and I'm walking along the edge, right next to the ships, with a sack of wool slung over each shoulder. They're quite heavy and cumbersome, and people keep bumping into me, so I'm trying to watch my footing. Arnie's ahead of me, herding his Finnish girls on a leash. Under his arm, he's carrying a small strongbox of Finnish jewelry, over which he fought 5 men by himself. He's been gloating about it ever since, but that isn't why he's getting under my skin. Not for the first time, Arnie stops, turns around, and grins. "Arnie!" I snarl, staggering forward as the man behind me bumps into me. "Quit stopping!" "Hervor!" the man behind me growls. It isn't me. Arnie puckers up his lips, then keeps moving. Loki. We finally make it through the gate into the marketplace, and I drop the sacks of wool next to the covered booths Torvald secured for us from the Trade Guild. There's one booth per ship, but not all of us are selling wares. I, for one, am eager to spend some of the silver in my purse. Arnie's gone off to show his girls at the slave block, and I watch Kimby set out some extravagant pottery and a fine pair of drinking horns, each elaborately etched with a reindeer prancing around a naked river spirit. I ask him if he wants to look around with me. Kimby places a sax knife with a finished design engraved on the blade between the two horns. I can't, he says. I have to watch my treasure. Can't you get someone else to watch it? No, they won't care as much as me, and won't bargain as well for the better profit. We could sneak off somewhere for a bit. He blushes and tries to hide a smile. He wants to, but he's hesitating. If you have to think about it that hard, then you're obviously not that interested. What? I'm interested. I'll go with you. I don't want you to come anymore, I say acidly. Stay here and peddle your junk, since that's what you'd rather do. Kimby throws up his hands. I don't understand. What did I say? It doesn't matter. I'll just go by myself. I said I'll go with you. And I said I don't want you to. Hervor. Just let her go, the man next to him says. When women get like that, it's best to just do as they say. Loki men are stupid. I give up and head off without him to look at what the merchants are selling. We've set up next to the blacksmith section, and heat blasts my face as I pass the forges. Most of them are making horseshoes and plowshares and other tools for farming. The sight of them makes me homesick. My brothers will be helping Frodmar with the harvest now, working from sun up to sundown with the thralls to reap the fields and bring the crops into the barns. I brush the thought aside and move on to the more exciting wares. Fine swords are on display with sax knives, spearheads, and axe heads. The smith watches me with his big arms folded across his apron as I look over his handiwork. I love the look of those sleek new swords. They're so clean and polished and deadly sharp. Every night I oil Asger's sword and polish the blade until it's like staring into water. But the blade is chipped and full of nicks from biting mail and bone. I pick up one of the new swords, and right away I'm disappointed. The grip fits nicely in my hand, but the blade is poorly balanced compared to what I'm used to. To be fair, it's a decent enough sword, but Asger's sword is Frankish steel. You'll not find a better weapon than what's crafted in a Frankish forge, he told me once, unless it's made by dwarves with magic. What I really need is a new pair of shoes. The shoemakers are next to the leather workers, and this part of the market is thick with the smell of smoke and leather. Saddles and vests hang from the booths, with gloves, purses, belts, and harnesses. I've picked out a pair of turn shoes that I like. They're made of reddish-brown leather. They're loose and comfortable, and go up a couple inches past my ankles. I sit down on the bench in front of the shoemaker's booth to try them on. Nice turn shoes, a man says. It's Skipper Dwerg. You like them? I ask, fastening up the leather laces. I like them. Can you help me haggle? Dwerg looks at the shoemaker. Wokolico suggesti. We reach a bargain, and after I hand over my silver, the shoemaker pours a horn of mead to celebrate the sale and drink a blessing on my shoes. Have you found anything you like? I ask as we leave the shoemaker's booth. Dwerg shrugs. A few things. Tunics, trousers, some nice dresses for the girls for a better price than I'd be able to get in Lofoten. But we've been saving our silver to buy a second farm. I think with this year's raid, we'll have enough. We'll see what the wife says when I return to Fagar. We wander into the section of the marketplace where the silversmiths, goldsmiths, and craftsmen are displaying jewelry and fine carvings. Merchants smile and dangle earrings and hold up necklaces trying to catch my eye as I pass their booths. Some are women dressed in rich clothing, their fingers glittering with rings as they model their wares. All of the craftsmanship is incredibly fine. Intricate workings of gold and silver, set with pearls and precious stones. What riches you could carry off if you could sack a place like Holmgard. The Finns know it. The Swedes know it too, but even they aren't foolish enough to try. It would not be wise to cross the Russ. There are not many realms in Midgard that can boast the same might as Gardariki. A troop of a dozen huskarls with blue and white shields are moving urgently through the marketplace. One of them bumps against me and nearly knocks me down. Fy fan, watch where you're going.
Prost Jimmy,
he mutters without looking back as he squeezes through the crowd.
Hervor, look there,
says Dwerg, his eyes lighting up with greed as he points to a booth.
I've seen such works once before. Oh, it is a rare thing to find this far north. Egyptian gold.
Egypt?
A land far to the south where they have no winter. It's so hot there that they have oceans of sand instead of water, and the rich people who live there lie around eating grapes all day while their servants fan them with palm branches to keep them cool. It's part of the Roman Empire.
Are these people from Egypt? Dwerg chuckles.
No, Hervor.
As I try to imagine how a ship can sail through sand, I follow him to where 2 men and a woman are sitting behind a booth of jeweled trinkets. The woman's hair is dark and curled, and the men have long mustaches that droop past their chins. 2 green shields are hung up in the back of the booth, each with a yellow sun painted on the boss. One of the men gets up to greet us as we approach.
Pros Juvi.
Dakano, Dwerg replies.
What good odjesi? Where are you from?
The man makes a lengthy reply, and he and Dwerg converse for a while. He tells me that they're from Oyam, the kingdom of the Goths.
Their land is directly south of Gardariki, he says. They came north on the river network. They have a great city there, Arhemar, on a river called the Dnieper. That's where their king's palace is.
Who is their king? Dwerg asks the question in Russ, and from the array of jewels I select a pair of turquoise earrings shaped like tears.
A warlord called Alaric,
says Dwerg. Never heard of him. The other man smiles and holds up a mirror as I take out my bone earrings and try on the turquoise ones. The woman is staring at me.
They say he is planning to make war with the Romans.
That's ambitious, I say, more interested in how these earrings bring out my eyes. My mother was right. I could have had any man I wanted. I still could. My cheeks color a little in the mirror as I think about Kimby pushing me up against the wall. Then my eyes sharpen in the reflection. Skipper, ask the woman what she's looking at. Dwerg asks the man, who asks the woman, who answers him herself.
She says that you are an intriguing girl. She wants to tell your fortune.
He gives me an uneasy look.
Be careful, Hervor, he says. It's better not to know what doom the Norns have spoken for us.
I ignore him and extend my hand to the Gothic woman, and Dwerg shakes his head and examines a golden cat with jeweled eyes. The Gothic woman grins and stares deep into my eyes as she traces her fingers along the lines in my palm, whispering my fate in her strange tongue. Dwerg, what is she saying?
That she sees blood, and riches, and fame,
he says absently, stroking the cat's head with 2 fingers. Excitement twists in my stomach. Ask her about the man I'll marry. Dwerg snorts.
1 kiss and suddenly that's all you can think about?
Just ask her. Dwerg relays the question, and the woman's grin widens as she nods and speaks of my future husband.
You will marry a prince from the race of giants, a hero of great strength. He will become king, and will be a wise and just ruler. If you ask me, Hervor, that doesn't sound like Kimby.
But I don't hear him over my racing heart. I'll be a queen, I whisper. In my thoughts, I'm tangled up in furs and white sheets underneath a powerful king with a broad, hairy chest and bulging arms. Tell me about my sons." The woman nods and traces her finger along a different line. Her smile fades. What is it? What does she see? But in my heart, I already know. The woman answers quietly.
"She says you will know great sadness," says Dwerg. "I told you, Hervor. It's better to be ignorant of such things."
I pull my hand away into a fist. So I'll get it then? I'll get my father's sword from Samsa Island? But the woman turns away and gets up from the booth, leaning on the other man for support as he leads her away. What is this? Where is she going? Dwerg exchanges a few words with the first man and tells me that she needs to rest after expending herself. The man can see I'm angry because he holds up his hands defensively and goes on some more. Now what's he saying?
He says not to put too much faith in palm readings and that nothing about the future is certain for anyone.
I see a flash of red, and my hand shoots for my hip, but Dwerg catches me by the wrist.
"Are you out of your mind, Hervor?"
he growls.
"You draw your sword in this marketplace, and we'll all be dangling from the walls within the hour. Get control of yourself."
Just what kind of games are these people playing? Telling me my future, and then saying things like that? I start to sob, and hot tears melt down my cheeks.
"Loki, Hervor, what's the matter with you?"
"Just get away from me," I snap, shoving him off my arm. The Gothic man says something else, and Dwerg nods graciously.
"This man says he's sorry to have offended you. He says if you like the earrings, you can keep them as a peace offering so there's no bad blood. I suggest you say thank you."
"Quality," I mutter, pointing to my ears.
"Yes, mirado,"
he says, and as Dwerg seizes me by the arm and leads me off, the man waves and calls after us,
"Krasengo dene."
Dwerg turns back to wave, then turns again and says something else and points at the gold cat statue. The man nods and removes it from the display. Dwerg is angry with me, and neither of us speaks as we head back to where the others are set up. But when we're nearly there, I can't stand the silence any longer. I want to get back on his good side. "I thought you were saving your silver," I say pleasantly. "You're going back later to buy that gold cat?" Dwerg gives me a bitter look, then sighs. Suddenly he stops and reaches for my arm. A group of huskarls have taken Chief Torvald. Men from our fleet are gathered around them in fierce protest. Torvald holds up his hands, urging them to be calm. He isn't resisting, and has handed over his sword and sacks.
"What is this fuss about?"
Dwerg asks anxiously. Torvald says something to the huskarls when he sees us returning, and 4 of them come toward us. One of them is the man who bumped into me earlier.
"Hervor Angantir's daughter,"
he says in Nordic.
"We need you to surrender your weapon and come with us at once."
Dwerg glares at me in exasperation.
"Hervor,"
he seethes.
"We told you."
He holds up his hands. "It wasn't me," I growl, my hand hovering over the hilt of Asger's sword as I instinctively sink into a fighting stance. The huskarls, too, reach for their weapons and approach me with caution. "How do you know my father's name?"
"Hervor,"
shouts Torvald.
"It's all right. Come quietly and do as they say."
My fingers twitch and my heart is racing. I can probably take 1 or 2 if the frenzy takes me, but I can see from the grim focus in their eyes that these are hard men who don't mess around. The way they're surrounding us, I'll be in hell the second I draw my blade.
"Hervor,"
Dwerg says quietly. I'm making him nervous. "Yevla," I whisper. Dwerg makes a huge sigh of relief as I raise my hands and lift the baldric strap over my head and give up Asger's sword. I snarl and shrug as 2 of the huskarls grip me by the arms and lead me over to Torvald. The men are furious. The skipper of Torvald's ship is pacing back and forth with wild anger in his eyes. They want to kill these huskarls and free their chieftain. And they could, too. We outnumber this small group of huskarls. But if we cut them down, we'd be attacked in force, and not one of us would make it out of Holmgard alive. I don't know what they mean to do with us, but Torvald appears to be calm. He smiles and nods as the Huskarls shove me next to him and form up around us with their shields.
It'll be all right,
he tells the angry Haligalanders as the Huskarls take us away.
I'm sure it's all just some misunderstanding. We'll be back within a couple hours. You'll see.
We pass the Gelliers crew, and Kimby watches them lead me off with a distraught look on his face. These men would kill him in the blink of an eye, but part of me is annoyed he isn't anxious to fight and free me like the men from Torvald's crew. It's not the first time he's failed to act on my behalf. Arnie's back from the slave quarter, too, shaking his head as he watches with amusement, sucking his teeth with a big grin on his face. That bastard. Still, if Torvald wanted them to fight for us, I know Arnie would be the first to strike a blow. So what's this all about? I ask, once we're away from the others. They're taking us through the streets, upward toward the massive hill fort overshadowing the city.
Well, Hervor,
says Torvald irritably,
it seems word has gotten around that Sigrilami's great-granddaughter is in Holmgard, and you and I have been summoned.
I never said a word. Torvald shrugs like he doesn't believe me. And what do you mean we've been summoned? Who summoned us? Torvald gives me a long, hard look, as though the answer should be obvious.
The Queen, Hervor.
Chapter 5.
Hervor.
Queen Sifka stares down at us with a face of iron, no longer the grinning, playful woman from the night before. She's sitting on a silver throne studded with massive pearls. The high back towers over us, rising to 3 sharp points on which 3 human skulls are impaled. The skulls have turned brown with time and likely belong to Finnish chieftains. Beneath Sifka's slender fingers, 2 more skulls gawk out at us from the armrests. Hundreds more encircle the base of the throne, a brutal testament of power and victory over their northern foes. My heart thumps as it occurs to me that my great-grandfather once sat on this throne. It should be me up there. Perhaps one day it will, once Tyrfing is mine. Sifka's sons are sitting with her on smaller thrones of wood and bone, 2 on either side, all looking down at us. The oldest is perhaps 25, and he stands up as the Huskarls leave us in the middle of the hall. He's slim, dark-haired, and very handsome, and I feel a warm tingle as I recall the fortune-teller's reading.
Chief Torvald,
he says in practiced Nordic,
welcome again to Holmgard. You have traveled far and through great peril to once more stock our markets with slaves and wealth. We commend you for your bravery and for the bravery of your men. Thank you, Prince Rolog,
says Torvald.
Your mother has always made us welcome in her realm. It has always been with great excitement that we arrive, and deep sorrow that we depart.
Sifka nods slightly, and smiling, Prince Rolog looks to me.
Princess Hervor, he says, I am Raulog, first Prince of Gardariki. This is my mother, Queen Sifka, and my brothers from oldest to youngest, Kamen, Olen, and Rokar.
I nod in greeting, but the 3 younger princes make no sign of welcome.
We understand this is your first time in Gardariki,
Prince Rolog continues.
We hope that you have been enjoying your time in our land.
I was, until your Huskarls arrested us and marched us halfway across the city in the heat of the day.
Hervor,
whispers Torvald. On the other side of his mother, Prince Olen leans forward in his seat. He has a fat face and only the faintest shadow of a mustache.
Woman,
he says, and his accent is so thick I can barely understand him.
You better watch your mouth in our presence.
Sifka's eyes shift to her son, but her stern face betrays no emotion. Rolog holds up his hand to silence his younger brother, still smiling gently.
We are sorry, he says, that your invitation was so ill-received. Holmgard is a vast city, and its streets can at times be confusing. We did not wish for you to get lost along the way. We thought an escort would be an appropriate gesture to demonstrate your value to us. Perhaps we were in the wrong, and caused you some alarm."
I mean to ask him why we were made to surrender our arms then, but Prince Rolog claps his hands and calls for refreshments. Several thralls set a square table before us. Then they bring loaves of rye bread, dried fish dressed in boiled beets and cabbage, and a black heap of mussels.
"Please,"
says Prince Rolog, as a thrall puts a flagon of mead on the table.
"eat and drink as much as you like or as little as you desire."
We sit down, and I grab a mussel, as Torvald pours us each some mead. I reach for my sacks to open it, and remember I turned it over. A thrall leaves a small knife on the table, and I pry open the shell and slurp out the salty flesh. The queen and her sons watch us eat in silence, and no one speaks until the table is littered with fish bones and empty mussel shells.
"Are your bellies full?"
Prince Rolog asks.
"I think we're both satisfied,"
says Torvald.
"Thank you for your hospitality."
Sifka nods, and Prince Rolog waits until the thralls have cleared the scraps from the table and have left a fresh flagon of mead before standing again.
"We take great care to ensure that all visitors who come into this hall, whether they are ambassadors of good or ill will, are treated as guests of honor. It is an old tradition. Do you have this custom in your land?" "We do,"
says Torvald, but Rolog looks to me, waiting for me to answer. My grandfather, the Jarl, always welcomed visitors to Offitfjord with food and drink, I say, even if they came from Sweden bearing Gizur's insults.
"There is a story of a king,"
says Rolog, pointing to where his mother sits,
"who sat in this very throne and received a chieftain who had journeyed from afar. The chieftain was a young man, fit and handsome, and was a warrior of significant reputation. He stood in this hall where you are now, but the king scorned the tradition of jarls and chieftains, and did not welcome him with refreshments or invite him to sit down in his presence, because he knew he had come to take him to the Hjom. The man issued his challenge to the king, and the next morning, as the sun rose, they fought their duel."
He points to the back of the hall, where white rays of sunshine peer through the open doors.
"Right out there, by the gates. It was remarkably quick. With the third swing of his sword, the king missed and struck the blade deep into the ground. Before he could pull it free, his challenger struck off his arm and split his head down to his shoulders."
Two of the younger princes snicker, earning a sharp glare from their mother. Rolog ignores them.
"This story is often wrapped into a proverb, in which the gods cursed the king for his inhospitality, and Hel herself reached up and clung onto the blade as it sunk into the earth. Such talk is born of ignorance. As we understand, Hervor, the king in this story was your great-grandfather, Sigrilami Finnsbane. The warrior who killed him was Arngrim the Berserk, your grandfather."
Next to me, Torvald shifts uncomfortably, eyeing the huskarls along the side of the hall. "I'm aware that I come from a line of greatness," I say coolly. The queen's eyes flash with anger, yet she remains silent as her son speaks.
"A line of greatness, yes,"
says Rolog.
"but also tragedy. Sigrilami was indeed cursed, but not by the gods for being inhospitable. It was Tyrfing that brought the curse into his life. The sword forged for him under duress by dwarf spirits he bound with iron in the wild. Such spirits are slow to forgive, and their malice will last until the end of time. They were not quick to avenge themselves on Sigrilami. They tortured him slowly, driving him mad. They say it was the nightmares that nibbled his sanity away, the things that visited him in the night. It made him into a hateful man, and few could stand his presence very long. Not many were sad when Arngrim struck him down, but he also was made to suffer and see all his sons struck dead in a single day. Tyrfing was a wicked thing, that brought 2 ounces of grief for every ounce of victory it won. Praise all the gods, it slumbers in your father's tomb.
I dig my nails into my palms. It won't be slumbering for very long.
Then you do mean to claim it?
I'll not lie to the queen's face in her hall. I do mean to claim it. I am Hervor Angantir's daughter, and I'm proud of who my father was.
Prince Rolog shakes his head. Then I must tell you now, should you return to Gardariki with Tyrfing in your possession, you will be branded Need the moment you step foot in our lands. It will be every man's duty to hunt you down and kill you.
I'd like to see them try. Tyrfing made this kingdom, and it could unmake it. Prince Kamen and Prince Olin both leap to their feet, but Kamen speaks first.
How dare you threaten us? We told you before to watch your mouth. Forget yourself again, and we'll show you what a woman's good for.
I can't help but snort at that. Your mother won't let you fight the Finns, so you're going to resort to abusing women in your hall? That's not very manly of you. I'm not sure you'd even know what to do with me. Prince Kamen turns red with rage.
You slut!
He screams, his brown eyes blazing, and I know the challenge is about to come. I'm on my feet, reaching instinctively for my hip, forgetting that I've given up my sword. Then he spits it out.
I'll take you to the...
Queen Sifka bolts up from the throne, and her voice fills the hall.
Stoye!
At once her son shuts his mouth, cringing like a disobedient puppy.
Yalami,
he says quietly, but she shakes her head, her eyes wild, and points out of the hall.
O tieri, o stawimia wopekoji.
The 2 others throw up their hands and start to protest, but the queen's voice is unwavering.
O Gigi!
Sifka's eyes are burning as her 3 sons suck their teeth and roll their eyes and begrudgingly make their way out of the hall. Kamen hisses as he trudges past me, and I spit as Olin draws his fingers across his throat. Torvald is as pale as a corpse. Only Prince Rolog has retained his cool composure. If he is angry, he's hiding it well.
Given this little outburst, he says, and based on your previous statements, it would be best if you left Gardariki. Torvald, you and your men will have the rest of the day to finish their business in Holmgard. Then, at dawn, you will be on your way. We are sorry that this has not been a more positive encounter.
Torvald sighs with relief.
Thank you, Prince Rolog. Queen Sifka.
Sifka nods, but her face is still flush with fury. The Huskarls lead us out as far as the fortress gates. They return our weapons, and Torvald and I trudge back down the hill into the city. From up on the hill, I can see over the wooden rooftops all the way down to the Volkhov River, and the farms and homesteads spread out along the far bank. Beyond that, the vast wilderness all ablaze with the colors of fall. Farther to the right, the river widens where it flows out of Air Lake, another great freshwater sea vanishing on the horizon. There are a few boats on the water, no bigger than ants from so far away, and a long ship is rowing downriver from the lake into the harbor. Dwerg has told us that farther south on the western shore, the Valhaida River flows out of Air Lake, connecting to Lake Papus and the Narva River, a route that will carry us out to the Baltic Sea. Arnie said it's a route he's taken many times. It seems we'll be going that way sooner than we intended. For a while, Torvald and I walk in silence. He's worried. His eyes are shifting back and forth as he stares down at the cobbled road.
This is exactly what I was afraid would happen,
he says at last. I told you I never said anything.
Torvald snorts.
He doesn't believe me.
How else would word have gotten out? Tell me, Hervor, why would anyone else feel any kind of need to speak about your lineage?
Obviously, this whole thing is a result of Kimby blabbing last night at the mead hall, but I decide it's best to keep that to myself. I don't want to see Kimby get in trouble. I don't know. Maybe somebody on one of our ships is proud to have their princess sailing with them. Maybe they met someone who was talking about one of those princes back there and felt the need to brag about me. Torvald is looking at me like it's ridiculous, but he stores the notion in his mind for further consideration.
Anyway,
He says,
it doesn't matter now. You've gone and got us kicked out of Holmgard.
how many times do I have to say that it wasn't me?
I'm talking about just now. You lost your temper, as usual.
I roll my eyes. I hardly lost my temper.
Hervor, you insulted a prince of Gardariki. You said he wasn't a man. You may as well have called him Erg.
You don't think he deserved it? You heard what he said to me.
He nearly called you to the Hjom. Thank the gods his mother stopped him.
Why do you say that? I wish he had challenged me.
Oh, really? And just how do you think that would have gone?
I can't resist a little grin as I imagine Prince Kamen challenging me to a duel. It would be the stupidest thing he'd have ever done. I would have taken him outside to the gates and cleaved his head down to his shoulders, just like my grandfather.
Is that so?
Then Olin would have lost his mind with rage and challenged me before I even stepped out of the dueling bounds. I'd have killed him, too. And then Prince Rokar, if he was man enough to challenge me.
And Prince Rolog?
He's too wise and cool-headed to fight in Hjomgangs.
And the Queen?
What about her?
What do you think she'd do after you'd butchered her 3 youngest sons?
I don't know. Wail and tear her clothes as their blood soaked into the earth? Kill herself in a rage?
Okay.
Torvald stops and turns to me.
Let me tell you something, Hervor. You don't know as much about Hjomgangs as you think you do. Prince Kamen calls you down to the Hjom. You think that means his Huskarls are going to set up dueling posts so you can rush right into combat? Hjomgangs always take place at least 3 days after the challenge, to give a chance for the blood to cool and for peace to be sought. That means we'd be stuck in Holmgard for 3 days and 3 nights, while the whole city waits for you and Prince Kamen to fight to the death. Now, let me tell you something else. Queen Sifka isn't stupid. She knows you'd split her boy in 2 the second he took his sword out. She doesn't let Prince Kamen or his brothers go north to fight the Finns. Do you really think she's going to let him take you to the Hjom? I tell you what would have happened, Hervor. She would have come after us in the middle of the night, and none of us would have ever made it out of Holmgard. So yes, I thank the gods she stopped him from challenging you.
Well, now I feel stupid.
You're lucky,
He says,
that Prince Rolog is so wise and patient. There aren't many jarls and kings who can set aside their anger and make impartial decisions. I'd say he is more concerned about keeping the alliance strong with your grandfather than with avenging his little brother's pride. I've known Sifka all my life. She's smart to allow Rolog to speak on her behalf. She feels things too strongly. For the things you said in her hall, I was sure she was going to overrule him and have her Huskarls cut us both into pieces.
Are you still afraid she'll come after us? Surprise us in the night?
No. Queen Sifka will honor Rolog's word and allow us to leave safely in the morning. But you've angered his brothers, and they are not without power. It's you they'd be coming after, but as it is, none of us are truly safe. I want watches set up, and I want everyone back on their ships and ready to go by nightfall. I'll need you to spread the word. No one is to be out after dark.
I'll let everyone know. We're coming back into the busy part of the city. I take a wrong step, and suddenly Torvald and I are on opposite sides of the street, separated by the bustling crowd. I look for a break in the traffic to scurry over and join him, but Torvald holds up his hand.
I'm going a different way than you. Do you know where you're going?
I nod.
Then if the Norns will it, I'll see you later. Chapter 6. Santon, Frankish Rhineland.
It's the day Princess Gertrude will arrive in Santon, and Sigurd isn't ready. The fires haven't been lit. The tables haven't been set. Gertrude's bed hasn't been made, and Sigurd isn't quite sure he's told the cook about her gluten sensitivity. The goose has even caught fire in the oven. Worst of all, Sigurd had envisioned welcoming his betrothed in the spring, when the meticulously groomed hedges would be green and full of life, and his perennials would be in bloom, and the cherry trees would be blossoming. He'd imagined the two of them strolling arm in arm, as the soft pink petals floated around them on the warm evening breeze, scattering the tranquil garden path. But no, Gunther had decided to send her in the fall, when everything was brown and dying, and he hardly had any time to prepare.
"You could take her hunting,"
Gunther said.
"I used to take her all the time when she was younger. She loved it."
Sigurd knows of only one time Gunther had taken her hunting. Gertrude had been very young, and had witnessed the boar's sharp tusks unseam the belly of her favorite dog. The incident had traumatized her, and she'd vowed never to go again. Wringing his hands, Sigurd steps out of the way as a thrall maiden scurries past him with an armful of furs.
"Are those going to my mother's bedchambers?"
he asks. They are, yes.
"Has a fire been lit yet in the hearth?"
Not yet, lord, she says irritably, then glances back in exasperation. Your boots, Sigurd, lord. He looks down. He's been tracking mud all through the castle. A horn blast from the ramparts sends the servants into a frantic commotion, and through layers of stone he can hear women shouting on the upper floors. He races down to the gates, where a midget in a sky-blue cape with a gleaming helm under his arm is rushing up to meet him, followed by 2 guards and a brightly clad minstrel.
"Alberic."
"Burgundian ships on the river, lord,"
says the midget.
"She's early. We weren't expecting her till later in the evening. We're not ready." "The heart is never ready,"
says the minstrel, sorrowfully plucking a minor chord on the lyre.
"Indeed,"
says Sigurd.
"How do I look?"
Nervous, says Alberic.
"Anxious,"
says one of the guards.
"Desperate,"
says the other.
"Really?"
Sigurd wipes his sweaty brow with his big hand.
"I suppose I do have a bad case of the butterflies. Perhaps I should have a cup of wine?"
Alberic steps forward to the bottom of the stairs and backs up into the castle.
"Thrall, a cup of wine for the prince."
A moment later, a flustered woman with messy short hair scurries down the steps and fills a goblet with wine from a silver flagon. Sigurd takes the cup and drains it quickly, then smiles for the others to see.
"Are my teeth blue?"
The woman and all 4 men nod reluctantly.
"Ah, this day. I'll have another."
You're worried, lord, the girl says, as she pours him a second cup of wine. But you shouldn't be. Princess Gertrude won't notice all the things that aren't going right.
"You really don't think so?"
he asks as he accepts the goblet. No, lord. It's no secret she loves you deeply. I think she'll just be glad to be with you. Think about it from her perspective, my lord. A young princess coming down the Rhine, staying with her betrothed for the first time without her father? It must be quite an adventure for her, and I'll wager anything that she's even more nervous than you are. But we'll take good care of her, lord. Things are a bit chaotic right now, but it'll all be sorted out in an hour or 2.
"You're right,"
he says, giving her back the cup.
"It's going to be fine."
He takes a deep breath.
"Come along then, all of you. We better go down and meet her."
Like the city of Worms, Xanten was built by the Romans. Towering over the Rhine, Sigurd's castle is an immense fortress of stone and iron, once meant to defend the imperial borderlands from foes such as his grandfather Volsung. As they cross the courtyard toward the outer gates and the castle dock, Sigurd and his entourage pass around the massive oak tree his grandfather planted in Odin's honor. Odin had blessed the tree and made it grow tall and large. It was from the trunk of this tree his father Sigmund had pulled out the sword Bolmung, Odin's gift. Sigurd arrives on the dock just as the Burgundians jam their oars into the Rhine. There are 5 ships on the river, all flying the pink and yellow flags of Gunther's royal emblem. Their gunwales are lined with pink and yellow shields. The polished rims and bosses gleam brightly in the afternoon sun. The longest vessel, Gunther's own personal ship, formerly called the Rhine Maiden, but recently renamed the Valkyrie, glides up along the dock. There's some shouting as coils of line are hurled to the dockhands as the Valkyrie is moored. Shields are taken down from the gunwales as a retinue of Burgundian huscarls step up onto the quay, forming up on either side of where Princess Gertrude will appear with her attending maidservants. Drums are pounding, and in perfect unison, Frankish guardmen reach for the horns slung across their chests and lift them to their bearded lips to welcome the princess. Sigurd's heart flutters, and he inhales deeply as he prepares to capture this moment in his memory. A buzzing warmth rises from the center of his chest, causing his worries to melt away. The girl was right. All that matters is that Gertrude has arrived. Then, Gunther steps up onto the dock. Sigurd frowns.
What's he doing here? We weren't expecting him, were we? I know I wasn't.
Alberic shakes his head. Sigurd squints and rises on the balls of his feet to peer over the huscarls into the Valkyrie.
And where's Gertrude? I don't see her. It seems there's been a change of plans, Sigurd, Prince,
says the minstrel.
And if you ask me, the King of Burgundy does not appear to be in a cheerful mood.
Gunther is staring at Sigurd, frozen on the edge of the dock.
It seems he's turned to stone, my lord.
A moment passes in silence, and some of the Frankish troops start to shift their eyes and whisper from the corners of their mouths. Sigurd holds out his hands in confusion.
Gunther, what are you doing here? Did you get your dates mixed up?
Gunther's eyes burst into flames.
Sigurd,
he roars as he starts toward him, his voice blasting over the key. But Sigurd is disoriented by the sudden alteration in his plans, and his disappointment turns to anger.
Gunther, what is the meaning of this? Gertrude was supposed to be coming today. We talked about this weeks ago in your study. You were happy to give your approval then.
Well, you no longer have it, hisses Gunther. Nor do you have my blessing.
Gunther, what is the meaning of this?
I'll tell you what the meaning is, Sigurd, Gunther says acidly, his hand hovering over the hilt of his sword. I don't want my daughter marrying the sort of disgusting, backstabbing snake who makes her father into a cuckold.
My lord,
gasped the minstrel,
how unlike you.
Sigurd turns almost green with pallor. He was tiptoeing on thin ice, and now he's fallen through. Alberic, the minstrel, and the servant woman back away, so not to get caught up in the tempest of Gunther's fury.
Now hold on, Gunther. Let me explain.
Explain? You slept with my wife. Sigurd leaps back as Gunther swipes at his middle with his sword. He looks down at the wide slash in the cloth of his tunic.
Gunther, you might have killed me.
If only I had been so fortunate. Have at you. Sigurd ducks aside from another of Gunther's blows, and the formations of Frankish troops move back to make room for them.
Gunther,
Sigurd cries, swiftly crouching beneath Gunther's humming blade.
Let's talk about this. It was Brunhilde.
She forced me. Shut your mouth, you lying ape. Stand still so I can decapitate you.
Gunther, I'm unarmed.
You'll be unlegged by the time I'm finished with you. Take that. Sigurd hops onto one leg as Gunther makes a deft thrust at his knee.
Gunther!
I'll send you to hell in pieces.
Gunther, stop that.
Judas! Gunther's blade strikes stone in a burst of sparks as Sigurd dives clear into a somersault. Snatching a shield from one of the soldiers, He holds it out with both hands as Gunther comes roaring at him with his sword over his head. The minstrel and the servant woman squat and block their faces as a wooden thud sends splinters flying in every direction.
Gunther, you have to believe me,
says Sigurd, as he fends off Gunther's attacks.
Brunhilde said she'd kill you. I was trying to save your life.
Gunther viciously chops at the shield with all his strength.
You sure chose a funny way of doing it. Gunther, would you listen to me, please?
I'll listen to your groaning corpse as the last whiff of stale air escapes your lungs, pants Gunther, beginning to tire from his malicious exertions.
Stop this, Gunther. Think about what you're doing.
I have thought of nothing else, Gunther wheezes, than spilling your bowels all over these very cobblestones since the day that she first told me.
She told you? Gunther, don't you see? She forced me into it in order to use it against you. She's trying to come between us, in order to have revenge upon us both.
Spare me your demented logic, he huffs. He slaps his blade pathetically across Sigurd's shield. He goes for one last swing, but his burning arms won't let him. The sword slips from his fingers with a clang. Sigurd rises, letting the shield clatter to the ground. Gunther stares at him, his brown eyes smoldering as he breathes heavily, spittle hanging from his open mouth.
Gunther.
Don't, he says. You've hurt me deeply. His voice breaks into a sob. No words can make this better. Nothing can. He turns and starts back for the ship.
Gunther, where are you going?
Back to Worms, he says.
Do not write to me or Gertrud.
I will have my servants throw any letters from you into the fireplace, unopened. Do not send troops or resources or weapons to assist the coalition. If you still care to fight the Romans, you can do so on your own. You and I are finished.
Gunther, no! No!
Sigurd hurries around in front of him and cuts him off, sinking to his knees.
Don't go just yet. I beg you. Forgive me.
Forgive you? You have ruined our friendship. And my marriage.
Brunhilde did. If only you could know how adamant she was. The kind of things she said while...
Stop! I don't care to know.
But you must know that I have no love or desire of any kind for that woman. I pray that the gods would strike her with infirmities, that they would send her worms and boils for what she's done. She is my wife. I don't want her to have worms and boils. Fair enough. But there must be some way that I can make this right between us. I feel terrible, truly. Tell me what I can do.
There is nothing.
Surely, Gunther, there is something. I won't let this destroy our friendship or the alliance of our peoples. And poor Gertrud. She is more precious to me than any other woman on earth. If I cannot marry her, then I will remain unwed until my death. For you and for her, I will perform any feat. Tell me, Gunther, what can I do to prove my friendship and put this wicked stain behind us?
There's a sudden change in Gunther's regard, and behind the fire in his eyes, Sigurd can almost see the gears whirring in his pragmatic mind. For a moment, it causes him to wonder if this whole incident wasn't a meticulously calculated ploy.
It can never be behind us,
Gunther says coldly,
but, with great determination, it is possible to redeem yourself and earn my forgiveness. Thank Odin,
Sigurd huffs.
But such a path must be truly terrible and perilous indeed. I swear on the sword Balmung,
Sigurd says gravely,
which is of greater value than my life, that I will do whatever you ask, even unto my death.
Gunther raises his chin.
Then I ask you, for the sake of our friendship, to bring me the head of Fafnir.
Sigurd's heart sinks.
Gunther.
He raises his hand, silencing him.
And if you wish to marry Gertrud, you must bring me the creature's ring from his treasure. It is a priceless object that, when dipped into fresh water, duplicates itself into a second ring. It is a source of infinite riches, and could alone fund our war against the Romans. As for the slaying of the serpent, no other feat on earth could bring us such renown." "I will be killed," says Sigurd. "You may as well decapitate me now." Gunther shakes his head. "No, this is how I would have you meet your end. If Fafnir does kill you, which he almost certainly will, know that I will treat your death as a willing sacrifice, and that you will have my forgiveness. I will not trouble your spirit with unpaid debts." He covers his left eye with his hand. "I swear on the one-eyed god." Sigurd grits his teeth. "I will do it." "Good. Then I will wait for tidings of either your triumph or demise." There's a spring in Gunther's step as he turns and marches back toward his ship. Sigurd gets up immediately. Without watching the Burgundian ships disembark, he hurries toward the castle in great distress. Alberic dismisses the Frankish guard and scurries after him, with the minstrel and the serving woman. "Such drama, lord!" cries the minstrel. "Were I to put it to verse, I'd become the most famous poet in all the land." "You'd become the most dead poet in all the land," Sigurd growls. "Anything you need, my prince?" asks Alberic. Sigurd turns to the serving woman, who is already pouring him another cup of wine. He takes it from her and empties it in one long draught. "I'll need a ship and a crew ready to leave at first light," he says, holding the cup for her to fill again. "And I need a skipper who isn't going to wait for days and weeks for the weather to be perfect." "It won't be easy to find men at such short notice," says Alberic. "What shall I tell them is their course?" Sigurd gulps down the cup of wine and returns the goblet to the woman. "Tell them," he says, "we're going to Sweden." Chapter 7. Holmgard, Gardariki, Hervor. The sun is setting over the city as the last of my crewmates come back aboard the Gellir. They're all glowering at me through the reddish haze. Everyone knows it's my fault we're leaving Holmgard early, and they all resent me for keeping them from finishing their business and from drinking and gambling in the mead hall. Even Kimby gives me a sharp look as he comes aboard and slumps into his seat. I don't think he had much luck today in the market. Only Arnie seems to be in a good mood. He's sold his Finnish girls, and is now wearing a thick silver chain around his neck and gold rings on his thumb and forefinger. They glitter in the twilight as he lifts a skin of mead to his lips and takes a drink. I shake my head as he offers some to me. "Well," he says after another gulp, "should we take a head count?" One of the men rolls his eyes. "Arnie, everybody's here." Arnie points at him with the wineskin. "Never assume. How would you like to get left behind to be a plaything for the princes of Gardariki? I don't think you'd like it very much. I hear Prince Rokar throws rocks at little girls and likes to hurt small animals. I really don't think you'd like it." "Oh, shut up, Arnie. What do those princes have against me, Or any of us?" He scowls at me. "It's only because Hervor's such a—" "You'd better watch your mouth," Arnie says, smirking, "or Kimby's going to take you to the Hjolm." The man chuckles and looks at Kimby, but Kimby doesn't smile. Arnie takes another drink from the skin. "Can I have some of that?" the man asks. "No, you can't." "Come on, Arnie." Arnie nods afterward. "Who's sitting at the steering board?" "Nobody. We're not all here. We're missing our skipper at least. Now, let's have a head count, beginning with the aft port." We count off, and we're all here except for one. Only Dwerg hasn't come back yet. I ask if anyone passed him the word, and two men raise their hands. "I ran into him a couple of hours ago," says one, "and when I told him the news, Hervor, he said he was going to cut your nose off." I clench my fists as my crewmates laugh. Come on, says Arnie. Be serious. It's getting dark, and the skipper still isn't back yet. He'll probably show up pretty soon, but if he isn't here within the hour, we'd better go and find him.
The golden tinge of the sunset fades into the murky gray of dusk. One of the men sitting aftward is retelling a story he heard in the mead hall, and Arnie has gone back to listen, leaving me alone at the fore of the ship. The two men in front of me are playing a game of dice. It's getting on my nerves the way they're making the dice clatter across the bottom boards and saying the numbers out loud as they bend over to pick them up. I'd like to tell them to play a quieter game, or at least roll the dice on a fur or something, but everyone's already unhappy with me. I was hoping Kimby at least would shrug it off and come up to the fore. He's sitting on his bench with his arms folded across his chest, resting his head back against the gunwale. He opens his eyes at the sound of voices singing, more like yowling, in Nordic. A group of 5 drunk men are sauntering along the dock. I know they belong to our fleet because the song they're singing is about the northern lights streaming over the mountains of the Lofoten Isles. I look to see if Dwerg is among them. He isn't. I lean over the gunwale to greet them. How are the gods? They shuffle to a stop, swaying in place, and 2 of them keep on singing with their eyes closed and their arms around each other's shoulders. One of them seems pretty familiar, but I don't think anything of it. I'm sure I've seen all these men before, even if from a distance. They look among themselves, and 1 or 2 of them says, "Pretty good. You?" I shrug. I wasn't able to get drunk tonight.
That's too bad. That's too bad. You could have come with us. We would have made sure you had a nice time and brought you back to your ship with a big smile and a nice belly full of mead.
I arch my brow. Would you have gotten me so drunk I wouldn't know if it was day or night? The man laughs.
That's a silly thing to say.
You were supposed to be back at your ship before dark. We're on high alert. One of the dice players looks at me over his shoulder.
Tell them why, Hervor.
Shut up. Keep playing your stupid game.
Hold on,
says the familiar-looking man.
Hervor.
He staggers closer and squats down right in front of me, staring at me with his bleary eyes.
Hervor Fradmar's daughter. Gods in Asgard. What are you doing here?
It's been a few months now since anyone's called me that, and I'm not too pleased to hear it. It tells me, though, that he's from Ofodfjord. Yes, it is me. And who are you?
Ongli Ongelson,
he says, grinning stupidly. I shake my head. Sorry.
You know me. You were at my wedding last fall.
I'm the Jarl's granddaughter. I've been to every wedding in Ofodfjord for the last 16 years.
Yes, but you made a big scene. Frida and I were coming down from the high table to have a dance, but the floor slid right out from under Frida's feet, and she fell down drunk against her brother, who stumbled backward and bumped into you from behind, and made you spill mead all over yourself and your little brother Hadric.
He starts to giggle.
You whipped around, all red in the face, and yelled,
"Upotje, slapetje,"
and smashed his face down on the table.
I blush as the dice players look at me and shake their heads. Now I remember, I say sheepishly. Ongli's laughing uncontrollably.
Slapfitje. Smack.
Lights out.
I let Ongli and his crewmates laugh for a bit, then ask if they've run into Dwerg.
There's a Dwerg in Fagar who is my second cousin once removed, says Ongli.
But have you seen him? Ongli slicks back his hair as he tries to think through his drunken stupor.
No, he says. I don't think so. Wait, actually, I think I did see him. I did. I stepped outside the mead hall to relieve myself, and that's when I saw him.
My crewmates have all turned to listen to Ongli speak.
I was pissing in the alley, he says, and he was going through that way. He told me if I splashed him, he'd black my eye.
Which way was he going? He flings his arm behind him toward the market.
That way.
Of course. The Gothic merchants.
How long ago was this?
asks Arnie.
I don't know.
Was it dark yet? asks Kimby.
Was the sun setting? I guess the sun was just setting. He didn't like that I was pissing on his shadow.
That would have been a while ago now, I say. I'd better go find him.
I think you'd better stay here and sit quietly so you don't cause us any more trouble,
says one of the men. Oh, shut up. I was with Dwerg this afternoon, and I happen to know where he was going.
Sure you do. You're just bored stuck here on the ship. You got us into this mess in the first place.
And so it's my responsibility to make sure nothing happened to our skipper. He sits back and folds his arms across his chest.
Whatever, Hervor. Just don't do anything that will make the situation worse for everyone.
I take Asker's sword from where it's stowed behind the stringer, and Arnie stands up with his axe in hand. Are you coming with me? I ask. He nods.
Can't let my rowing partner go off by herself. Lead the way.
Chapter 8. Dwerg has a warm feeling as he hurries through the dark streets back toward the ship. He can just imagine the look on his daughter's face when he gives her the golden cat statue with the jeweled eyes. She's going to be ecstatic. His wife will be furious they have to put off the second farm for another year, but she'll have no choice but to forgive him when she sees Helva's face light up. He haggled well, too. Drove a fierce bargain with that Gothic merchant. Interesting people, the Goths. He feels like he would have formed a friendship if he had been able to stay longer. As it was, he could only stay for the additional drink to celebrate the deal. It's a shame he couldn't stay. They were quite hospitable, urging him not to go, tempting him with dishes from the Dnieper. But no, he had to let Hervor join his crew. Loki. The woman might as well be drilling holes in the bottom of the ship for all the trouble she caused. A single day in Holmgard. He'll be lucky if the crew doesn't have him dangling from the spar pole, just letting her come aboard. Dwerg quickens his pace. He'll be hearing it from the crew when he gets back for being out past dark. It's not good for a skipper to hear it from his crew. It's gotten cold enough to see his breath. Everyone's gone inside, leaving the streets empty of all but the beggars and the odd stranger passing by. Red light pours out into the street as a girl opens a door for a cat, and voices chattering in Rus come from inside. It's even later than he thought. He turns into the square. 3 youths are idling in the square by a bench, passing around a wineskin. City boys, he thinks with disdain. The young men of Fagar have too much responsibility to hang around like that. One of them lifts the wineskin to his mouth. Look at those soft hands. The boy's never held a plow or a coarse rope in his life. Babies in Lofoten are born with rougher hands than that. All 3 of them are looking at him and smiling.
Dobro večero,
one of them says cheerfully.
Good evening. Baka no,
Dwerg mutters. The youths peer after him as he crosses the square and disappears into the dark. He shrugs against the cold. Fall has come upon them quickly. He'll be glad to get back to the ship and wrap himself in his fur. He thinks to take a shortcut and turns down an alley. The alley is a mistake. His heart races as 2 shadows materialize at the far end of the alley. He stares at the shadows as they waft toward him. Cold sweat dampens the back of his tunic. He tugs his axe out of his belt.
Dobro večero,
says one of the shadows. It's those youths from the square.
You boys better turn around and go the other way,
Dwerg snarls. They keep coming toward him, but more slowly.
1 more step,
says Dwerg,
and I'll split your skulls.
The youths stop a safe distance away. He can see them now through the darkness. It was the older one who spoke. He's standing with his hands behind his back, still smiling, but there's a crazed look in his brown eyes. The younger boy is shivering and looking pale. His hands are also hidden.
Show me your hands, boys,
growls Dwerg.
You're making me nervous. And when I get nervous, I sometimes kill people accidentally.
The younger boy shudders, but Brown Eye keeps on smiling.
That's an interesting accent you have,
he says.
You're a Holgalander, right? That's right. But now why would you want to know a thing like that?
There's a nervous twitch in Brown Eye's smile, and the younger boy looks like he's about to be sick. But they don't make any move to leave.
Last chance,
says Dwerg.
I'd walk away if I were you.
The younger boy looks at Brown Eye and shakes his head. They're scared. They're frozen to the ground. Dwerg shouts and bolts at them with his axe in the air. The youths turn ghost white and scurry backward, swinging their weapons out from behind their backs, their eyes wide with terror.
Fitter,
Dwerg scoffs.
Out of my way.
There's a shuffle behind him, the third youth from the square. Dwerg whirls around to bury his axe in the boy's head, but the youth anticipates it and stops just a little short, causing him to miss and stick his axe in the wall. The boy gawks at him like he's just walked in on a naked woman. He's fat, with only the whiskery shadow of a mustache. He stabs at him with a sax knife, but Dwerg catches him by the wrist and sends him sprawling with a hard punch to the jaw. He whips his own knife from his belt and deflects the incoming blade as the other two come at him. Brown Eye brings an axe down toward his skull. Dwerg swats it aside with his free hand and breaks his nose. The younger boy screams like a girl and thrusts his sword at his belly, but Dwerg steps to the side and pins his wrist under his arm, gripping him by the bicep, pulling him in close as he wrenches his axe free from the wall.
Pomagetje,
the boy cries.
Kamen, Olin, pomagetje.
Dwerg raises his axe for the kill.
Be a man.
The other two are up, and Brown Eye swings at his neck. Dwerg blocks it with his axe, but Mustache scuttles around behind him. Dwerg turns his back against the wall and drives his knee into the younger boy's chest and kicks him away. Brown Eye comes at him again. This time, Dwerg hooks his axe with the blade of his own and rips it from his hand. Brown Eye looks in bewilderment as it clatters to the ground at the other end of the alley. The other two come at him at the same time. The youngest swings his sword at his middle. Dwerg catches his arm again and uses him as a shield to block Mustache's advance. It takes both hands, and he knows his back is to the brown-eyed boy.
Feint a dig,
he shouts, shoving the two away from him. He stiffens as a cold, sharp pain sticks into his back. In an instant, the other two are on him, and he jerks and grunts as all three of them poke him with their knives. His axe slips from his hand. His head rolls back as he gazes up at the glowing sky. The stars are going dim. The Valkyries will come for him soon to lead him into Odin's hall. Then a shriek rips through the alley. Dwerg hits the ground as a woman plows into the youths. Steel flashes in a flurry of spraying scarlet and yellow hair. She makes a mess of Brown Eye. She flies at the youngest and puts her sword through his chest. Mustache drops his weapon and runs. Screaming, she tears after him into the dark. A familiar voice calls out, "Skipper!" It's Arnie. He's breathing heavily from running. He looks between the two dead youths, his long axe poised to kill, then kneels beside him. "Lucky it's a bloodbath in here. Got you, did they? How bad? Let me see." Dwerg's hand is trembling as he lifts his arm away from his shredded stomach. Seeing so much of his own blood is making him dizzy. Arnie sets down his axe to rip open Dwerg's tunic. He grimaces. "That's not good."
"They got me in the back a few times too,"
Dwerg growls. Arnie quickly takes off his own belt and tunic, but Dwerg shakes his head.
"No, send me to the next world."
Arnie grins.
"It's not like you to be in a hurry to die."
He tears his tunic into long strips.
"Can't stand the pain?"
"No pain," rasps Dwerg.
"Just cold. I can feel my guts freezing into blocks of ice. You shouldn't bother. I'm a dead man." "You better shut your mouth or you'll die from talking,"
says Arnie, wrapping the strips of cloth around and around Dwerg's gushing waist.
"It isn't over until the Norns say it is."
Dwerg grunts in pain as Arnie lifts him over his shoulder. A scream rings out some distance away, followed by angry shouts.
"Come on, Hervor,"
growls Arnie.
What are you doing?
The cobbled street rocks from side to side as Arnie carries him through the dark city. Black pools ripple in his vision. Blood fills his mouth and trickles from his lips, leaving a trail of black blotches behind them. He can feel Hel caressing him in her cold embrace. His breath wheezes from his lungs like a groaning corpse. Arnie is saying something, but his voice is muffled, and it sounds like he's speaking to someone at the other end of the ship. He can hear the creak of the ship's timbers and the water slapping against the hull. The weather is turning. The wind is howling in his ears, with the crashing waves, drowning out the sound of Arnie's voice as the black water carries him farther away from the land of the living. He squawks as Arnie jolts him awake.
Are you still alive, skipper? I won't be happy if I carry you all the way back to the ship, only to find out you died on the way there. I told you not to bother, Dwerg rasps. Good man, we're almost there.
They come to the wall separating the river from the rest of the city. The gate is still open, but Arnie glances warily up at the huskarls keeping watch from the battlements. He starts singing about Lofoten, slurring the words to the song and swaying a little as he saunters through the gate. Then, groaning ships, the suck of the river against the quay. Arnie's carrying him along the docks.
Frigg and Freya, what happened?
Someone asks.
Ego jumped in an alley. 3-1. Stabbed him about a dozen times.
The world turns upside down. Dwerg can see the stars and the worried faces of his crew as many hands ease him down into the ship. They're muttering curses and cutting open his tunic. The smell of blood is overwhelming. Somebody pushes a roll of cloth under his head.
Who jumped him?
Someone asks. Arnie shrugs. He's still standing on the dock, his bare chest smeared with black.
Some youth from the city? I don't know. Keep pressure on those wounds. He said they got him in the back, too. All right, let's turn him over and look. On 3, 2, 1.
Dwerg's vision reels as he's rolled onto his side. Behind him, someone sighs an oath, and he feels something damp against his back. Someone's fingers push something underneath him. They tug it tight around his middle, then poke it under him again. They're wrapping him in something, wrapping him tight around and around. His head rolls to the side, and he grins as he looks beyond the crowding knees and elbows. A raven is perched on the steering board. It takes off as soon as he sets his eyes on it, flapping away into the dark. His vision reels again, and once more he's staring up into the stars. Someone pulls a fur over him.
Do you think he'll live?
It's Kimby's voice he's hearing.
If he was going to die tonight, he'd be dead already,
says someone else.
He won't bleed out. You can live for days with holes poked through your gut like that. If he doesn't go within the week, I'd say he'll live.
His lips and mouth are dry as dust.
Water,
he croaks. Someone lifts a wineskin to his lips and a cool trickle wets his tongue.
Where's Hervor?
Kimby asks.
I don't know,
says Arnie, stepping aboard.
She went off on a rampage. Should we go back for her?
Kimby's voice is strained with worry. 2 horn blasts echo through the night, and above him the men look among themselves with grim concern.
They'll be closing the gates now,
says Arnie.
We'd have to fight our way into the city. It won't be good if we start killing guards.
Now they're looking down at him, but he doesn't know what they should do. Why must they burden him with such things? He's drifting away on the black water.
I say we let it be,
one of them says.
That girl's caused us enough trouble. I don't want to risk my life for her. She risked her life for the skipper,
says another.
And she'd have done the same if it was you who was left behind. Only because she felt bad for getting us kicked out of Holmgard. Well, I say we go after her. I say we don't. Let's put it to a vote, then. No need. There she is.
Rapid footsteps pound the dock, and the ship jolts suddenly as someone throws themselves aboard. We need, a woman huffs, to warn Torvald and the rest of the fleet.
Warn them? What do we need to warn them about?
Someone asks.
They didn't have anything to do with this.
It was Rolhug's brothers in the alley. The princes. The men above him groan and whisper oaths. One of them steps up onto the dock and stoops down. "What are you doing?" the woman pants. "We can't leave. We have to warn the others. Arnie!" Arnie hops back into the ship and makes his way aftward.
"They'll figure it out soon enough,"
he says.
"Now, man the oars."
"Arnie, Sifka will muster every man in the city. They'll put the whole fleet to the sword."
"Then they'll be drinking mead from golden horns. I don't like it any more than you, but I'm not the one who picked a fight with the princes of Gardariki. You want to warn Torvald? Go ahead. Otherwise, get forward and fit your oar."
Someone sniffles, and a shadow blots out the stars as someone steps over him. The men are taking their seats, wood knocking quietly as they set their oars. His het swims as they push off from the dock. Suddenly, a red glare lights up the sky over the harbor. Distant screams ring out with the blasting of horns and the fierce shouts of men in combat. No one speaks a word. They row in silence. Aside from the far-off noise of battle, the only sound is the water trickling off their oars and the quiet sobbing of someone sitting forward. Then the red glow dims, and the sounds of battle fade, as Holmgard falls behind them, and they glide out into the still darkness over Air Lake. When Dwerg opens his eyes again, the crew have taken in their oars and hoisted the sail. It snaps and billows in the wind. Beyond it, snakes of green light streak and shimmer across the stars. With a smile, Dwerg shuts his eyes, and the black water washes over him, sucking him down into the cold and empty dark.
Chapter 9. Worms, Burgundy.
A wet trickle on her upper lip rouses Princess Gertrud from the most vivid dream she's ever had. In this dream, she saw Sigurd, or more like she was Sigurd, crouching in a dugout trench. A thunderous rumbling shook the earth. The air was thick with a sulphurous cloud that burned her skin and stung her eyes, making them water worse than the cook chopping onions. But more potent than the dry stench of rotting eggs was another foul smell she inhaled with every frantic breath. Wool soaked in urine. A scream rang out over the thunder, a scream of such complete and utter terror that she was unable to tell if it came from man or woman. The thunder rattled her bones, making her weak with fear. Balmung's hilt trembled in her hands. Light flickered above her, and as she stared up into the yellow cloud, waiting for the horror she knew would follow, a humongous serpentine body blew over the trench like a tidal wave, blotting out the setting sun and entombing her in the shuddering dark. Another scream, her name this time, and with a desperate shout, she thrust Balmung deep into the creature's underbelly. So lifelike was the dream that she can still taste the geyser of blood bursting from the creature's punctured heart. Gertrud cups her hand under her chin and tips her head back as she slides out of bed. She pinches her nose and calls quietly for her maids. There's a sigh and the rustling of cloth in the dark as the two women get up for their mistress, and Gertrud squints as one of them lights a candle.
What is it, lady? My nose is bleeding.
Again? Heaven's sake. One of the women fills the wash basin with water from a silver pitcher and brings it over to the bed. She dunks the cloth into the water, wrings it out, and starts dabbing Gertrud's lips and chin. The woman holding the candle examines the dark stain on Gertrud's shoulder. Nightgown's ruined, and that pillowcase. Gertrud lets the maid tilt back her head as she presses the wet cloth under her nose. She wishes she could tell them about her dream. Her mother's maids, the Gaelic women who had come with her from Britain, had always listened to her dreams. One of the maids once told her that when her mother was a child, she had a lucid dream where the King of Burgundy watched her bathing in the Rhine, and that she had always known she would become his queen. The Gaelic maids knew that she too dreamed of what would pass. When they still attended her, they would always wait with anticipation as she awoke for her to tell what she had seen. But that was before her mother's death. When her mother drowned in the Rhine, her father brought all her maids together and asked them how he might honor her according to Gaelic customs. They answered, "Build a wooden statue 70 feet tall, an image of her likeness. Then place her in it, along with as many living men and women as can be fit inside, and burn them to death at sunset as a sacrifice to the sky god Tyrannus. This would have greatly pleased Our Lady. Perhaps her father interpreted this to mean that the maids wished to accompany their mistress into the next world, or perhaps in his grief he blamed the maids for her mother's drowning. But her father did construct a wooden statue in her likeness and place her body in it. The rest of the statue he filled with all the criminals in the land, captured Roman soldiers, and thralls who were too old or injured to be of use. Finally, when the statue was nearly full, her father ordered that the Gaelic maids be put inside. They wept, struggled, dug their heels into the ground, but in the end, it was their wails that rang out from the blazing monstrosity as a pillar of black smoke bore her mother from the earth. Gertrude's new maids are Christians, Roman women captured and enslaved by Frankish troops in Gaul, a funeral gift from Sigurd. They're good women, her maids, trustworthy, loyal, kind, but they do not speak of dreams and magic. The woman lowers the cloth from Gertrude's nose. Looks like the bleeding stopped. Let's have you back to bed. We can take care of the rest in the morning. But Gertrude can't go back to bed. Not until she understands the meaning of her dream. She isn't sure why, but she knows she can't wait until morning.
You two can go back to sleep, but I have an urgent matter to attend to.
The toilet, you mean, lady? Says one of the women as she goes to fetch the chamber pot.
No, I have to go to my mother's study.
She opens the drawer on the bedside table and takes out a black key on a thin chain and hangs it around her neck. The maids frown.
Your mother's study? At this hour? But how will you get there without waking the queen? We must insist you wait until after she has risen for the day. And I insist I must go there now. And if I must wake her, then I will. It's important.
The maids are distressed, but can make no further resistance, and Gertrude shifts between them toward the door. A sliver of light spills into the bedchamber with a quiet squeak.
You two stay here, she whispers. I don't know how long I'll be.
But, lady, your father will have our heads if he finds out we let you wander around the palace in the middle of the night alone.
Oh, that's not true.
But the two women don't look so sure.
If anyone asks, I'll tell them I crept out quietly without waking you. Now please go back to sleep.
As you will, lady. Gertrude shuts the door and hurries down the hall, shaking her hands in irritation. Her father having their heads, perhaps a Roman king might be so inclined, but the truth is her father probably wouldn't notice if she wandered around the palace naked in the middle of the day. He didn't even show his face the previous morning to tell her she wouldn't be going to Xanten. She and her maids were packed and ready and on their way down to the palace docks when one of her father's huscarls intercepted her on the stairs. "Princess Gertrude," he said, "there's been a change of plans. The king says you will remain in Worms." She had done her best to pry more out of him than that, but it was all that he could say. He left her in tears of silent rage to look down from the window as the ship that was meant to carry her down the Rhine disembarked without her. Her father suddenly deciding to go to Xanten is puzzling. It isn't like him to make last-minute changes. He must have received some urgent news. Perhaps Stilicho is making a move and her father must act swiftly to counteract him. But then, why rush off to Xanten? Her father usually communicates with his complex web of allies by written correspondence. Messengers are nearly always lined up in the hall outside his study, waiting for one of the scribes to open the door and hand them a letter addressed to some pagan lord or chieftain. Sometimes a letter is meant for Stilicho himself, who always responds quickly and with careful tact. A letter or two has even gone to Emperor Honorarius Augustus in Milan, though the messengers never returned. In an emergency, her father would send out a homing pigeon with a tiny scroll attached to its foot. While such instances were rare, as the pigeons had to be bred in the recipient's location, then shipped to Worms from where they might be released to fly back to their nest with the message, a pigeon could reach Xanten within 3 hours, where the trip downriver would take a whole day and a half. No, Gertrude cannot make sense of it.
And the timing, too strange. And then this dream. Something is afoot. That she knows, and whatever it is cannot wait until dawn. It's a cold night, and Gertrude shivers in the crisp fall air as she reaches the galley overlooking the Rhine. A huskarl on guard duty is standing at one of the open arches, watching the moonlight shimmer in the river's current.
"You should be in bed,"
he says as she hurries past him. "I can't sleep. I'm going for a walk." He nods and turns back to his view.
"They'll still be up in the kitchen if you get hungry."
"Thank you. Have a good night."
He says no more, and Gertrude is relieved he didn't notice the bloodstain on the shoulder of her nightgown. She hopes there aren't many more guards between the gallery and the Queen's chambers. She turns a corner at the end of the gallery and heads down a dark hall, passing the life-size wooden idols of the three mothers. She's in the Queen's wing of the palace. Brunhilde hasn't yet convinced her father to take down her mother's Celtic gods. She's certain it will happen. Sometime before the Yule altars are reddened, Sirona, Tyrannus, and the horned god Cernunnos will be taken down and replaced with Freya, Thor, and Odin. She turns down another hallway. Voices. An orange glow fills the stairwell at the end of the corridor. Guards coming up. So close to Brunhilde's chambers, they'll question her and send her back to her room. She sprints for the middle of the hall, her bare feet falling silently on the cool stone, and ducks into the next passage just as the guards appear at the top of the stairs. Her heart is pounding from the run, and her chest feels like it's going to burst. She tries to breathe quietly. There's a stitch in her side, and as she turns down the passage to Brunhilde's chambers, she stands at the big oak doors for a moment, with her hands on her hips, as she waits to regain her breath. Fortunately, since the departure of the wedding guests, her father relaxed the palace security, and the sentinels no longer stand guard outside the Queen's chambers. Gertrude knocks. Dead silence. She knocks again, a little louder this time, her courage wilting as someone inside whispers a slew of profanity. The door opens, and the shield maiden Birta peers sternly down at her. She's in her nightgown, and her blonde braid is draped over her shoulder, hatefully beautiful, despite being woken up suddenly.
"Sorry to wake you, Birta. I need to get into my mother's study."
Birta scrunches her nose. "Why?"
"I had a dream. It's quite important. Won't you let me in? I have the key."
"You must be joking. Go back to bed."
"Please, Birta."
"No, go away."
"But—"
"Good night, Gertrude." Birta shuts the door very quietly, but Gertrude knocks again. Birta whips the door back open, glares at her, and jabs her finger into her chest. "You knock on this door once more, and I swear by Frigg and all her maidens, I will drag you back to your room myself, and have your father's men stand guard outside your chambers."
"You can't do that."
"I think you'd be surprised at how much influence a beautiful woman actually has. Of course, you wouldn't know much about that, would you?" Gertrude says nothing, and Birta smirks triumphantly. "Sweet dreams." She shuts the door again. For a moment, Gertrude stands there, clenching her small fists. Then she begins trudging back to her bedchambers in defeat. Starlight glistens on her cheeks as she passes the open arches of the long gallery. The huskarl from before is gone, and as Gertrude looks out at the moon basking in the water, nervous excitement throbs in her chest. A cornice juts out from the palace exterior below the open arches, a flat ledge about 6 inches wide, just enough room for her to stand. The cornice runs around the entire palace. If she were to shuffle sideways along the ledge, she could creep around and climb into her mother's study through the window. That is, if there were any windows in her mother's study. As far as she knows, the only way inside is through the heavy door at the back of her mother's wardrobe. Brunhilde's wardrobe. She could perhaps sneak into her bedchamber through the window and creep into the study through the wardrobe without waking anyone. Her courage fails her, and she backs away from the open archway. It's a horrible idea. If the fall doesn't kill her, it will break every bone in her body, and it's rained recently. She can see the moon's reflection,
in the water gathered on the cornice. Her foot would shoot out from under her as soon as she stepped out onto the ledge. She shudders, imagining the dull crunch of her body smacking into esplanade 50 feet below. And then there's Brunhilde and her shield maidens. They aren't fond of her. It would be nothing for them to fling her out the window and tell everyone she fell. She'd really just be offering them the opportunity to get rid of her. She should just go back to bed. She can go to her mother's study when Brunhilde is up for the day. Gertrude turns away to head back to her bedchambers, but freezes as again that shrill, frantic scream echoes through the night. She pauses for a moment, listening, then moves toward the end of the gallery. She stops again. A hissing, yellow vapor swirls across the marble floor, coiling around her ankles, rising to surround her in a shroud of poisonous smog. Her eyes are watering. Her bare arms itch and burn. She gags on the thick stench of rotting eggs. As she does, she inhales a yellow tendril of the toxic fumes. Searing agony swallows her breath. Her eyes bulging, she clutches her throat and sinks, gargling, to her knees as her lungs blister, bubble, and burst inside her chest. She opens her eyes. The yellow fog is gone. She can breathe normally again, though her hands are trembling and the back of her nightgown is damp with sweat. Red drops dribble to the floor. Gertrude pinches her nose with the hem of her nightgown and returns to the open archway. She leans out to look at the cornice, knowing with utmost certainty that she cannot wait until morning. If she does not go into her mother's study this very hour and search through the lore contained within her ancient tomes, the man she loves will die most gruesomely. Her hair flutters in the cold wind as she climbs through the arch. Now that she's about to do it, the fall seems farther, and the ledge seems slipperier and narrower. After a final glance to make sure no patrolling huskarl is present, she squeezes her eyes shut and whispers a desperate prayer to Andraste, the goddess of victory. Then, with short, frantic breaths, she lowers her foot to the cornice, then her second foot, and then, with great reluctance, she eases herself off the arch until all her weight rests on the ledge. The cornice isn't wide enough for her feet, and her toes are sticking out over the edge. She presses her head and shoulders against the back of the wall, focusing on the moonlight shimmering in the river, not daring to glance down at the dizzy drop below. At a snail's pace, she shuffles sideways, unsure how she will make the turn around the corner. She comes to the end of the wall, and her heart stops as she inches her foot out over the edge and brushes empty air. Somehow, she must get around this corner. It would have been easier and less perilous to be facing the wall. Perhaps if she swings herself around. Tears fill her eyes as she fights against the panic rising in her heart. She glances back at the open arches. It's only a short distance she's come. Oh, how she longs to hurry back that way and scramble again into the gallery and break down weeping on the floor. She shuts her eyes, breathing deep, then turns her left foot in toward the wall. "Oh, please," she whispers. "Oh, please." And with a yelp, she swings herself around to the perpendicular ledge, out over the edge of the cornice where there is nothing beneath her but a squealing 50-foot plummet to her death. There's a flash of lightning as her face slaps against the palace exterior, and the blow nearly knocks her back. She presses desperately into the wall, hugging the cool flat surface like the mother of a condemned criminal. Cold tingles shoot through her limbs and up her spine. Her legs have turned into seaweed, and she pauses for a moment to regain the feeling in her knees before continuing on. It's better going now that she's facing the wall, and she finds she can progress along the cornice more quickly and with greater ease. She can even navigate around the corners both inward and outward without too much added stress and peril. After what seems like half an hour, her nerves shot and her cheeks scraped raw, Gertrude creeps through the open window into Brunhilde's bedchamber. The shadowy forms of the slumbering shield maidens are strewn out on the floor around the immense bed, their dark shapes slowly rising and falling with the deep breaths of sleep. A snort comes from the darkness over the bed, followed by quiet snoring, which masks the faint sounds of Gertrude's movements as she tiptoes over the dreaming women.
She's halfway there. Her heart is fluttering with exhilaration and pride. She's grinning in the dark as she touches the key around her neck. A noise behind her causes her to freeze in terror. She holds her breath and very slowly twists around to look over her shoulder. One of the shield maidens is sitting up. She's staring right at her, her gray eyes gleaming from the darkness like two crescent blades. She's done for. She's about to cry the alarm and rouse the other shield maidens. At best, they'll tell her off and send her back to bed. At worst, they'll fling her out the window. But as she awaits the shout that will startle the Valkyrie Queen and her elite warrior women into violent awakening, it does not come. The girl continues staring at her in a wide-eyed stupor, not fully awake. "Shh," Gertrude whispers. "It's only me. Please go back to sleep." To her amazement, the shield maiden lies back down, resuming the deep, slow breaths of slumber. Gertrude hurries to the wardrobe, pushing through Brunhilde's elaborate collection of exotic furs, extravagant gowns, chain-mail dresses, and jewel-encrusted breastplates. Finally, she reaches the door to her mother's study. She removes the key from around her neck and fits it into the lock. The bolt clacks loudly, and the heavy door grinds open on rusty hinges. She slips inside and she shuts the door quietly behind her. All light is swallowed up in dense blackness. "Solus Mahoy," Gertrude whispers. A gust of wind blows between her legs through the crack under the door, and one by one, tongues of supernatural fire flicker to life in the iron sconces, casting a purplish glow throughout the eight-walled chamber. A high bookcase crammed with ancient tomes and scrolls takes up an entire wall. Beside it, another smaller shelf displays her mother's colorful collection of potions, all neatly labeled in the Gaelic tongue. In one corner of the chamber are the idols of two naked goddesses, Belisama, the Bright One, holding up a lantern glowing with the same purple fire as the iron sconces, and Sirona the Wise Healer, carrying a basket of eggs on her hip and a snake around her shoulders. An extravagant giant mirror stands between the two goddesses, a mirror which her mother warned her never to look at. Usually the mirror is covered with a sheet, and the sight of it bare and glimmering in the eerie luminance causes the hair to rise from the back of her neck. Furthermore, someone has taken a stick of chalk and drawn a sloppy circle in the middle of the floor. Her father's been in here, meddling with things he should not be meddling with. Gertrude shuffles around the outside of the circle, taking great care not to step inside. Shielding her eyes from the mirror, she stoops down and gathers the sheet lying in a heap at the golden base. As she drapes it over the top, an eerie moan comes from the mirror. She shudders and backs away toward the bookcase. She squints in the purplish glow, muttering the Gaelic titles under her breath as she runs her finger along the ancient leather spines. She stops at the second shelf from the bottom and carefully eases out a thick volume, so worn with time she's afraid it might crumble into dust. But time has made it no less heavy, and she grunts with effort as she lifts the tome onto her mother's workbench. There are some other books on the workbench, and some sheets of parchment strewn with her mother's handwriting. Temporarily forgetting her mission, she glances at their contents, lest she find some last musings that might grant her some new insight into her mother's heart, or, she dares to hope, the beginnings of a letter addressed to her. To her disappointment, in the final days before her drowning, her mother was only concerned with preserving her aging outward beauty, and her writings allude to nothing more than failed attempts to retain her youthful appearance. It is perhaps merciful that she died before she was able to explore her most recent hypothesis, which suspected that soaking in the blood of beautiful virgins would keep her skin looking smooth and young. Gertrude shoves the clutter aside and opens up the great compendium of beasts, sneezing as a plume of dust rises from the yellow pages. She flips over the lengthy preface concerning the Fomorian goatmen who once inhabited Britain before the arrival of the Celts, and scours through the drawings of trolls, ogres, unicorns, chimeras, impatiently turning past a chapter on fairies, dwarves, and forest folk. She pauses to look at a sketch of a dragon perched on a high ledge, its wings spread as if to take flight, spewing fire into the air. She keeps looking.
As she nears the end of the bestiary, the drawings bear greater resemblance to the creature from her dream, though they are growing larger and more terrifying. The basilisk, the Loch Ness monster, the serpent of... Her heart stops as she stares at the hideous likeness of that final monstrosity. It fits perfectly with the fleeting glimpse she'd caught of the massive creature from the dream. Now she is relieved that she risked so much to come into her mother's study and find the creature's weakness, for had she neglected to do so, Sigurd would surely be going to his doom. She reads the description aloud to herself 3 times, her voice quivering with excitement as her clever mind works out a method for Sigurd to vanquish this impregnable abomination, recalling certain details from the dream and interpreting them in the context of the Druidic lore. Finally, she reaches for the ink and parchment, and using very small letters, she writes instructions for Sigurd in a long strip on the edge of the page. When she's done and has looked it over, she carefully tears off the message and rolls it up into a tiny scroll. No longer worried about Brunhilde and her maidens preventing her from fulfilling her mission, Gertrude locks her mother's study behind her and sneaks out of the bedchamber through the big oak doors into the hall. Hours later, in the bluish light of the early morning, as Sigurd slings Balmung over his shoulder and makes his way to the dock where the sailors are loading the ship with gear and provisions for the voyage, Alberic the midget is awoken by a pigeon cooing on his windowsill with a tiny capsule on its ankle.
Chapter 10. The Baltic Sea. Hervor.
It's been days since we slipped away from Holmgard in the night. We've all been glancing constantly off the stern, in fear we'll glimpse Sifka's ships on the horizon. But we're halfway across the Baltic Sea, and there's been no sign we're being pursued. It seems Torvald and the rest of the fleet were enough to slake Sifka's thirst for vengeance. It makes me sick that we left our friends to be slaughtered by the Rus. Their screams haunt me. Lofoten men shrieking my name as their flesh sizzles in the raging flames of their burning ships. Old Torvald fighting to the very end, cursing me as Sifka's huskarls sheathe their blades and call for the archers to riddle him with arrows. No one speaks of it. No one speaks much at all. It's pretty gloomy on the Gellir. And then we lose another friend. Dwerg held on for a long time. I thought he'd make it through. But in the night, he breathed his last. We wrap his body in a bit of extra sailcloth, and before we send him off, the whole crew gathers to pass around a horn of mead and speak words about his life. I'm pretty nervous about my turn. At a time like this, it's only right to speak the truth. The others say things like, "He was the skipper. He didn't care much for nonsense," or "He loved the sea, but he loved his daughters more." Arnie scowls as he accepts the horn. I've never seen him look so mean and cold. His grey eyes are full of anger and sadness.
Dwerg feared many things,
He says,
but he was never one to show it. May Odin welcome him.
The men all nod somberly as Arnie drinks from the horn. Finally, he passes it to me. I'm the last to go. Dwerg was afraid of women's magic. He was afraid I would curse him, so he let me come aboard. Now he's dead. The crew stares at me, their eyes all grim and bloodshot. Then 4 men lift Dwerg up and tip him overboard. The sea carries him for a bit, and we all watch in silence as his orange-wrapped body rises and falls with the tossing waves, until water fills his lungs and hell pulls him down into the dark. Goodbye, Dwerg. I jump as Arnie claps his hands together.
Well, that's that,
He says, suddenly cheerful.
Now we better elect a new skipper.
He looks around at the crew. He's one of the biggest men on board, and unlike everyone else, nearly all of whom have left their families and their farms, smithies, or fishing boats to come on this voyage, he's made his living as a professional raider. Pretty easy to see where this is going.
I'd like to put myself forward as a candidate,
He says,
I'm a seasoned sailor, and you all know that when we're on a raid you can always find me where the fighting's fiercest. I think I'm pretty fair, and I know these waters better than any of you. What do you say?
The men all shrug and nod and stroke their beards. No one's even going to contest him. Skipper Arnie. It's going to take some time getting used to. Near the end of the day, Kimby brings his rowing partner Sneffletaffel set up to the fore to play with me. He's still upset, so I let him win. He grins as his king escapes to the corner of the board, and I push a silver coin across the rowing bench.
Play again?
He asks. Sure. As we set up for another game, the ship creaks and dips sideways, and I slap my hand down on the board to keep it from sliding off the bench. Kimby mouths an oath as his pieces go clattering across the bottom boards, and he gets down on all fours to gather them up. Gods, Arnie, can't you steer the ship a bit more gently? And now the sun's in my eyes. I shield my face and look off the bow to where a strip of purple coastline juts out of the waves on the horizon. Far off in the distance, a white speck no larger than a flake of ash is drifting on the water. I bolt up from the bench. Skipper! Ship off the port bow! The crew all curse and gasp as they turn to see.
It's that ruse,
cries one of the men.
They've chased us all the way to Sweden. Is that what you think?
Says Arnie, steadying himself on a line as he stands to peer at the white speck.
That she only sent one ship after us, and that it was so fast it sailed right past us and turned around to cut us off? Don't be stupid. Look at which way they're going. They're heading for shore. We're behind them.
Do you think it's a Swedish ship? Asks Kimby.
Probably.
I speak up and say that we should raid them. The whole crew turns to look at me, and one of the other men shakes his head.
Therefore we just escaped from Holmgard with our lives, and you want to go raiding.
Why not? Think about it. A lone ship on an overnight voyage? It's probably a merchant ship.
Arnie strokes his chin. You're right, but it's not too wise to raid a ship with only one ship. It's better if we outnumber them.
Who's to say we don't? If it is a merchant ship, it could be a carvey with as few as 6 rowing benches. We could outnumber them by as much as 4 to 1. I'm not saying we should charge in recklessly and throw our lives away. Let's go spy on their camp and see how many of them there are. If there's too many, we'll leave them alone. But if we're sure we can beat them easily, we should plunder them. Who doesn't want a little taste of victory after the way we left Holmgard? Who doesn't want to go home a little richer? Isn't that why we're all here? To get loot and show how brave we are? I think we'd all be walking a little taller. The way the men are looking at each other, I can tell they're in agreement. My words have made them confident, and it's the first time since we left Holmgard that I don't feel like they want to toss me overboard.
All right, tough girl,
Arnie says.
We'll have a look, and if the odds are for us, you'll get your little raid.
Chapter 11. The Swedish Coast. Hervor.
The stars are out when we drag the Gellir out of the sloshing waves onto the rocky beach. It's high tide, and the sea is splashing and foaming, masking our voices and the noise of the hull dragging on the shore. The crew of the other ship isn't camped too far away. They're just around a bend in the coast, close enough for us to see the smoke of their fire rising up into the night. 2 men head off to scout their camp. When they come back, they're grinning, and one of them gives me a playful shove.
Never doubt a woman's intuition,
he says.
Well, how many are there?
Arnie asks. The scouts grin.
12. Don't play with us. 12 men? Yes, and I'll tell you what else. They've got fine steel with them. Bundles of swords, axes, enough for a respectable tribute. One of them looks like a prince or a chieftain. I'd say it's an emissary ship headed for Uppsala.
We gear up and follow the scouts through the dark, encircling the camp like a pack of wolves, crawling on our bellies through the tall grass overlooking the beach. The crew of the other ship is sitting around a fire, eating, drinking, laughing. Like us, they've dragged their ship out of the water, taken down the mast, and braced the hull. On either side of the fire,
They've erected a row of 6 brown tents, and at the head of the camp, closest to the bank, is the biggest tent. It's blue and hung with golden tassels, indeed the tent of a prince or chieftain. Next to me, Arnie rubs his chin reluctantly.
I don't like the look of their tents,
He whispers.
They're lined up too straight. And look at the way their cargo is wrapped up tight and pegged down with perfectly spaced ropes.
So?
So, that's not a merchant's crew. That's a chief with a bunch of huskarls.
We outnumber them almost 4 to 1, and we've got the high ground and the element of surprise.
Yes, but we should think carefully and plan out our attack. We don't want to be stuck caring for wounded or have any more empty rowing places.
You haven't been skipper for 1 whole day, and you're already sounding like Dwerg. Arnie shakes his head and looks down toward the camp.
Do you want to be the skipper, Hervor? Dwerg would think before he'd speak or act, so he wouldn't get us killed. If you did that more often, Hervor, he might still be alive.
Go to hell, Arnie. On my other side, Kimby leans in close and whispers across me.
Psst, Arnie. They'll probably be going to bed soon. If we wait until halfway through the second watch, we can be pretty sure they'll all be sleeping, except for the man whose turn it is to sit up. We could swoop down and kill them all before they realize.
Second watch? I say. Kimby, that could be 3 hours from now. How many of us will have to piss before then? Probably everyone.
Shh! Keep your voice down,
hisses the man on Arnie's left.
Hervor's right,
says Arnie.
That's too long for this many of us to wait. Someone's bound to drop something or whisper too loudly. We'll wait until they go into their tents, give them a little longer to settle in, and then we'll attack. Look there.
Some of the men are getting up from around the fire, yawning and stretching and wishing each other good night as they disperse toward the tents. Then this one man stands up, and there's some quiet oaths from the tall grass alongside me. He's at least 7 feet tall and solid as an oak tree, and his arms, gods, the man looks like he strangles bears for a living. He ducks into the blue tent. Arnie whistles quietly and shakes his head.
Better leave him to me.
You just know he'll have the best treasure with him. He winks.
The more you risk, the more you win.
I hope he squashes you.
Why? You think they're going to make you skipper?
Arnie nudges the man next to him.
If I'm killed, are you going to elect Hervor as the skipper?
The man shakes his head.
Earlier, when you went off to squat in the bushes, we all decided that we're going to make Kimby the skipper if Arnie dies. You'll have to do whatever he tells you.
They're joking,
says Kimby.
No, we're not. The rest of us are all too old and weary from living long. We need someone young to take on all of the responsibility, but who doesn't fall right off the hinges for 3 or 4 days every month.
Oh, shut up. I don't fall off the hinges.
No, says Arnie. I don't think you were ever on them. You're like a pregnant woman, but all the time.
He looks at me.
Are you pregnant, Hervor?
You better shut your mouth before I knock your teeth out.
Arnie, leave her alone. I'm just trying to get her riled up before we go down there. You have to take your time with a woman. Warm her up first. Kimby, you should know that by now. Whatever, Arnie. Okay,
says Arnie, still chuckling.
I'm done. Let's get serious.
I roll my eyes.
Are we all ready?
He says, looking to either side. We all nod, and Arnie goes up on one knee, and cupping his hands in front of his mouth, he imitates the wailing call of a loon. The call lingers with eerie dissonance, soon answered by the rising call of a yodeling male. Off in the dark, where the bank curves out toward the sea, 2 shadows rise up from the grass, barely visible against the black sky. Arnie pulls on his helm and grips his axe. My heart is throbbing. My stomach squirms. My hand twitches nervously on the hilt of Asger's sword. I draw in a shivering breath. Gods, the moment right before the charge. I snatch Kimby by the collar of his mail shirt and pull him in for a deep, exhilarating kiss. Tonight, after we've looted the camp, I'm going to bring him back out here into the grass and we'll take each other's breath away. A cold wind blows in off the water that makes me shudder as I pull away from him, and somewhere from the dark behind us comes the shrill call of a raven. Hiss! Thwack! The man at the fire slumps over dead. We jump to our feet, whipping out our swords and axes, and tear down the bank into the camp. That rushing feeling rises in my chest, like the thrill of leaping from a cliff into the fjord. It sets my heart on fire. It shoots my veins with chills and tingles, finally bursting from my lungs in a warlike shriek. The battle cry goes up from the others, Kimby, Arnie roaring beside me as we fall upon our victims. Gulveig, mother, accept the blood I'm about to spill as an oblation. The man in the blue tent storms out to meet us, pulling the sheepskin sheath off his massive sword. Hell and Loki, he's bigger than I thought, and that blade's as long as a ship's oar. Behind him, his men are scrambling out of their tents into the middle of the camp. They form a shield wall in a circle around the fire, like a herd of bison protecting the young. But this big man from the blue tent strides straight at us all alone, 20 to 1. I've seen men rush headlong into certain death, their wild faces and adrenaline-wired eyes, their gnashing teeth and twitching mouths, their bodies tense with fear and desperation. Not this man. What I see in him is irritation. He's offended. He's annoyed that we've attacked his camp. We're bothersome flies to be smacked between his hands. We've made a big mistake. He winds back his humongous sword and I skid to a halt, yanking Arnie and Kimby by the shoulder. Steel sings, and the silver flash cuts through my crewmates like a scythe through a sheaf of wheat. I lose my footing and fall down, pulling Kimby with me, but Arnie's eyes are sharp and shining. He bares his teeth, growling like a wolf, as this giant, this monster, clips the heads off 2 more of our crewmates. An inhuman roar escapes his throat. He dashes across the sand, his long axe raised to split his skull. "Arnie!" I scream. "No, Arnie!" Arnie brings down his axe with a powerful stroke that could have struck a pig in 2. Most men would have shuddered and staggered back from the force of such a blow, but not this giant. He blocks it neatly with his huge sword, rooted in place like an indomitable oak tree. Arnie's quick, and as he lands the blow, he whips his sack from his hip. He thrusts for his belly. How a man that size can move so swiftly, I'll never know, but he narrowly steps aside and Arnie's blade stabs air. Arnie twists to swipe at him again, but his foe is even faster. He punches Arnie square in the mouth with his giant fist. Arnie steps back in amazement, and his axe falls from his grasp. He snorts, coughs, spits half his teeth into the sand. He stands there stupidly, like his brain's been scrambled inside his head. The huge blade arcs toward him and cleaves him in half, straight up the middle. My head is swimming. My crewmates are dropping like flies around this fellow. It's like the stories Asger used to tell me about the troll, Svangar. I wish Asger were here now. His sword trembles in my hand, and a sob shudders in my chest. The others back away from this giant foe, eyes wide with horror and wonder. The fight's been taken out of them. Their courage is shattered. Their hot blood is running cold. We're like a flock of frightened sheep skirting around a single wolf. By the fire, the men weathering the assault of my other crewmates notice the change as well. With a fierce shout, they burst suddenly from their defensive formation and start cutting down my friends with vigorous tenacity. Their screams are ringing in my ears. My friends are strewn in pieces along the beach, and from where the nearest half of him lays, Arnie stares at me with his murky, bulging eye. I'm responsible for this. I convinced them we could raid this ship. This is my fault, just like it's my fault about Torvald and the others. Everyone's dying because of me, the cursed girl. Beside me, Kimby's face is white with terror. He looks to me in bewilderment, like he's waiting for me to tell him what to do. The others are looking at each other in confusion. They need an order, a rallying command. They need a leader, and some of them are looking in my direction. I'm their princess, the granddaughter of their Jarl. I won't see any more of them die because of me. Words I never thought I'd say well up in my chest.
I throw Asger's sword into the sand and shout with all my might, "Enough! That's enough! We surrender!" At once the fighting stops. The big man pauses, holding his sword up by his ear, glancing tentatively among my shipmates. No one makes a move. Then Kimby drops his spear, and the crew follows our example, tossing down their weapons. The 18 of us who are left are kneeling in 2 lines in front of the fire with our hands behind our heads. A handful of men are standing guard with drawn swords, poised to run us through at the first sign of uprising. Somewhere behind the tents, there's a shout of protest, then a heavy silence. Then the big man comes from around the blue tent and hands his massive sword to one of his men. Firelight flickers on his blood-splattered cuirass as he holds us in his grim regard. He asks us who we are. His accent is pretty strange, but he's speaking in our tongue. We stare at him, then an older man named Offred speaks.
"Raiders from Lofoten,"
He says.
"from the town of Fegar." "Ah, Halogalanders. You're awfully far from home. You came all this way to prowl Swedish waters? Maybe I should take you to Uppsala and see what King Gitzer thinks of that."
He smirks as some of the crew mutter oaths and shake their heads. He points at Offred.
Is someone here the skipper?"
"You killed our skipper," I say bitterly. I'm at the very end of the back row, and he leans to the side so he can see me. He stares at me, blankly, apparently neither surprised nor impressed to find a woman among the crew.
"I see. Well, I've no fondness for cruelty, so I'll give you each a choice. My name is Sigurd. I am the Prince of Sentin, a small Frankish province on the Rhine River. You can either become my slaves and spend the rest of your lives working in the manure pits and unclogging the sewer. Or, if you do not wish to dishonor yourselves with the shame of thraldom, I offer you a swift death."
He points again at Offred.
"We'll start with you. What do you choose?"
Offred stands, scowling, and looks around at us, then back to Sigurd.
"This last winter my first grandchild was born,"
He says.
"a girl. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I came on this raid for her. I hoped to bring back riches and stories of my brave deeds to make her proud of her line."
He clenches his fists.
"How could I make her ashamed of me by becoming your slave? My name is Alfred Draflison, and I choose death." "Very well."
Sigurd holds out his arm, and the man holding his sword grunts with exertion as he awkwardly lumbers over with it, hurrying out of the way as Sigurd seizes it by the grip and raises it effortlessly over his head. He motions for Offred to come forward. Offred grits his teeth.
"Men of the Gellir,"
He snarls.
"it's been good to sail with you. Most of you."
He steels himself with 2 hissing breaths, then with a loud shout he sprints toward his doom. Sigurd's sword flashes in a silver crescent, and Offred joins our fallen crewmates. Plucking a handkerchief from his belt, Sigurd wipes a streak of blood from his cheek.
"Next."
A young man jumps to his feet. He's a year or 2 older than me. He's the young man I saw when I first entered Fegar, whose mother and sisters were sending him off, and whose father looked him firmly in the eyes as he put his axe into his hand. He always beats me at knucklebones.
"Mully Abjornsson,"
He cries.
"my father would die of shame if he knew that I became your thrall."
He screams at the top of his lungs, dashes headlong at Sigurd, and makes his family proud. The next man stands up, shouts his name, and chooses death as well. Beside me, Kimby starts to shake. He's doing his best not to weep with fear. I squeeze his hand as one by one our shipmates bravely meet their ends. The men of the front row have all rushed to their deaths, and finally, Sigurd is on to the 9 of us who remain. I'm going to be the very last. Kimby will be first, and then me. Gods, I wish I had been on the first row. It would have been better to get it over with. There's 6 of us left, then 5. Then the second man down from Kimby stands up. My stomach flips. Shuddering violently, I turn aside and puke into the sand.
"Be strong, Hervor,"
Kimby sobs, squeezing my hand tighter.
"It'll be over soon.
The Valkyries will come for us and carry us to the next world.
Let's show the gods how brave we are and be worthy of Valhalla."
The man before Kimby meets his fate
and 2 of Sigurd's men drag away his headless body. Kimbi looks at me, his eyes glistening.
I would have married you, Hervor.
Kimbi, wait! Kimbi lets go of my hand and stands up. His voice is high-strung and nervous.
My name is Kimbi Felgerson, and I choose to die with honor.
Kimbi! My heart burns with pride. My eyes well up with tears as Kimbi darts across the sand with a final shout, and then he's gone. I'm the only one left. Sigurd gestures for me to come forward like the others. I stand up. My knees are wobbling like I've just stepped on land after a long time out at sea. There's a nest of eels squirming in my stomach. My toes and fingertips are cold as ice. This is it. At the moment of my birth, the Norns ordained this to be the hour of my death. I've arrived at the end of my life. I'll die like the others, and be worthy of my father's line. But a thick serpent coils around my chest, squeezing the air out of my lungs as I try to speak. My name is Hervor. I gasp for air. I can't catch my breath. Hervor and... The rest comes out in this wheezing moan. I can't say it. I can't bring myself to say my father's name. Not when I've yet to claim his sword and carry on his legacy. I can't die here. Not like this. I won't. It's not my time. My knees give out, and I drop onto all fours, trembling, my tears dripping into the sand. I suck in big gulps of air as the serpent releases me, and at last I'm able to speak. My name is Hervor, and I choose to become your slave.
Chapter 12. Uppsala, Sweden. Sigurd gallops his fingers on the gunwale as the city drifts into view around the river bend. It's a clean city, built on a wide green plain, surrounded by farms and clusters of trees ablaze with the colors of fall. Ships are moored all along the east bank of the river, fishing boats full of nets and line, merchant vessels, and sleek Swedish warships. There are many idols along the quay, enormous blood-stained gods carved of wood, standing guard over the river. As they prepare to dock, a man shouts to them and directs the skipper to an empty mooring in the shadow of Tyr's likeness. It's been nearly 3 days since they were attacked by the Halagolanders in the night. In that time, they've sailed around the southern coast of Sweden, stopping briefly in the major port city of Agnafit to hire a Swedish pilot who could guide them through the complex fjords of Lake Mälaren, and rode north up the Fyris River to the place of the King of Sweden's hall, the city of Uppsala. Sigurd takes a deep breath, going over what he's going to say when he goes before the king's high table. The relationship between Sweden and Burgundy is one of friction, with Gunther sending too many pushy envoys to recruit Sweden to help them against the Romans. The last envoy had returned to Worms with his head in a basket. The Swedes like the Franks a little better than their Burgundian allies, or at least they like to trade with them. Frankish steel is considered to be among the highest quality on earth, eagerly sought after by any warlike kingdom. Sigurd, however, is widely known for his friendship with Gunther, and is somewhat concerned with the message his arrival will send. He does not expect a warm welcome. As the crew moor the ship and the pilot introduces them to the Swedes on the quay, Sigurd glances afterward at the new slave girl lashed to the stringer. She glares back at him with her fierce blue eyes. That hateful gaze has been burning a hole in the back of his head since the moment he took her into captivity. She's hardly spoken a word aside from, "I need to piss," or "I need to shit." She's refused to eat or even drink until the morning of the second day, when at last she accepted a piece of bread from one of the men and hungrily tore into it and demanded a drink of water from his skin. She might have chosen slavery over death, but he can see this Hervor woman is far too proud and stubborn to ever make a good thrall. He'll never live in peace again if he takes her back to his castle to be his serving girl. She would be more valuable as a bed slave. Even after cutting off her braid and putting an iron cuff around her neck, her beauty outshines that of the late Queen Rowena, and even rivals that of Brunhilde, who is generally considered by everyone to be the most gorgeous woman in Europe. The girl must be from a noble, if not royal, lineage. Not that it matters now.
she'll spend the rest of her life between some lucky fellow's bedsheets. He's thought about giving her to Gunther, but with the way she's glaring at him now, perhaps that isn't such a good idea. He doesn't need another woman trying to murder his friend the second he turns his back. It seems like a tremendous waste, but the smartest thing is to give her to King Gitzer, though he wonders if it wouldn't be more merciful to snap her neck. Sigurd steps out of the longship. He clasps hands with the Swedes on the quay, then orders that Hervor be cut loose and brought up from the ship.
"This is Uppsala,"
He says, as his men shove her up onto the deck beside him.
"the capital of Sweden."
"I know it is," she snarls. It's the first response he's gotten from her yet.
"I'm giving you to King Gitzer after all. You'll be his bed slave, or whatever pleases him."
She glares up at him, but behind the smoldering defiance, her blue eyes are full of fear. "You said you're not too fond of cruelty."
"Prince Sigurd,"
says the Swedish pilot.
"here comes the king."
Word of their arrival has reached the hall, and King Gitzer is making his way down toward the dock with an entourage of blonde-bearded huskarls. He cocks his head as he peers curiously at Sigurd and the Frankish crew. He is a clean, slender man of particular hygiene. His blonde hair and beard are neatly trimmed, his fine garb newly washed and without even the smallest rip or stain. There is a refreshing scent about him, perhaps mint or pine. Next to Sigurd, Hervor breathes an oath as he comes nearer, and hangs her head, suddenly casting off her stubborn arrogance and assuming the timid compliance of a humble thrall maiden, evidently not wishing to draw the attention of the Swedish king. Gitzer smiles and reaches for Sigurd's hands.
"Welcome to Uppsala,"
he says with his musical Nordic accent.
"You must be Prince Sigurd. When I heard, gods, you're big. Isn't he big? He's enormous."
"He is
very large indeed,"
answers one of the huskarls.
"Those poor Roman legionnaires,"
says Gitzer.
"You Germans must be pulverizing them."
Sigurd is about to explain that the only pulverizing that's taken place recently has been in the form of intense negotiations following the sudden surge of pro-Germanic military forces due to the marriage of Gunther and Brunhilde and the subsequent alliance of their kingdoms, but he decides not to get into it.
"We do all right,"
he says with a shrug.
"Well, you must be hungry,"
says the king.
"and I know you've traveled far. Come. The least I can do is offer you food and drink before I send you back to Gunther."
He turns back toward the hall, then pauses, peering inquisitively at Sigurd over his shoulder.
"I am correct in assuming that Gunther sent you?" "Yes. I mean, no. Well, sort of."
Sigurd clears his throat as he and the crew follow the king and his huskarls toward the hall.
"What I mean to say is, I am here because of Gunther, but I can assure you it's got nothing to do with helping us against Stilicho and the Romans. I'm actually just—"
"Oh, that is a relief," says Gitzer, his face brightening.
"I'm afraid I was quite annoyed when I heard you'd come to Uppsala. I thought to myself, Loki's children. How many heads do I have to chop off before these idiots realize we're not interested? Gods, we'll be running out of baskets pretty soon here in Uppsala."
He laughs, patting Sigurd on the chest.
"I'm just joking, Sigurd. Just joking. You know I can't wait to find out what you're really doing here. Tell me, did Gunther like my wedding gift?" "Wedding gift? Remind me what it was again."
"Perfume from the Far East, made from the yellow flower of the Kananga tree.
A sensual fragrance which incites the body to eroticism."
To his shame, Sigurd thinks of the sweet scent of Brunhilde's hair and body that had so intoxicated him, exciting him to deeper passions as he plunged into the throes of adultery. He quickly shoos the thought out of his mind.
"I didn't watch him open the presents,"
he says.
"Well, there was a man who dwelt in Sweden for a time,"
says Gitzer.
"a friend of my father's, and a great champion. He had giant's blood like you. Arrow-Odd the Wide-Wandered, we called him. Perhaps you've heard of him." "I have, yes." "There is no place on earth he hasn't walked or sailed. He was the most interesting person to ever come to Uppsala. He brought that perfume from a perilous land of volcanoes and poisonous snakes, where the brown-skinned men who live there consider the choicest meat to be human flesh. The princess of the village where he and his crew were staying was captured by a rival tribe and carried off into the mountains. Her people believed she had been taken to her doom and had already begun to mourn her loss. But Aroad, compassionate hero that he was, snatched up his club and bow and dashed after her into the jungle. At dawn the next morning, he brought the girl back. The chieftain offered him the girl's hand in marriage, but not wanting to take her so far from her family and native land, he declined, even though she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Instead, he accepted the girl's dowry, 12 jars of sacred perfume, a gift he could not refuse for risk of severely offending the girl's people. Barely listening, Sigurd is busy taking note of the frequent temples and the wooden idols lining every street and perched by every doorstep. He'd heard they were serious about the gods in Uppsala, but I'll have to tell Gunther that story when I see him next,
he says quickly.
I'm sure he'll be very flattered. I tell you, Sigurd,
says Gitzer as they near the hall,
I do not care much for its smell. When our champion, Hjalmar the Great-Hearted, fell on Samsa Island, Aroad, who loved Hjalmar more than his own son, used a jar of that perfume to prepare his body for the grave. And when my sister could not bear her grief and chose to die with Hjalmar, Aroad gave my father and I another jar for her. And again, a few years later, when my father was killed over a woman's stupidity, I smelt the yellow flower of the Kananga tree. Its scent, to me, is the scent of death. At the hall, a 12-foot Thor and Balder guard either side of the way in. There's a bowl of blood on a stand between them, and Gitzer flicks a little blood onto the beards of the idols as he leads them inside. Sigurd reluctantly imitates this action and nods for the others to do the same. There is a roaring fire in the hall and a row of tables in front of it. Gitzer gestures for them to sit and stands by the hearth as male servants bring out a meal for Sigurd and his crew. He shivers in the crisp fall air and holds his hands over the glowing heat. It's starting to get colder, he says. It won't be long until it's snowing. Sigurd tears the flesh off a turkey leg with his teeth and washes it down with a horn full of mead, then holds out the horn for Hervor to fill again. She glares at him, but reaches for the flagon in the middle of the table. She pours too much, and Sigurd swears as mead spills over the rim.
Sorry, Lord, she whispers.
Gitzer shakes his head. New thrall? Very new. She's quite beautiful. I'm surprised you haven't made her a bed slave. It's been tempting, but I was thinking of giving her to you. What do you think? Do you like her?
Gitzer watches her without interest as she fills another man's horn, hissing an apology as she splashes mead all over his hand, causing him to shout. He stares back into the crackling fireplace.
Ultimately, Sigurd, that depends on why you're here.
Sigurd's heart jumps into his throat. His mind scrambles for the words he's been rehearsing over and over. He puts down the turkey leg and wipes his face on his sleeve.
There is, a very delicate matter that involves...
He clears his throat.
As the King of Sweden...
He pauses, pressing his fingertips together.
You see, Gunther has come up with a plan that will win us much fame and potentially bring many new allies to our cause.
Gitzer rolls his eyes.
I'll be needing your permission to travel through Sweden. You don't need my permission for that. But if I find out you've been bothering my jarls with talk about the Romans, I'm afraid I'll have to ship you back to Xanten with your head in a basket,
he says pleasantly.
No, I assure you, I'm not here to do that.
Gitzer whirls around.
So why are you here, Sigurd?
He comes toward him, the silver rings on his fingers grinding against the wood as he leans in over the table with his fist.
What are you going to do in my lands? What is so important that you need to come ask my permission first,
Sigurd leans away, startled by this sudden aggression.
I, need to go to Lake Storsen.
Gitzer's face darkens.
Lake Storsen? Gunther is sending you to Lake Storsen? He's out of his mind. You are out of your mind. This friend of yours is going to get you killed. So I have your permission, then? Absolutely not. It is out of the question. That creature, You have no idea the kind of trouble you would cause for the people of the lake. You cannot even imagine the terror in which they live. Then let me free them from their oppression. No, it is impossible. The creature cannot be killed. It can be killed. With Balmung.
Gietzer's face contorts with anger as he looks to the immense weapon leaned against the table.
Sigurd, you've asked for my permission. I've given you my answer. I forbid you to go to Lake Storsen. You and your crew will spend the night in my hall, and in the morning you will return to Xanten. Sigurd's heart thumps. It's the moment he's been anticipating. He rises suddenly from the table, causing Gietzer to step back, and his huskarls to reach for their blades. You should be ashamed of yourself. What sort of weakling king are you, that you can sit here in your nice warm hall, doing nothing, while your people have lived in fear for generation upon generation? Gunther and I have fought our entire lives to throw off the tyranny of the Roman Empire. Together, we've waded through the tide of countless battles. We've faced death in every form. Our lives have been an endless struggle of treachery and war. What have you done, Gietzer? Where are your brave deeds? I say you're not a man.
Gietzer's eyes flash with anger, but he draws in his breath and grins deviously.
Did you write that little speech on the way here?
Heat rises in Sigurd's cheeks.
No.
He lies.
That was all, off the cuff.
Gietzer chuckles.
Is that so? And what? You think you can force me into a duel by offending my honor? My family was destroyed by that kind of stupidity. Berserkers coming into this hall, demanding whatever they wanted from my father, using all kinds of foul language and insults, while addressing the king, going so far as to ask for my sister, Ingeborg. Gods. Sigurd, can you actually imagine handing your 17-year-old daughter over to 12 mindless criminals just because one of them used the A word? Not really. I tell you what, I thought I was angry. I thought I had courage in my heart. Then I saw Hjalmar get up and walk right up to Angantyr Angrensen, the filthiest, most bloodthirsty savage ever to drool on the floor of my father's hall. I mean, he got right in his face. I tell you, any other man would have shuddered and shrunk away from the heavy aura of that man's presence. But Hjalmar the Great-Hearted dared to look that beast in the eye, and called him and all his brothers to the Hjolm. We had a champion then, who would have answered your insult with steel, and I do not doubt he would have killed you, even with Balmung and your giant strength.
Gietzer holds his hands out helplessly.
But we have no heroes left like that. Sigurd, there is no man in Sweden who can withstand you. Of course, I cannot allow this stain upon my honor, so unless you take back what you said, I will take you to the Hjolm. You'll chop me in half, I'm certain, and you'll continue on to Lake Storsen. You'll die horrifically trying to carry out Gunther's foolish errand, either in the Serpent's acid breath, or at the hands of the people of Frey's Island, who, when they discover that a foreign prince has come to incite the wrath of their god, for in their terror they worship the creature as a deity who to them is far more imminent and powerful than Freyr or Balder, will descend upon you in a zealous mob and skin you alive out in the wild. In the meantime, a new king will be chosen in my place from among my jarls. By then, word will have spread that you murdered me by forcing me into a duel no man could win. There are some who will rejoice, but many, I'm thinking particularly of King Roar of the Danes and Queen Sifka of the Russ, who I am to understand just lost 2 of her sons to a violent altercation with a foreigner, will see the truth of the affair. That Gunther was so eager to recruit more allies to his cause that he sent you, his bulldog, to try and strong-arm me into joining you, and when I refused, you killed me in a Hjolmgang. I don't think I need to tell you that the consequences of this would be disastrous. On the one hand, it would make you look desperate, like your campaign isn't going well. On the other, it would offend the other northern rulers who aren't interested in being pushed around by you and Gunther. Your economy would suffer. Allies would be less likely to join you, or worse, would be more likely to betray you when you're counting on them most. You'd be lucky if you didn't have another war on your hands. But, says Geetzer, I know you're not some dumb brute like Angantyr and his brothers who used to go around extorting kings. You're just very passionate about your cause and got carried away. I know you didn't really mean what you said. Sigurd looks glumly down at his plate. You're right, he says. I take it back. Geetzer yawns and stretches his arms over his head. Well, if that's settled, I think it's time for an afternoon nap. Sigurd clenches his fist, wondering if he shouldn't just set a course for Lake Storsen without Geetzer's permission, but he's sure he'd find out, and there'd be more trouble with the Swedes. Besides, he needs the king's blessing to sway the lake folk to his cause. It'd be better if he came along. Gah! If only Gunther were here. If there was one man who could talk anybody into doing the last thing they wanted, it was Gunther. But how would he do it? What words would he say? But, as he strains to set the wheels of his mind in motion, Sigurd looks up at the wooden likeness of Odin, looming grimly over the hall from behind the high table. An image flashes suddenly before his eyes. Gunther, instead of him, standing at the prow as the Valkyrie drifts into the Uppsala harbor, arching his brow at the sight of the enormous gods along the quay. Gunther following Geetzer to his hall, twisting his mustache as he observes the many idols perched along every street and outside every doorstep. Gunther grinning deviously as Geetzer flicks the wand of blood into the beards of Thor and Balder. There's still a card he hasn't played. What if I told you, he says as Geetzer turns to leave, that Princess Gertrud witnessed my triumph in a dream? Oh, now what are you talking about? I'm talking about a vision from the gods. Something, perhaps fear, flashes in Geetzer's eyes, and the huskarls standing along the wall whisper to each other in superstitious reverence. I'll have you know, Geetzer says darkly, that we take that kind of proclamation very seriously in Uppsala. It's one thing to recant an insult that was spoken too hastily, but to speak presumptuously about a vision from the gods, that's another matter entirely. I'm sure you've heard of Gertrud's reputation for seeing the future. Yes, and I've also heard that she worships her mother's strange gods. Well, I've heard that this Aroad you speak of prays to Jesus Christ, and yet you praise him as one of the greatest heroes to ever grace your hall. Geetzer pauses, his eyes shifting over the flames. Fair enough, he says. What did Gertrud see? Me, crouching in a trench, thrusting Balmung through the creature's heart as it slithered overhead. She said she saw me drenched in the serpent's blood. She also said I dare not attempt the feat alone. There will be another with me who will lure Fafnir into the trap. Geetzer laughs. Lure Fafnir? And which one of these unlucky fools will have that job? Actually, says Sigurd, such a task is best left to the bravery of kings. At this, Geetzer turns pale and taps his fingers against his thigh. Why should it be me who helps you? Why would you trust the deed to another when our victory has been ordained? Geetzer, when we strike the creature to its doom, they will sing of our triumph for 1,000 years. 1,000 years! We would be the most famous men on earth. Geetzer swallows, glancing at his huskarls, all of whom are staring at him with grim pride. And what of the serpent's treasure? And there it is. He has him now. It is Swedish gold, he says. You can have it all. Gunther asked only that I return with Fafnir's head and his magic ring. Although, I'd like to take 1 shipful of treasure for myself. 1 shipful of treasure won't be missed, but Fafnir's ring is worth more than all the treasure combined. It should be an heirloom passed from one Swedish king to the next. If it's worth so much, then why have you left it sitting in Fafnir's lair for the last 1,000 years? Geetzer grinds his teeth. You're being greedy, says Sigurd. You wouldn't care about it at all if I wasn't proposing we go and get it. You'll still be wealthier than the Roman emperor.
Geetzer looks back into the fire with a hiss.
Fine, fine. You'll do it? Really? Yes, I'll take you to Lake Storsen and help you kill the serpent. Sigurd's men cry out in joy as they raise their horns, and the Swedish huskarls nod proudly in approval of their king. Smiling, Sigurd pours a horn of mead for Geetzer and puts it in his hand. Then let us drink. Let us drink to our triumph and to the friendship that our quest will inevitably forge. Skål, says Geetzer, clinking his horn against Sigurd's. The two men drink, and Geetzer looks to where Hervor the thrall maiden is filling up men's horns again. You know, he says, I think I would like to take the girl. I'll bring her along to Frey's Island and bless our mission with a sacrifice to the gods.
Chapter 13. Indalsolven, Sweden. Hervor. If I knew this Sigurd fellow was going to hand me over to King Geetzer, I would have chosen to die back on the beach. And yet, here I am, Geetzer's slave girl to do with as he pleases. Fortunately, he won't let anyone touch me. But that's all going to change when we reach Lake Storsen. I know what happens to a thrall woman before she's sacrificed. My every thought is of escape. Each time we stop for the night, each time the Swedes unchain me from the stringer, I'm waiting for an opportunity. So far, my best chance is when they're making camp. At dusk, Geetzer's ships will moor along the riverbank, and one of his huskarls will bring me ashore and chain me to a tree until morning. This happens consistently, in the same way, every night, and I've been waiting for the perfect chance. There are only a few seconds when the man is vulnerable, when he's holding my wrist in one hand and reaching for the chain around the tree. The light is dim, and with any luck, he'll have had some mead. That's when I'll strike. I'll tear suddenly from his grasp, twirl around the tree trunk, and smash his head in with my shackles. Then I'll get his sword, dart off into the woods, and make my way to Samsa Island. Or, if they cut off my escape and surround me, I'll meet my death on a heap of Swedish corpses. Tonight I'm going to do it. Escape or die. The river is becoming a golden serpent, and as the men dip their oars into the blazing waters, my heart is pounding. Any moment now, Geetzer will have his skipper take us ashore for the night. Very soon, my chance will come. I shut my eyes as I prepare. Golveg, mother, accept the blood I am about to spill as an oblation. At the prow of the ship, someone blows a horn, the signal for the other ships to pull ashore. I open my eyes, my heart throbbing the way it did as we'd row into battle with the Finns. I gaze coolly at my Swedish captors. Which one of them will it be? I fill my lungs with a deep breath and slowly sigh it out again. I'm ready. But the skipper doesn't take us in. The men are still rowing strong. Then the man at the prow sounds his horn a second time. I've waited too long. I thought we'd have another day at least. But as we round a bend in the river, the Indalsolven widens, opening up like a serpent's jaws to engulf a prey much larger than itself. The gold streak-watered course branches off, diverting around a black shore. Frey's Island, I hear one of the Swedes say, and my heart sinks into my stomach as I see the vast lake spreading out behind it. We've arrived at Lake Storsen. There'll be no escaping for me now. Squinting in the twilight, I can see docks along the shore of the island, and along the mainland where ships and boats are berthed. And upon the island through the trees, I can see high-peaked rooftops and tendrils of smoke rising from chimneys. There's a strong ring fort built on the high ground above the village. There are guard towers, too, overlooking the lake, watching over the skiffs and fishing boats out on the pink water. The surface is still and tranquil, and I can see the ripples where fish are snapping at the flies. There's a glint of silver as a line is cast in the setting sun. The man at the prow sounds his horn again. This time, he's answered by a horn blast from the shore. Geetzer stands up from where he's been sitting, wrapped in a blanket, and joins him at the prow. People are coming out of the hull and frozen houses, smiths and barns, gathering on the dock to see who's come.
They part to let their chieftain through, a gray-bearded man, richly clad in dyed wool cloth and a cloak of fur. With him comes a woman, and the sight of her causes me to shudder. Her cloak is the bluish-black of a raven's wings, set with glass beads and many stones. She has a lambskin shawl around her shoulders, from which 9 cattails dangle. In her hand she holds a staff which, like her cloak, is set with stones. Her blonde hair is streaked with silver. Her cold eyes are glossy and far-gazing. She is a vulva witch, a seeress. It is she who performs the village sacrifices, and in the morning it will be she who reddens the altar with my blood. With a smile, Geetzer raises his hand in greeting as we pull up along the quay.
People of Frey's Island, I am Geetzer Ingvarsson, your king. What say the gods? Gods are wondering what brings the king of Sweden out to the forsaken wilderness of Lake Storsund,
says the chieftain. He grins as Geetzer steps up onto the dock, and the 2 men clasp hands.
Welcome, king.
The chieftain shouts over his shoulder for a meal to be prepared for Geetzer and his men, but as the other ships find moorings, the seeress hisses like an angry cat, her eyes flaring wide as she points with her long-nailed finger at the Frankish longship drifting into an empty berth.
What is this? Geetzer? No, no, my king.
Sigurd halts in mid-movement with one foot on the quay, glancing awkwardly between Geetzer and the chieftain. The seeress advances toward him, hissing and waving him back with broad strokes of her arm.
You?
She cries.
I know why you have come, Sigurd Sigmundsson.
You do?
Says Sigurd.
I can see into your heart. You mean to slay the serpent.
There are some groans from the gathered crowd. Men shake their head in objection. Women cover their mouths and pull their children close. The chieftain looks at Geetzer, aghast.
Is this true?
Geetzer hangs his head and fidgets nervously with the laces of his tunic.
It is true, yes,
he says quietly.
We have come to liberate you from the evil which oppresses you. Oh, is that right? And just how do you intend to accomplish this? It is impossible. Thor himself could not strike the creature down. You blaspheme the gods,
Geetzer says faintly, still not looking up.
You have not seen what I have seen.
Sigurd steps onto the dock with his big sword, and I have to crane my neck to look at him as he addresses the chieftain and the people. He looks like he's about to vomit. His knees are wobbling like a newborn foal.
I can see that all of you are afraid,
he says.
You have lived too long under Fafnir's shadow, but your king and I do not come bringing terror, but hope.
I've heard him rehearsing it over and over again at the prow of the ship and in the camp. Frankly, it was more convincing hearing him whisper it anxiously to himself. Then he does something I haven't seen him practice before. Flips his giant sword from his sheepskin sheath. Black hate coils in my guts as I look on the blade which cut down my crewmates. He holds it up in the setting sun. He's mustered a bit more confidence now, but his voice is still shaking.
Behold, Balmung, the sword of the gods. It is so sharp it can cut through anything on earth. Steel, stone, even Fafnir's impenetrable scales. I tell you, with this sword, I will unseam the serpent's belly and gut him like a fish.
You see?
Cries the seeress, turning to the crowd.
People of Frey, how many of your sons and daughters have died screaming under my knife to stay the font of wrath this foreign prince means to set upon you? Will you allow these men to incite the anger of your god? Will you pay with your children for their ignorance? Rise up and seize these—
Astrid,
says the chieftain, silencing her with an outstretched hand.
There's no need for that.
Geetzer scowls at the seeress in disgust. Sigurd looks like he's going to snap her neck. I hope he does. I don't like this Astrid woman, and I'm sick to my stomach at the thought of dying at her hands. The chieftain turns to Geetzer.
I know you to be a reasonable man, my king. You know that Fafnir dwells in a poisoned valley, filled with a noxious vapor. What use is a sword, even a giant sword that might cut at the serpent's flesh, if your lungs will bubble up and burst before you get within 2 miles of his lair? And if, somehow, you did manage to confront the creature, if he breathes on you directly, your flesh will be fizzled from your bones. So tell me, Geetzer, what has this fellow said that could possibly lead you to have faith in his triumph? The princess he's betrothed to, she's a sort of mystic, and has dreamed of our victory in a vision from the gods.
It's pretty clear it sounds as ridiculous to Geetzer as it does to everyone else. The chieftain chuckles and pats Geetzer on the back, nodding at the seeress.
I do not know what gods your princess prays to,
Astrid says, reaching into her cloak and loosening the pouch from her belt.
but I will show you what fate the Norns have written.
She scatters her talismans on the dock, mumbling to herself as she looks over the rune-burned wood chips, flipping over the odd piece that's fallen on its side.
Death?
She cries, startling us all.
Do you see, my king? Do you see what the runes say? Your quest will end in death.
I have a little snicker to myself, because I've seen this sort of trick before. A traveling Volva witch came to Ofotfjord and did a reading for my grandfather. She told him he would fall upon hard times and that within the next year his treasury would be empty. When he asked her what he must do to prevent this fate, the woman showed him a wooden idol she'd whittled. She said she'd imbued it with satyr magic, that it would bring him luck, and if he hid it in his treasury, it would never be empty. In return, she asked for a bride's price in silver. My grandfather agreed, for the witch had fooled him. However, when my mother heard, she was furious and stormed up to my grandfather's hall. She explained that if he hid the idol in his treasury, of course it would never be empty. The idol would be in it. She had tricked him into giving her 3 months' wages for a worthless stick carving. The woman had already left, but Asger went out with the Huskarls to track her down. By sunset, he dragged her back before my grandfather, who tore out her tongue and had her hanged as a liar and thief. He told me to always be wary of Volva women who are eager to read runes and speak in prophecies. This Astrid woman's playing the same kind of game. Of course Sigurd's quest will end in death. Any idiot could speak that kind of prophecy. But whether it will be Sigurd and Geetzer who meet their deaths, or the serpent Fafnir, only the Norns can tell. However, she has everyone deceived. Even the Frankish crew looks unsettled by what's written in the runes. Geetzer gnaws on his finger, staring at the seeress and her talismans. Then he looks at Sigurd and shakes his head. Sigurd is crestfallen. I, however, am deeply relieved they'll no longer be making a sacrifice to bless their mission. With any luck, they'll take me back to Uppsala, and I'll have more opportunities to escape.
Come,
says the chieftain.
we are preparing a feast for you and your men. Let us eat and drink and think about other things.
Not so fast,
says Astrid, holding up a crooked finger.
You've come in force, far out into the wild with these foreign men. That shows me that you truly were intending to face the creature. King Geetzer, your heart is too easily swayed by brave and foolish talk. One of your number must die, that you might know the cost of your ignorance.
Geetzer nods, and Sigurd turns away, swearing and throwing up his hands in disbelief.
I come bringing a sacrifice,
Geetzer says. He and all of Frey's Island look in my direction.
She'll do,
says Astrid. Hell and Loki! Rough hands seize me and lift me from the ship, and as Sigurd and Geetzer go up to the hall with the chieftain, a pair of Swedes drag me along behind them. They chain me up to a wooden post outside the hall, but on the way we pass a great stone overlooking the lake. It's round and smooth, and there's a wide space around it for many people to gather. It's covered in rune carvings, and it's blotched with dark stains the rain couldn't wash. It's the altar to the god Frey.
Chapter 14. Frey's Island, Sweden.
I thought we had an agreement,
Sigurd whispers as he sits down next to Geetzer at the high table. Geetzer clenches his fist next to his plate.
Sigurd, I just don't see what's changed. A seeress just read my fate in the runes, that's what. Oh, come on. That Volva woman, how do you know what she sees in the runes? She can say whatever she wants, and everyone will believe her. You blaspheme the gods. Am I? I'm just saying we don't really know. It's obvious she's prospering here. She has the whole village in her clutches of terror. If we kill Fafnir, she'll lose all her influence. How can anyone trust her if her own interests are hanging on what she prophesies? Sigurd, that is a monstrous accusation.
On the other side of Geetzer, the chieftain leans out over his plate.
Astrid plays a vital role in the protection of Frey's Island,
He says,
If it were not for her prophecies and the sacrifices she offers, we would not be able to fish or take our boats out on the lake. Without her, we would live in constant fear of the Serpent. It sounds to me like you do live in constant fear, considering you sacrifice your children to the creature. Nothing in life is free, Prince Sigurd.
Sigurd nods at the man's daughters sitting further down the table.
What about them? What happens when Astrid chooses one of them to be the Serpent's meal?
The chieftain's face darkens.
I'll have you know,
He says,
that my girls once had a sister and a mother.
Sigurd's heart sinks.
Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I think you did.
Enough of this, says Geetzer.
We are leaving in the morning, Sigurd. I don't want to hear another word about Fafnir, the Lake Serpent. The matter is settled. It's not going to happen.
Sigurd glares at where Astrid is sitting at one of the low tables among the Swedish crewmen, eating a plate of roasted goat hearts. She meets his gaze with a smug look, making a show of sucking the grease from her long-nailed finger. The iron band tightens around his skull. He'd like to flatten her head into a pancake. Because of her, his quest is ruined, as are his chances of repairing his friendship with Gunther and his engagement to Gertrud. He gets up from the table.
I'm going out for some air,
He says.
I have a headache.
As Sigurd leaves, the chieftain leans in toward Geetzer.
Should we have someone keep an eye on him? I don't think that will be necessary. He told me how he planned to kill the Serpent. His scheme requires 2 men. After your Volva's rune casting, who would be stupid enough to help him with such a foolish errand?
Sigurd steps out into the dark. Behind him, orange light spills from the hall with the warmth of fires and the cacophony of voices. It's a cold night. He shudders in the freezing air, rubbing his hands together and folding his big arms across his chest. His breath shimmers in the moonlight, and he looks out at the reflection of the moon and stars glimmering in the still waters of the lake. There's the quiet rattling of chains as that Hervor woman straightens herself up against the post. She stares at him, shivering, her blue eyes as sharp as the cold night air. Sigurd. He ignores her and looks back to the lake. Prince Sigurd. He rolls his eyes.
I'll have someone bring you a blanket when I go back inside.
I don't want a blanket.
Suit yourself.
He turns to go back into the hall.
Sigurd, wait! Wait! I want to talk to you.
I think it's King Geetzer you want,
Says Sigurd.
and if you ask me, there isn't much you can do that will get you out of tomorrow morning.
It's Geetzer I want to talk to you about,
She says.
He promised to help you slay the lake serpent, but now that he's here, and that seeress cast her runes against it, he's backing out, isn't he?
And just what has that to do with you?
I'll help you slay the serpent in his place.
Everyone here is too afraid to help me now that that woman cast her runes. Even my own men. Why don't you fear her prophecy of death?
Hervor smirks.
I've seen that sort of woman swinging from a tree for telling crooked fortunes. I don't have much faith in what some witch tells me. What I do know is if I stay chained up to this post,
I'm dead for sure. If I help you, at least there's a chance I won't be killed. And if we are successful, my brave deeds would wash off the stain that thraldom has left on my honor.
You willingly chose to become my thrall when you could have died in honor with your friends. What makes you think you can redeem yourself?
Many people already know my name, but not very many people will know I was your thrall. They'll hear about how you and I slew the creature, and our fame will spread. No one will know I was your slave girl for a couple days. If they do hear of it, they'll attribute it to rumor.
And just who are you that people know your name?
Her blue eyes glow fiercely from the dark. The Princess of Lofoten, Hervor Angantir's daughter.
Are you serious? Geetzer will have you up by the ankles. You'll wish he sacrificed you.
She scowls. Then you better not tell him if you want my help. He looks around uneasily. There must be someone else he can find. If he sets her free, and Geetzer learns her identity, it could very well start a war. But then, he might be starting one anyway. He blows into his cold hands and rubs them together. Well, she says impatiently, what'll it be? He draws in a deep breath and glances around again to be sure no one's watching.
All right,
he whispers.
Help me, and you'll have your freedom.
She chuckles. I want more than just my freedom, Sigurd.
What else do you want?
Passage to Denmark, to Samsa Island. He cringes, pulling his hand over his head.
I suppose we could make a quick detour.
And I want you to mention my name whenever you boast about how you killed the Serpent.
Easy enough.
And I want a ship full of Fafnir's treasure.
You can't have a ship full of treasure.
Then a wagon full.
How about as much loot as you can carry in a bucket?
My own weight in gold. Sigurd grits his teeth.
Fine, fine.
Swear to me in Odin's name. Sigurd sighs and covers one eye with his hand.
I swear before the one-eyed god that if you help me kill Fafnir the lake serpent, I'll do everything you just said.
Hervor grins. Then I'm your woman. Leave me for now, and come back when everyone's asleep. Make sure you have the key for these chains, and by the jaws of Fenrir, you better have a way to get this slave collar off my neck.
Trust me,
he says, cracking his knuckles as he heads back into the glowing hall.
I don't need a key.
Chapter 15. Lake Storsund, Sweden. Hervor. By midnight, we're halfway across the lake. The wind has picked up, and it's freezing out here on the water. Rowing keeps me warm, but my hands are red and raw from the cold. And the water's pretty choppy. The lake is fighting against me, making our little skiff pitch and roll all over the place. And my hair keeps flapping around, whipping me in the face and mouth. I wish Sigurd hadn't cut my braid off. He's sitting in the stern across from me, glancing over his shoulder at the tiny fires flickering on the island far behind us. He's all worried because I crept up into the watchtowers and made sure no one would see us sneaking off across the lake.
I really wish you hadn't killed those men,
he says. There's too much moonlight. They would have spotted us.
I know, but you didn't need to kill them. You could have knocked them out and tied them up.
Listen to this idiot, thinking I'm going to sneak up behind a man who's twice my size and try to bash him over the head just hard enough to knock him out for several hours, but just lightly enough it doesn't scramble his brains. More likely I'd crack his skull or not hit him hard enough and have him whip around and thrust his knife into my guts. I'm not likely to get that right the first time, let alone 4 times in a row. It would have been too risky, I tell him, and besides, we would have been stealing. He gives me a confused look. This skiff, if I hadn't killed those men, we'd be stealing it instead of taking it as our rightful booty. That would be need.
What if the skiff doesn't belong to one of those watchmen?
I shrug. Then the man who owns it will wake up, see his boat's gone, and thank the gods it wasn't his turn to keep watch.
Loki, how much further?
Sigurd points past me to an arm branching off from the main body of the lake.
Up there.
I shake my head. I'm exhausted. I've been killing myself trying to get us across the windy lake. My back's on fire, my arms are about to fall off, and I'm so hungry I could eat a whale. That arm could go on for miles. I pull 3 deep strokes with the left oar to change our course and take us in. He nods. Well, how much farther until Fafnir's lair?
I'd say we're about halfway to the mouth of the Dammon River.
Halfway? That's it? And how much farther after that?
20 miles, roughly.
He keeps his face straight as he says it, too. It's no trouble for him, I guess. Rowing a skiff upstream for 20 miles? It might as well be 40 miles, or 60 if the current's strong. It would be less work to swim. We should have got something with a sail. You planning to take a turn? I ask. I'm wearing myself ragged.
Quiet,
He says.
Stop. Look there.
He points to a pair of boulders poking up from the water. I think nothing of it at first and wonder why he's pointing them out. Then I realize they're out in the middle of the lake where the water must be very deep.
It's the creature.
Whispers Sigurd.
His nostrils. He's lurking just below the surface, the rest of him drifting and coiling in the dark depths under the lake.
Go to hell. Those boulders are not the creature's nostrils. Playing games like that. Right before my eyes, the boulders sink into the water like the fins of 2 diving sharks. Both of us stare at where we saw them, neither of us daring to speak. A moment later, a rippling wave rocks our boat from side to side. Sigurd whispers,
I think he knows we're here.
My skin crawls. My white-knuckled hands are frozen to the oars. Cold tingles prick my fingertips. The giant snake is back, tightening around my chest, squeezing the air out of my lungs.
You, mentioned you wanted me to row.
I nod breathlessly. Sigurd frowns.
Are you all right? You're looking pretty pale.
I'm fine.
We'll need to switch places if you want me to take over. I can't row from back here.
I nod again and pull in the oars, sliding them under the seats. Steadying myself on the gunwale, I get up and step around the gear and weapons as I navigate toward the stern. Then Sigurd gets up too and tries to come up around me. Just wait until I get there. You're too heavy. He stumbles, throwing his whole weight to one side. The skiff rolls starboard and my heart stops as we nearly take on water. Shuddering, I sink to my knees with a gasp.
What's the matter with you?
He says, lumbering past me to the bow. You nearly capsized us, idiot. He shrugs and reaches for the oars.
We didn't capsize. Look at you. You're trembling like a leaf, you're so scared.
I'm not scared.
Yes, you are. You're terrified. You don't like being on the lake with the creature swimming underneath us.
No, I don't. And I especially hate the idea of falling out into this black water with that thing around. Gods! Sigurd pulls the oars into his chest.
I can't say I'd be very fond of that either. But remember, the people of Frey's Island offer an annual sacrifice. In return, Fafnir does not harm them on the lake. We'll be safe from him until we reach his territory, and when we're there, we'll be facing him on land.
I feel another chill as more ripples rock the boat, and Sigurd looks over his shoulder, up the arm of the lake.
He must be heading back to his lair,
He says.
Fafnir is nocturnal. He'll sleep all day and come back out at sundown tomorrow.
I breathe a deep sigh of relief.
If you can,
Says Sigurd.
you should try and get some sleep. You'll need your strength.
I take his advice and wrap my cloak tighter around my shoulders and sit back against the stern. But as I close my eyes, I'm swallowed up in black, boiling water.
Chapter 16. Frey's Island, Sweden. Geetzer looks out over the lake with his hands on his hips. The island folk are gathered around, their faces grim as they watch the men bringing the bodies down from the watchtowers. Somewhere, a woman sobs. The chieftain appears at his shoulder.
They've taken a skiff.
He says, his voice laced with hostility and accusation.
It's as we feared. Astrid has already begun drawing lots for sacrifices. As we speak, my crew is readying my ship to go after them,
says Geetzer.
Perhaps we can stop them before they reach the Serpent's lands. Will you come with me? I will. I'll go fetch my helm and sword.
But as the chieftain leaves his side to go up to the hall, he turns pale as bone, and a wail escapes his lips. Geetzer whirls about. At the top of the hill, Astrid and several huskarls are leading the chieftain's daughters out of the hall. Astrid points at the chieftain.
"Lord,"
she shouts,
"you welcomed the Frankish prince to our island. You brought him to the high table and let him feast at your right hand. Now he has betrayed us. Your guest has betrayed us. Therefore it must be your blood that appeases the serpent's wrath."
Geetzer glances hurriedly between them.
Put the girls on my ship,
he says.
We're going after them. If you must offer sacrifices, you can do it at the edge of the creature's realm.
Astrid raises her chin.
"As you wish, my king."
Trembling, the chieftain covers his hand with his mouth. Geetzer grasps his arm and says to him in a low voice,
Fetch your sword and helm. I'll see no harm comes to your girls while they're on my ship, and if that witch tries anything without my approval, I'll hang her from the crossbar. As for Sigurd and the slave girl, they've only got a little skiff to take them across the lake and many miles upriver, while we have a Swedish warship and a crew of 60 men to row it. They'll have rowed all through the night, but with our speed, perhaps we can overrun them before they reach the poisoned valley and get our vengeance on them in the wild. Otherwise, they'll die within the serpent's smog." "And if not?" asks the chieftain. "Then, I suppose, we'll have to see what happens."
Chapter 17. The Damen River, Sweden. Hervor. The scrape of wood on gravel stirs me from my sleep, and I squint against the sun. Judging by its position in the sky, it's nearly noon, and I've slept through half the day. The terrain has become mountainous, and the forest is squished between rocky foothills. We're on a river, the Damen, I think. Sigurd's pulled the boat up on the bank and is trying to get a fire going. "Did you row all night?" I ask as I sit up, rubbing my neck where my slave collar used to be. He glances over his shoulder and adds some kindling to his tiny flame.
"Yes, and all morning. The sunrise was spectacular."
"Aren't you exhausted?"
"Not me,"
he says.
"I'm not tired at all. Just a bit hungry."
He comes over and reaches into the boat and drags this monstrous pike from under my seat. He proudly holds the fish up by the gills. He's a hideous-looking bastard, greenish-brown, and half as long as I am tall. Nice pike.
"You should have seen him fight,"
he says, grinning. "I'm sure it was a thrill. I suppose you're expecting me to cook him?"
"I think it's only fair,"
he says as I climb out of the boat.
"since I just rowed all night and half the day while you were sleeping."
"Fine. I'll need a sharp knife." I take the pike and cut him across the neck and split him down the belly. Removing the fins, I slice 2 long fillets off the sides and throw away the head, guts, and middle. I rip out the rib bones and cut and peel out the Y bones in narrow strips of meat. Then I take the skin off the fillets. I cut into it and hold the knife in place, tugging and wiggling the skin over the blade to shave it off the meat. They're ready to be cooked, and as I grill them over the fire, Sigurd heads into the woods and comes back with a handful of speckled eggs. The pike is pretty tasty for a freshwater fish, and I'm feeling strong after slurping down a couple eggs. I would have liked some cabbage with it, though, with hearty bread and a side of crunchy red dulse gathered from the sea, and I'd kill a man for a drink of mead. I stomp out the fire when we're done, and Sigurd heads a little way downstream. He takes out a fold of white cloth, unrolls it and spreads it out carefully on the riverbank. What he does next is pretty curious. He starts pissing all over it.
When he's done, he shakes himself off, gathers it up in his hands, and wrings the piss out of it. He folds it into a triangle, and then, as if it isn't strange enough, he wraps it around his face, tying it behind his head and tucking the bottom into his shirt. Loki,
Here's one for you.
he says, tossing me another fold of cloth. It's a scarf of fine wool. And what am I supposed to do with this?
The same as me. It will protect you from the poisonous fog that shrouds the valley ahead.
How can pissing in a cloth protect us? He shrugs.
Magic, maybe? Gertrude only said it would protect us, and that without it, we will die before we get within 2 miles of the serpent's lair.
Fine. I head off and squat over the scarf. We get back in the skiff and I take another turn at rowing. I'm breathing in the sharp stink of piss with every exertion. Gods, I never knew how bad my own piss smelled until I soaked a scarf in it and wrapped it around my face. I just know I'll be smelling it for days, assuming we aren't killed in the next few hours. Sigurd straightens up in the stern and points past me upriver. I stop rowing and turn to look. Ahead, there's a yellow fog swirling over the river, shrouding the valley in ghostly vapors. Even through the piss-drenched scarf, I can smell the rotting eggs. I'm glad to be wearing it now. I tighten the knot behind my head. Sigurd slides Balmung from its sheath. He nods, and I grip the oars and take us deeper into the mustard-yellow mist. Yavel, it stings. It's hot and itchy on the skin. My eyes are burning. I gag and cough. Sigurd's coughing too, and squinting, tears running down his face. I can't breathe. I can barely row. We can't keep this up, I say, my voice hoarse and wheezing. We'll die.
No, we'll live. If this cloud of poison was going to kill us, we would already be dead.
Sigurd!
Keep rowing. This is how you'll win your fame.
Fan, I growl, pulling harder on the oars. I can't see 100 feet through this yellow fog, but I can see the shore. Dead trees, white as bone, stick up from the tainted earth. A warped and withered forest, or the skeleton of one, stripped bare by Fafnir's breath. The river's a funny color, too, brownish red. I wonder now if it was wise to eat that pike. The water must be full of poison, all the way to Frey's Island. After another few miles into this pestilent smog, the river widens, and I can't see the bank on either side. We could have rowed right out to sea, and I wouldn't know the difference. I can't see anything but yellow fog and filthy water. I can't take a full breath, either. Only short half-breaths, or the fog burns my throat and makes me cough. It's pretty hard to row without breathing. My head is swimming. I don't know how he expects to slay the creature in this fog. We keep starboard, and soon I see the bank again. Sigurd directs me up some tributary. It's no more than 60 feet across, but I can tell the water is deep. Very deep. I take us upstream another 2 miles. It's quiet here. No wind in the trees. No birds singing. Just our raspy breathing and my oars lapping this putrid stream. Then, a quiet rushing in my ears. A waterfall ahead. It seems strange there is a waterfall out here. I think of a waterfall and I imagine a rich forest and the smell of pine, mountains and air so clean it stings your lungs. I suppose that's how it was here once, before the serpent came. The stream opens into a wide pool, and from high above, water spills off the mountainside like a midwife pouring out a bucket. Sigurd shouts to me over the roar of crashing water.
This is it. Fafnir's lair.
I see nothing but a waterfall. How can this be his lair?
Underneath,
He says.
there's a cavern in the water that leads under the mountain. His treasure is there.
I peer uneasily into the reddish, foaming water. Something bumps against the side of the skiff. I nearly faint with terror, but it's only Sigurd rummaging through the gear in the bottom of the boat. There's a wooden shield, and the tremor I felt must have been him knocking it against the side. Sigurd stares at me. His gray eyes are red and itchy from the smog, but the way he's looking at me, I know he's smirking behind his scarf. It makes me think of Arnie. If he was here, he'd be making jokes for sure. The gods all know I could use a laugh about now. But Arnie isn't here,
He's sailed on without me. Dwerg and Kimby, too. They've all set down their oars, and I'm the only one left rowing. Sigurd has dug out a shovel and a pickaxe from among the pile of weaponry. He points to shore, and I take us in, eager for once to be on land instead of water. We drag the skiff up on the bank. This red earth is hard as stone. I'm not looking forward to digging a pit in it. We trek a good half-mile inland, through the white trees, until we come to a clearing, and Sigurd says,
Here. We'll do it here.
He swings the pickaxe into the ground. Sigurd's the one with the blood of giants, so I let him break up the earth while I shovel it out. It's slow going, and we're choking and coughing as we work, our skin red and peeling from the sulphurous mist. After a while, we're up to our waists in a pit, but it has to be twice as deep and twice as long. Sigurd hacks away at the edges to widen it, and I shovel out the loosened dirt. And while he's digging deeper down, I use the shield to lug big heaps of reddish earth into the trees so it isn't obvious we've dug a pit. 2 more hours of heavy labor, and we've made a hole 6 feet long and 6 feet deep. I lean on my shovel, panting. Well, we've dug your grave. Now what? Sigurd looks down into the pit and unfurls a very tiny scroll.
I get down into the pit. We'll have to get some branches from over there to cover me up. Then you'll lure the serpent over to the pit, so I can skewer him with balmung.
Now, when you say, lure the serpent...
Get him to chase you. You remember the pool with the waterfall? I think if you take the skiff out into the pool and wait for him to come out.
Then when he notices me, I'll row back to shore and run all the way back here with an enormous acid-breathing lake serpent right behind me.
Exactly.
So you'll just be waiting for me here, hidden in this pit?
Yes.
Simple enough.
Good.
He shields his eyes as he glances up at the sun.
We'd better get in position. We don't want to miss him.
We gather some white sticks and branches from the dead wood and lay them across the top of the pit, and before we close it up completely, Sigurd lowers himself into the hole. He looks up at me, his eyes gleaming from the shadows.
May Thor grant us courage,
he says,
and may Tyr guide our hands in battle.
I smile and nod. Then I wedge the last sticks in place to seal up the pit, spread some dirt over it, and head off for the skiff.
Chapter 18.
Hervor. Suicide, that's what it is. Drifting around out in the middle of that pool, waiting to see the creature's shadow swelling in the depths below me. And then what? He'll knock the boat over just rising out of the water. If he doesn't, I'll get maybe 2 or 3 oar strokes before he blasts me with his acid breath, and my skin slides right off my bones. And if, somehow, I actually make it back to shore, I'm supposed to outrun him for a half-mile? That's stupid. It's a stupid plan with a tiny chance of success and a very, very high chance of dying in terrible agony. I might as well drown myself off the side of the skiff. I might as well have stayed in Frey's Island and let that vulva woman smear my guts all over the altar. I push the skiff into the water and take up the oars. Fortunately, Sigurd is pretty dumb. Thinking I'm going to wait out in this pool? Idiot. I'll be halfway back to Frey's Island. It's all easy downstream rowing, too. If I can get out of this smog before it gets too dark, I'll be a free woman. And Sigurd's left me everything I need. Weapons, a shift of mail, tools to build a fire, even a fishing line. God, Sigurd, you're dumb. Pretty soon, I'm a good mile or so downstream from the pool. I'm rowing hard, eager to get this piss scarf off my face and breathe fresh air once again. I'll spend the night in the forest. In the morning, I'll make my way back to Lake Storsen and hide out until it's dark again. I'll have to cut a few more throats, but if I can steal a small ship that I can steer and sail on my own, I'll have to burn all the other ships so they can't chase me down the Indalsälven. No, that'll be risky and take too long. What I'll do is set fire to the hull and trap Geetzer and the others inside. Then I'll burn the longships and head downriver to the coast, and make my way to Samsa Island. But then, I've given Sigurd my word. If I take off like this, I'll never live it down. I'll be need, truly. And even if no one ever knows, I'll know, and so will the gods. At least if I die, I'll die with bravery. With new resolve, I pull on the shirt of mail and start to steer the skiff around. Then an enormous shadow darkens the river. Needles prick my toes and fingers as it passes underneath, its vague and endless form spreading downstream. My heart throbbing in my throat, my bones melting in terror, I watch this long, black shape moving below me through the water. Something bumps the skiff. She rolls hard and nearly takes on water. I shoot my hands out for the sides and let the oars plop into the river. Hestkuk. The water's rippling. A long greenish fin cuts up through the surface. It's so long I can't see the end of it. It slithers through the water like a snake, like a tall line of slimy grass twisting through the river. The fin sinks back into the water, making little waves that rock the skiff and push me closer to shore. Another 20 feet to the riverbank. Just another 20 feet. I snatch the shield from the bottom of the boat and start paddling. 15 feet to go. 10 feet. A deep hiss, like a blowing whale, makes me whip back and stare over my shoulder. I can't see anything but a swirling yellow cloud. I paddle some more, then look again. Still nothing. The brownish water is getting choppy, like a strong wind is churning up the river. The skiff bobs and bounces on the waves. There's a rumbling growl like thunder from the treetops behind me. It sends a shiver through my bones. I stop, peering dizzily up into the poison haze. A snarl comes from the fog, like the grunt of an enormous bear, then a brighter puff of yellow mist. Then a vague shape drifts toward me. A monstrous shadow, rising sheer out of the water, swaying trance-like in the swirling vapors. The skiff crunches into the riverbank, and the world flips as I tumble backward off prow. I scramble to my feet, clawing for the spear at the bottom of the boat. Then the creature slithers into view, and the skin crawls between my shoulder blades as I gawk, frozen up at the ancient horror songs and legends have given the name Fafnir. Towering over me is something like a gigantic eel. Winding out of the river, the snake-like body is as tall as a cliff and as thick as a ship hull. The grayish hide is slick with mucus, alive with the movement of thousands of white worms. The neck, craning like a hideous swan, presents the creature's head. It's like a giant foreskin, with murky sky-blue eyes bulging out from either side. Overcome by instinct, my body moves on its own. With a cry of disgust, I hurl the spear with all my might. I've never thrown a spear so perfectly. It sails straight for the creature's face, and strikes the very center of its forehead. But the spearhead shatters like an icicle against his impenetrable hide, and the splintered shaft falls down into the river, where it lands with an unsatisfying splat. Stunned, I stare at the broken shaft floating in the water, crushed, like my chances of survival. Then, with mind-tearing dread, I look up as the creature's pink mouth gapes wide, brimming with circle upon circle of yellow teeth. That sight alone is nearly enough to make me faint with terror. But then, from his hook-fanged throat, an ear-splitting screech rips through the mustard smog, stopping my heart, and I scream like I've never screamed.
Chapter 19.
Hervor. Sigurd is my only hope. I run mad with terror through the dead woods. White branches reach out for me like hands of bone, whipping my face, clawing my hair as I crash through the skeletal forest. I feel neither pain nor exhaustion, only the cold clutches of fear gripping my limbs and the voice screaming in my frantic mind to run faster, faster. Trees snap and crunch behind me. The thing is on land. Adrenaline surges through my body. Urged on by sheer instinctive horror, I sprint faster than the swiftest wolf, leaping, bounding, barging headlong through the rotting woods. There's a howling gasp above as the creature sucks in a humongous breath of dirty air, and I know what's going to happen next. With a yelp, I dive clear, narrowly escaping the corrosive blast. But as I get up, a high-pitched hissing fills my ears like sausages whistling over the fire, and with a cry, I drop the shield and claw the sizzling mail shirt off my back. Now my only defense, I snatch up the shield, expecting to see row upon row of the sucking lamprey teeth bearing down upon me, but the creature isn't there. I scan the swirls of mist, now an eerie orange in the red light of the setting sun. I can hear him moving around me, the shifting earth, the dull crack of trees snapping under his enormous weight. New panic washes over me. I scramble onward. To my horror, his bulky form cuts off the path ahead. He's surrounded me, encircled me with his body like a great wall. He's winding slowly over the red earth, coiling around me a little bit at a time. I whirl around, watching for his head lurking somewhere above me in the fog. I don't see it, but there's a white tree with a branch reaching out over his creeping mass. I fling the shield like a disc over to the other side and scale up the tree, the lower limbs creaking and bending under my weight. I reach for the intended branch, and hand over hand, I shimmy out to the end and swing back and forth, and back and forth, and back, and I vault myself over the creature, flicking through the slimy fin. The dry ground rises suddenly, slamming the air out of my lungs with a ringing burst of white light. Reeling, I stagger for the shield and fling a dead log up over the treetops. It crashes loudly further off, and through the fog, a shadowy shape arcs over the white woods. Again I hear that growling gasp, and I shudder as the hiss of melting trees whispers through the forest. Then another wraith-like screech shoots ice water through my veins, and the earth rumbles terribly behind me. I can't outrun him. Not for long. He's getting closer. Another few seconds of this frantic chase, and that gaping, jawless mouth will snatch me off the ground. Black horror seizes me. I'm not going to make it. I've run my course, and this is the end. Hell's cold hand is reaching out for me, and as her icy grip descends upon my shoulder, I shriek in utter desperation. And then, light through the trees ahead. I burst into the clearing, sprinting straight for Sigurd's pit, the ground trembling as our monstrous quarry thunders close behind. I leap over it, landing in a somersault. Rising, I twirl around, backing away, glaring up in terror as the creature rears over the pit and sucks in a massive breath to sizzle the flesh from my bones. At the top of my lungs, I scream, "Sigurd! Now, Sigurd!" There's a muffled shout. Screaming, I press my hands into my ears as a terrible screech pierces the sky. Blood bursts from the creature's underbelly. He reels back in agony, screeching and writhing in horrible contortions, spraying the clearing and white trees with great red spurts. But Fafnir is far from slain. He thrashes about, and the glimmer of steel catches my eye. Bolmung, buried to the hilt in one of the serpent's many hearts, wrenched from Sigurd's grasp in the creature's sharp recoil. Sputtering and gasping for breath, a red, dripping figure crawls from the pit, now a scarlet pool flooded with the serpent's blood. I scream his name, and Sigurd staggers clear as an enormous coil smashes the ground with bone-shattering force. Again he leaps out of the way of Fafnir's crashing body, stumbling off balance from the violent impact, but he can only avoid those thrashing coils for so long. I snatch a stick up from the ground, and a shrill cry escapes my lips as I beat it hard against my shield. The repulsive head veers toward me. I've drawn his attention. I shriek an oath and hurl the stick up at his face. It glances harmlessly off his nostrils, and my stomach sinks as that hideous mouth opens wide. The diversion has only bought us several seconds, but Sigurd has used them well. With giant strength, he's scaling the trunk of the creature's erect body like some great slime-covered pillar, heedless of the thousands of parasitic worms wriggling against his face and squirming between his fingers. He is only feet away from reaching Bolmung's hilt, but the serpent rolls and twists as it tries to shake him off. Then, with a shout, Sigurd leaps for his sword, catching it mid-air with a single hand, swinging perilously to and fro as the creature tosses its head viciously about. At last, Sigurd kicks both feet against the serpent's twisting underbelly, prying Balmung free and launching himself backwards into the air. My hair rising from my scalp, I hold my breath as he plunges 40 feet to the hard ground, flipping over at the last second and landing in a deep crouch, with an impact that would have splintered the bones of a mortal man. Awestruck, my heart is overflowing with admiration for my invincible companion. Our victory is near, and I can already feel my head swelling with legends that will be told of us. Our fame will spread across the earth. The Roman emperor will know my name, and even in faraway kingdoms of the Orient, brown-skinned princes in palaces of jade will eagerly ask to hear again the tale of Hervor, the serpent slayer. But as Sigurd charges roaring at the serpent, about to strike the killing blow, there's a howling gasp, a violent gust of wind, and he vanishes in a yellow cloud of death. Dumbfounded, I search the smog for any sign of life or movement, but there is no such sign. Sigurd's gone, just like that. Frozen in shock, I'm fastened to the ground. Hissing yellow nostrils swirl closer toward me. The tumbling cloud bulges and swells, only inches away. And then I do a foolish thing. In a defensive reflex, I thrust out my shield to fend off the danger. The shield foams like beer and melts, sizzling before my eyes. Then the sharp agony of 1,000 stinging wasps peels the last strip of sanity from my brain. Swarming with white fizz, my arm simmers and boils. Pink bubbles of flesh whistle and burst. And all the way up to the shoulder, my limb shrivels and dissolves, shrinking hideously into white, shining bone. Screaming, I collapse, writhing in terrible anguish as the corrosive mist creeps in around me. I have no thought of escape. Racked with pain, I cannot think at all, only squirm and sob into the earth as I wait for the creature's breath to consume me alive, like a hissing swarm of yellow, flesh-eating ants. The creature's head cranes toward me, the murky eyes wide and leering as it looks upon my inevitable demise. But then, just as the roiling acid cloud is about to fold over me, Balmung flashes in the red sun. Fafnir screeches. Blood squirts, snuffing out the cloud like a fire in the pouring rain. And suddenly, the air is clear around me. Fafnir's jaw gapes wide as he sucks in another breath, but Sigurd dashes in, and with an upward thrust, skewers him like a sausage. The creature shudders with a horrible spasm, wriggling violently. But as the towering neck retreats up into the air, Sigurd jumps high and catches one of the hook-like teeth. Hanging from the creature's mouth, he's swept up above the treetops, his arms stretched wide between the tooth and the hilt of his sword. He wiggles and punches the hilt deeper into the creature's throat, tormenting him, causing him to shriek terribly. Enraged, Fafnir whips his head back and forth, spewing blood. Using the momentum of the vicious motions to propel himself to an even greater height, Sigmund wrenches Balmung free and flings himself up over the flailing creature, landing with impeccable timing on the top of its head, and drives the 6-foot blade deep into his skull. At once, the murky eyes go dark. The great body stiffens, teetering like a massive tree trunk about to fall. Sigurd screams my name, and my pain vanishes for a frantic moment as I hurl myself clear of the toppling monster. Fafnir crashes dead behind me. Sigurd pries his crimson sword from the creature's brain, hops to the ground, and with 3 tremendous strokes, hacks off his head. A great font of blood spews from the gigantic stump. The rest of the body flops and wriggles like a fish on land. I black out as the pain returns.
Hervor.
Sigurd is leaning over me. He's completely red, soaked in blood from head to toe, except for his eyes, which are startlingly bright. His face is anxious.
Hervor.
My arm, I sob, and cry out in agony.
Here.
He says, scooping me up into his arms.
The serpent's blood is magic. See, it's mingling with the air and clearing all the poison from the valley. Had I not been drenched..."
His voice fades as I swoon again. I slip back into unconsciousness as he sets me down beside the flooded pit. He dips what's left of my hand into the pool of Fafnir's blood. At once, the pain leaves, and my lips part in a long, silent gasp as a soothing heat washes through my arm. It's like easing into a volcanic hot spring in the middle of winter, but far, far nicer. I could lie here with my arm dipped in this pool of blood for the rest of my life. I have a deep urge to undress and bathe, to submerge completely in the steaming warmth, but Sigurd gently pulls me away. Rising, I hold up my dripping hand and sob. Magic indeed. Where I had dipped only a limb of bone into the pool, I have withdrawn a limb of living flesh. Fafnir's blood has completely restored my arm. Tears stream from my eyes as I look it over. Sigurd laughs in amazement. There is no sign that my arm was ever burned away down to the bone in Fafnir's acid breath. Nor is there any evidence I ever took part in slaying him.
Chapter 20. It's the following morning, and Hervor is waiting for Sigurd in the skiff near the base of the waterfall. Cleansed by the serpent's blood, the river is now as fresh and clean as any mountain spring. Clean white water rushes off the mountainside. The pool below shimmers blue and silver, and Hervor can see right to the bottom. The yellow mist that once hung over the valley is gone, and the birds are chirping among the white trees. Life is returning to the poisoned land. Sigurd surfaces with a gasp and swims for the skiff. Smiling, he reaches up for the side and slicks back his dripping hair. "Took you long enough," she says. "I assumed you'd gotten stuck and drowned. I was about to row away."
"And how are you going to do that, with the oars at the bottom of the river?"
She shrugs. "Did you find the creature's lair?" Her eyes ignite with an eager lust as a wide grin spreads across his face. "You did?"
"More gold than you could ever imagine."
"Show me at once. I want to see it."
"All right,"
he says, pushing away from the skiff.
"but it's a long way to the other end of the cavern. Are you a strong swimmer?"
Hervor stands up in the skiff. "I can swim as well as I can walk," she says. She peels off her dress and dives into the pool. At the bottom of the pool, where the water boils and glints in the sunlight, a huge cavern gapes like some aquatic creature's jagged mouth. There's a tinny rumbling overhead, and bubbles tickle Hervor's ears and back as she swims after Sigurd into the cave. Like giant fangs, stalactites hang from overhead. Stalagmites jut up from the cavern floor. Balmung trailing behind him on a rope looped around his waist, Sigurd propels himself from one stalactite to the next, no more than a white blur in the dim greenish blue ahead. Hervor does the same, exerting herself with growing urgency. Her lungs are ready to burst. A red cloud seeps from her nose. Then, a golden glow appears in the distance, like a sunset shining down into the water. She lunges for the final stalactite and launches herself into the golden rays, following Sigurd's ascent to the glimmering surface. She bursts from the water with a gasp. "Gods!" she croaks, wheezing for breath. Sigurd's already out of the water, his bare chest and trousers dripping onto the rocky ledge.
"I told you,"
he huffs. "Yes, but—" Her voice trails off. Illumined by a red glow, the vast cavern is filled to the ceiling with great heaps of treasure, hills and hills of gold coins stamped with images of ancient kings, piles of gold goblets, plates, and drinking horns of the finest craftsmanship, strong boxes overflowing with gold chains and necklaces, bracelets and rings, all crafted with many-colored jewels, still more strong boxes of different sizes, ablaze with the rainbow light of every kind of precious stone, exotic carpets of vibrant hues with tassels of braided cloth of gold, rich garments for 1,000 kings and all their lords with gold-stitched hems and jeweled buttons, many crowns sparkling with rubies, sapphires, and square-cut emeralds, golden humes with scarlet plumes, gold shirts of mail and armored coats, Jewel-encrusted swords and axes, every type of weapon forged in solid gold. She can't see the end of it. The glittering hoard spills on, deeper into the mountain. There must be more wealth stored up here than what's kept in the treasure houses of all the kings of the earth combined. Loki's children, she whispers. She rises out of the water, causing Sigurd to look awkwardly away. A fleet of 1,000 ships couldn't carry off this hoard, and you mean to just hand it all over to Geetzer?
Yes,
He says.
it's Swedish gold. And I gave him my word. A single shipful is enough for me. And of course, you'll receive your portion.
But as Hervor looks out over the twinkling mounds rolling off into the cavern, her weight in gold seems like a meager bounty for the serpent's head. What do you think Geetzer will do with it all? She asks. Sigurd shrugs.
Whatever he wants. He'll probably load up a couple ships and go back to Uppsala. He'll make sure all his jarls and chieftains are wealthy men, but most of the treasure will just sit here under the mountain. Like you said, 1,000 ships couldn't carry off this hoard.
She scowls.
But the real dilemma
Says Sigurd.
is how we're going to find Fafnir's ring.
There are many rings here. How will you know when you find it? Sigurd looks from side to side, then scoops up a jeweled goblet from the treasure heap.
With this, I'll just fill it with water from the pool here. Then I'll dip each ring into it. If it's Fafnir's ring, when I dip it into the water, it will produce a second identical ring.
Then there could be hundreds of magic rings.
No, only the original will produce a duplicate.
Fair enough. Let me know when you find it.
You aren't going to help me look?
No. You're only going to give me my own weight in gold. It's going to be a lot of work looking through all this treasure and choosing such a small amount. I'd better get started right away. Sigurd swears under his breath and starts rummaging through a box of jewelry. The mounds of gold are parted by a slithering trail, and Hervor wanders deeper into the cavern. Isn't it kind of strange, she says, for a serpent to have a magic ring? He has no fingers.
They say Fafnir was once a dwarf, a water spirit who dwelt in the stones along the bed of the Dammon River. You know, I think I saw some nice shirts over there. Would you please put one on?
They're probably too big.
I don't care. Put some clothes on.
He throws away the box of jewelry and squats down, sifting through the treasure at his feet. Hervor spreads a collection of fine garments out before her. She runs her hand over a gold-hemmed tunic of red, crushed velvet, then props up a polished golden shield and combs her fingers through her wet hair, watching Sigurd in the reflection. His back is to her. Balmung is lying on the ground beside him, just out of reach. The tunic falls down to her knees, and she fastens a silver-studded belt over her hips. She holds up a shirt of golden chain and smooths it against her supple form. She grins as she places a golden helm on her head, set with a bull's horns and a flowing crimson plume. Her grin widens as she sees a purple cushion in the reflection, sitting at the top of a golden mound. "Idiot," she whispers, eyeing Sigurd coolly before scampering up the glittering hill. Resting ceremoniously in the center of the cushion is a gold ring. It's a crude design, misshapen, almost soft in appearance, as if a touch of firm pressure could still mold it. Unlike the extravagant trinkets that make up the serpent's hoard, which are beset with so many flashing jewels, this ring is plain gold. There's a crude triangle etched on it, next to a circle with a dot in the middle. Surely, obviously, this is Fafnir's magic ring. "Sigurd," she calls. "I found—" But as her fingers hover over the ring, a dark thought enters her mind. Perhaps Sigurd perished while slaying the creature. What if he had died bravely, pinning the serpent down with his giant strength while she struck the fatal blow with Balmung? All of this would be hers. There would be a matter of transporting it, but if, say, she proceeded with her original plan of falling upon Frey's Island in the night, with Geetzer out of the way, and none of those wretched inhabitants left alive, no one would know of the location of the treasure, or that Fafnir had even been slain. She could take a little bit with her now, enough to fill a helm, and then return with a fleet of ships. She could even—
She could even fulfill Sigurd's mission and bring Fafnir's head and magic ring to Gunther in Burgundy. Word of her deed would spread quickly throughout Europe. She'd be the most famous person on earth, and wealthier than all the kings combined. She could sail to Denmark with an army. She could buy Denmark, venture to her father's tomb on Samsa Island, and claim Tyrfing as a queen in splendor. "I found my crown," she says, tossing off the plumed helm and fitting an elegant tiara into her hair. "What do you think? Does it suit the Princess of Lofoten?"
What I think,
Sigurd seethes.
is that I'm never going to find this ring. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. No, worse. It's like looking for a particular straw of hay in a whole hayfield. It's impossible.
Hervor examines a jeweled dagger. The blade is as wide as 2 of her fingers and about 6 inches long. The hilt is solid gold. 2 yellow sapphires are set in the crossguard. A third is set in the pommel. "You mean you still haven't found it yet?"
Of course I haven't found it yet. I wish you'd help me look at least.
She tests the edge of the blade against her fingertip. Her skin parts at the slightest pressure, causing a red tear to dribble down her finger. Sharp as the kiss of Judas. "Oh, well, this wouldn't be it here, would it?" she says innocently, tucking the dagger discreetly against her thigh, concealing it in the folds of her tunic.
What wouldn't?
"This ring on this cushion. Come look." With an oath, Sigurd comes clambering up the shifting pile of treasure with his goblet of water. He has left Balmung lying at the bottom of the heap.
Oh, yes,
He says, dropping to his knees beside her.
yes, this must be it. Let's test it out.
He plucks the ring up from the cushion and dips it into the goblet. At once, a second ring falls out of the first and clinks to the bottom of the cup. Sigurd stares at Hervor in amazement, then dips the ring again, producing a third ring at the bottom of the goblet.
Are you seeing this? Look, Incredible! This is it!
"Loki, that's... Can I try it?"
Yes, here.
But while Sigurd is still forming the sentence, Hervor strikes like a death adder. Chapter 21. "For Arnie," she snarls. She gives the blade a vicious twist and drags it up along his belly. She yanks it free. Sigurd crumples over her shoulder, pale with shock. The weight of the hulking champion nearly knocks her down, but black fire ignites within her heart as she gives in to the consuming rage that's been slumbering patiently inside her. "For Kimby!" She sticks the knife in him again. "And every man aboard the Gellir!" She stabs him and stabs him again, screaming, causing her victim to jerk and shudder with each murderous thrust. Then she raises the blade over her head, and with a wild shriek, plunges the dagger into his neck, severing his jugular arteries and driving 6 inches of steel through his spine. But where the dagger should be sunk to the hilt in Sigurd's flesh and bone, it clatters to the ground. A chill runs through her veins, and she darts away from him in sudden fear. The red mist clears from her eyes. Panting, she looks down at her hands. Not one single drop of red. She should be up to her elbows in his blood, the way she was gutting him. And Sigurd, he should be ripped wide open. He should be lying dead at her feet, with his bowels spilling out of his stomach. But as it is, he too is looking himself over in a daze of bewilderment. There are no stab wounds where the blade punctured him, no wide gashes where she dragged the knife up along his belly. Not one speck of red is on him. He's completely unharmed.
The creature. Fafnir's blood has made me.
He snatches up the dagger and slashes his palm. The blade does not cut him. His eyes grow even wider with astonishment.
I'm invincible.
He rises suddenly, his eyes smoldering with anger and betrayal.
You tried to murder me.
The hair on the back of her neck stiffening in alarm, her mind reeling over the startling and impossible turn of events, Hervor stares at him, white-faced and motionless.
Balmung,
If it could carve through Fafnir's impenetrable flesh, it should be able to chop through Sigurd's too. She scrambles down the treasure heap, coins and gold ornaments clattering behind her. Sigurd skids after her, red in the face and bellowing like a raging bull.
You wicked girl! I trusted you with my life. We slew the serpent together. I thought we'd forged a friendship in the flames of peril.
Hervor dives for the gigantic sword. It's incredibly heavy. It takes all her strength just to swing it off the ground. Sigurd ducks under the whirring blade, throwing his arm over his face as gold coins sprinkle in every direction. Hervor loses her footing. She scrambles upright, and with great exertion, she thrusts the heavy sword toward him. Sigurd steps aside, and she falls flat on her face. He lunges for her, snarling, but she rolls aside. She bolts upright and darts away. Then her feet are swept from under her. She yelps, airborne. There's a burst of white stars as she cracks her head against the ground.
Come here, you!
Sigurd roars, clutching her by the ankle. Shrieking at the top of her lungs, she claws the stone floor of the cavern as he drags her back toward him, kicking frantically at his face with her other foot.
It's no use. My flesh is like iron. I can barely even feel... Ugh!
Hervor drives her heel into his eyeball, causing him to release her as his hand shoots up to his face. Sigurd staggers to his feet, barking an oath, blinking his eye and propping it open with his fingers. A blurry worm lingers in his vision as he scans the glittering mounds, but she's already out of sight. He holds his breath and listens carefully. No shifting coins or quiet footsteps. She could be hiding anywhere. He stoops down and reaches for Balmung, his eyes and ears strained for a glimpse of motion or some faint sound that might give her away. But after several moments of watching and waiting, his anger fades, and with a shrug, he ventures back up to the top of the treasure pile to play with the serpent's ring. But as he dips the ring into the goblet, no duplicate appears as it did before. He frowns, realizing he must be holding one of the copies generated from the original. He sets it aside on the cushion and plucks one of the imitation rings from the bottom of the goblet. One by one, he tests each ring, but none of them produces a duplicate. He starts to panic. Perhaps he dropped it. He searches through the treasure at the top of the mound. Finding nothing, he tests the ring again.
No. No!
He hurls the goblet at the wall of the cavern.
Hervor!
His rage rekindled, he slides down the hill of gold and sprints deeper into the cavern. On either side of him, the piles of treasure decrease in size, the red glow of gold growing dimmer and dimmer. The cavern narrows, and soon he has to turn and shuffle sideways. The rough stone closes in against him, pressing into his chest and back.
No! Hervor!
He grunts and wiggles, but is unable to push any further. The black sliver of shadow ahead is only wide for a dwarf to pass through, or perhaps a slender woman. He swears in frustration and tries to back out of the crevice, but in his anxious haste, he's already squeezed himself in too far. A foul oath erupts from his throat. He can hardly even budge. Hervor inches deeper into the crevice, chuckling to herself as Sigurd's booming shouts echo from the darkness behind her. She sidles further into the gloom. All around her, water drips from the damp stone. It's completely black, like the cell beneath her grandfather's hall. But as the darkness yielded to the glow of her grandfather's torch spilling into the cell, and thus lumining her means of escape, a splinter of light appears, gray at first, then white. Her blue eyes blaze fiercely from the blackness as rays of sunshine peer into the crevice. Her white teeth gleam wickedly, her left hand flashing with the glint of gold. In the heat of the altercation, she swiped the serpent's ring.
Chapter 22. The Dammon River, Sweden. Geetzer gnaws on his thumbnail as he peers suspiciously upriver. They spent the night at the edge of the serpent's territory, camping a healthy distance away from the yellow fog. But in the darkness, they had not noticed the mist had dissipated. At dawn, they rose to find the air ahead to be clear and sweet. and the water clean and blue. Just now they're rowing upriver to investigate, the Swedish oarsmen warily rolling their eyes among the forest of dead white trees. The chieftain and his daughters watching with curious attention and relief. Astrid the seer, unusually silent and fearful. They hear the rush of the waterfall long before they reach it. When they arrive, they find only the empty skiff bobbing in the pool.
Where could they be?
Asks the chieftain. Gitzer shrugs. Hell would know. Let's go ashore and send out scouts. If their bodies haven't disintegrated in the serpent's breath, we'll find them eventually. At this rate, with the changes we've seen, I'd say we're more likely to catch them coming out of the creature's lair with armfuls of gold. The chieftain looks at him hopefully.
Do you believe it's possible?
You said yourself that the pure air in the valley is a sure sign of Fafnir's demise. All we can do is watch and wait. We'll see what the men turn up. In the meantime, let's have someone get a fire going. Loki, it's chilly out. The long ship is drawn up alongside the riverbank. Armed with bows and axes, half the crew ventures out into the woods in pairs. The other half remains with the ship, leaning on their spears as they eye the dead trees uneasily. A group of them sit cross-legged next to the fire, playing a game of knucklebones. The chieftain's daughters watch them from nearby. One of the younger Swedes grins up at them, causing them to giggle quietly and twirl their hair around their fingers. Gitzer peers at them from the corner of his eye as he stokes the hot coals, then glances at Astrid over the crackling flames. What a relief it must be that you no longer have to sacrifice the young women of your village, he says. The people of Frey's Island will finally be able to prosper without having to look to you for constant deliverance from the wrath of an enormous lake serpent. Astrid looks up at him, but says nothing. Where do you think you will go now?
What do you mean?
She asks.
I'm not going anywhere.
Well, it just seems like you no longer have a purpose on Frey's Island, since there won't be any more sacrifices.
What are you talking about? Of course there will be sacrifices. We can't just stop offering sacrifices to the gods all of a sudden, just because it seems like Fafnir might be dead.
It's pretty obvious he is dead.
Well, yesterday I was supposed to sacrifice that slave girl on Frey's altar.
Exactly. Slaves. Of course they'll still be sacrificing their slaves to Frey and Odin, and perhaps once in a while a brave soul might be willing to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the village, but any chieftain can perform that kind of sacrifice, so it just seems that they don't really need you anymore. And if you stick around, you'll just be a dark rain cloud for everyone, a constant reminder of how you fed their children to a hideous monster. That's not exactly conducive to a positive atmosphere in which a community of like-minded individuals can all thrive together. Unfortunately, I think it's for the best that you leave Frey's Island. Astrid looks in bewilderment to her chieftain, who nods slowly in agreement, his eyes downcast.
Seriously? This is unbelievable.
Actually, from everyone else's perspective, it's quite easy to believe. You carry an aura of dread and unease. No one feels comfortable with you around. And, as the King of Sweden, I have to think about what's best for my subjects. Otherwise, I wouldn't be much use to anyone, and people wouldn't like me. Somewhat like yourself. So, after we finish up here and get back to the village, you'll pack up your things and go live elsewhere. Possibly somewhere deep in the wilderness, away from everybody.
You can't do this to me,
hisses the seeress.
I am the voice of the gods.
You were the voice of terror and oppression, says Gitzer. And frankly, Sigurd was right about you all this time. If I had listened to him, I would have helped him slay the serpent and become one of the most famous people on earth. But because of your negative influence, I decided not to help him. Now, instead of being incredibly famous, I only have an immense hoard of treasure sitting around here somewhere. I'm feeling pretty sure about that, so you should be grateful I'm offering you the chance to leave the village.
Quite honestly, if it wasn't for your merciful chieftain, I'd have already killed you in some extremely unpleasant way." Astrid shuts her mouth and draws her shawl tighter around her shoulders, staring worriedly into the fire. "Well," says Geetzer, drumming his thighs as he gets up, "it's that time of the morning for me. I'll be back in 10 or 20 minutes." Geetzer trudges into the withered woods until he can no longer see the flames flickering through the white trees or hear the laughter and gruff voices of his men. He shrugs against the sharp fall chill, looking about as he unbuckles his leather belt and drapes it over a low branch with his purse pouch and sax knife. Then he drops his trousers, bunches up his tunic, and squats with a grunt over the red earth. A twig snaps nearby. Geetzer stiffens and rolls his eyes. "Do you mind giving me a little privacy, please?" he says. "I'm trying to do my business over here." Quiet footsteps move in swiftly behind him. Hissing an oath, he snatches up his trousers and whirls around. There's no one there. Then movement catches his eye, his belt swinging on the branch. Before he can react, he feels a sharp metal blade pressing up under his jaw. He whispers an oath, cautiously raising his hands. A woman hisses quietly into his ear, her hushed voice laced with terse aggression. Her hot breath on the back of his neck is like the panting of a wild dog.
"I wouldn't make a peep if I were you."
"I'm not sure you've thought through this." She gives him a warning shush and presses the knife more firmly into his skin as he turns his head slightly toward her.
"Do you want me to cut your throat with your own sax?"
"If you had any sense, you would have done that already. But as it is—" A crunch in the woods behind them causes his assailant to twirl him around and duck behind his shoulder. "You're just as stupid as every other woman." Two Swedish scouts stalk out of the trees, one slowly circling to flank her with a shield and raised axe, the other standing cool, motionless, his bowstring drawn back to his ear.
"Tell them to drop their weapons," she says dryly, "or I'll cut your throat from ear to ear."
"That's not going to happen," says Geetzer. "See that man with the bow? His name is Stig. I've seen him pin a hummingbird to a tree trunk. He'll sink an arrow through your skull before you can even break my skin. The only reason he hasn't done it yet is that he knows I'd prefer to capture you alive." He shivers. "I'm already getting chills just thinking about the fun we're going to have with you." The woman hisses an oath. In the same instant, the man with the axe and shield steals to the side. In a defensive reflex, she whips the sax from Geetzer's throat and points it at the advancing Swede.
"That's close enough."
She yelps in surprise as her hand kicks back with a sharp clang, and the sax goes spinning from her grasp. Before she can react, Geetzer thrusts his elbow into her stomach, whirls around, and clubs the side of her head with both fists. His runaway slave girl staggers drunkenly and slumps against a white tree, her hand sluggishly reaching for the fallen blade. But the scout with the axe kicks it away and hauls her up by the arm as his partner closes in with a second arrow in his bow. "Can you believe the audacity of this woman?" says Geetzer as he fastens up his trousers. "And people find it curious I haven't taken a wife. Loki. Held up by my own thrall maiden while... Caught me with my pants down. Gods in Asgard. Phew! Okay, I just need a moment to cool off here. My hands are shaking. All right, get this wretch back to camp. And Stig," says Geetzer, tightening his belt, "better have a few of those handsome young fellows take the chieftain's daughters for a stroll." Chapter 23. Geetzer's men drag Hervor back to their camp on the riverbank and lash her to a tree in a sitting position with her arms over her head. They bind her tight to the point of cruelty, as if they're making every effort to punish her. The chieftain and that Volva woman frown down at her, perplexed. The Swedes gather around, murmuring quietly, pointing at her majestic tunic. Excitement stirs in their voices. She's been in the Serpent's lair. Fafnir is dead and the treasure is real. At last, Geetzer returns from the woods, peeling the skin off an apple with the edge of his sax, and the Swedes make way for him as he saunters into their midst.
He stands over her, scratching his stubbled chin, watching her thoughtfully. Then he flicks his fingers to either side. Logs. Snarling, Hervor kicks viciously at her captors as they pry apart her legs. Then, driving wooden stakes into the ground, they lash her ankles in place so that she's spread-eagled before them. Gitzer smiles and carves off another apple slice. Stig. The Swedish archer crouches by the fire and lifts a red-hot peg out of the embers with a pair of tongs and brings it to the king. It's about 6 inches in length, a hinge pin used to bolt a plowshare to an oxen's yoke. Gitzer squats in front of her, his eyes locked with hers. She curses and turns from the sweltering heat as he tilts the scorching firebrand toward her face. Where are your nerves of steel now, You don't want me to sear your cheek? No, I won't do that. Maybe if one of my thralls broke something expensive by accident. He smiles darkly and pushes the hem of her tunic up past her hips. But my own thrall maiden sneaking up on me while I'm conducting my personal business. Her heart sinks as he lowers the glowing rod between her legs. The intense heat toasts her inner thighs. She starts to shake. She looks up at Astrid, who as a fellow woman must have some sympathy, but she finds no pity in the eyes of the seeress. Some of the men are grinning and moving closer, eager to watch her torment, but most are like the chieftain, who seemed to take no thrill in her sick torture, but still looks grimly on with a hardened heart. Gitzer taunts her with the molten iron, prodding it back and forth just inches from her flesh. Hervor bares her teeth. She breathes in terse hisses. The hot iron moves closer, closer. Suddenly Hervor shouts, "All you Swedes can go to hell! Is this how you treat the girls you capture? Gods! At least in Norway, men know what to do with women." Gitzer smiles. What a brave girl! But you should probably be begging for mercy instead of talking tough. "All I'm saying," Hervor says, "is it's no wonder my Uncle Hjorvard saw fit to marry Princess Ingeborg. It seems to me he was only trying to rescue her when he took Hjalmar to the Hjom." Gitzer turns white as a sheet. "That's right. It was my father who slew Hjalmar the Great-Hearted in the duel on Samsa Island. I am Hervor Angentir's daughter, Princess of Lofoten, and I say, Gitzer, you're not a man. Where were you the other night while Sigurd and I stole off to risk our lives and kill the Serpent? Lounging by the fire in the nice warm hall? Drinking mead and enjoying the company of older men?" She glances up at the chieftain, who steps back and looks in disbelief to King Gitzer, who has turned to stone, speechless with wrath. "I thought there was something a little odd," she says, "about the way you looked at Sigurd and all the slave boys in your hall, and then when you embraced your old friend here when we arrived at Frey's Island. I'm not oblivious, Gitzer, to my own beauty. I used to sail with a raiding crew. Most men would be eager to have a go with me. But here I am, tied up and spread-eagled at your mercy, and this is all you want to do? It's clear you're not interested. I'd say it's pretty obvious that instead of a woman's warmth, you'd rather feel the intrusion of another man." The Swedes gasp. The chieftain claps his hand over his mouth, and Astrid the seeress perks up her chin, her eyes suddenly alight with the thrill of opportunity, as Gitzer's rage erupts at last. "You slut!" he roars. "I'll fry your innards!" Hervor speaks quickly, pressing back against the tree trunk. "Not very tough of you, torturing a helpless woman. If you had an eel between your legs, you'd take me to the Hjom." "Nice try, but slaves can't challenge their masters to a duel. Now, Princess Angentir's daughter, prepare yourself for extreme agony." Her efforts exhausted, Hervor grits her teeth and leans away as Gitzer extends the bright-hot pin. "Stop!" cries Astrid, stepping in and grabbing onto the tongs. "In the name of the gods, restrain your king!" At once, many hands pull Gitzer away, and Hervor sighs with deep relief.
You are all witnesses, shouts Astrid, raising her staff, that this woman, Hervor Angantir's daughter, from the land of the High Fire, has accused Gitzer Yngvison, King of Sweden, of need and erg, and has challenged him to the right of Holmgang. According to Scandic law, he must accept her challenge and strike her to the death within the dueling bounds, or die bravely in the eyes of the gods. Should he refuse to meet her challenge, then her accusations remain undisputed. He must be stripped of his kingship and become an outlaw among our people. It will be the duty of every man to hunt him down and kill him.
What is this? Cries Gitzer, his neat hair coming wildly out of place as he struggles against the restraint of his men. She is my slave girl. By law, she is unable to challenge me. Unhand me at once.
Astrid looks between Hervor and the king.
I see no slave collar around her neck to indicate she is your property. She is, by all accounts, a free woman. Unbind her.
Hervor grins smugly as the men untie her wrists and ankles. Gitzer boils over.
You bitches! You're in league against me. I can see it all over your faces. You want to go to the Hjom? Fine. I'll chop your legs off. And you,
he snarls, turning to the Volva priestess.
Just you wait. There is a small island a mile west of Frey's Island,
says the chieftain,
where disputes have traditionally been settled. The duel will take place there in 3 days' time. I don't want to wait 3 days,
screams Gitzer.
Let's do it now. Right now.
The chieftain extends his hand.
My king, it is the law.
Such a custom may be overruled, says Astrid, if the other party is in agreement.
She looks eagerly to Hervor as Gitzer's men hoist her to her feet.
What say you to this?
I say,
growls Hervor,
we better not keep hell waiting.
Chapter 24. Dressed in a mail shirt belonging to one of the slimmer Swedes, and armed with shield, sword, and sax, Hervor faces the Swedish king across the dueling bounds. 4 spears have been thrust into the riverbank 12 paces apart to mark the corners of a square, and the chieftain is drawing lines in the red earth between them with his heel. When he's done, she and Gitzer step inside the square, and the Swedes close in around the outside of the boundary, boxing them in with walls of brightly colored shields. The 3 daughters have returned to the camp. They look curiously over the shoulders of the men as they ask their father what's going on. A few of the Swedes are murmuring to one another, and Hervor smirks as she hears the clink of money. Gitzer shrugs his shoulders and tilts his head from side to side. He's not much broader than she is, and he's an inch shorter. He might be a skilled warrior, lithe and quick with sharp technique. That would be dangerous, but he doesn't have the hard gaze of a man who's faced death too often. It was a lot of work for Sigurd to convince him to help him slay the creature, and even then he backed out at the final minute. She snickers as he smooths his hair over with his free hand. She'll split him like a block of wood. The shield wall parts for the chieftain and the Volva priestess to come into the dueling bounds. Astrid takes off her dark blue cloak and spreads it on the ground in the center of the ring. Without it, she looks like an ordinary woman. She beckons for Hervor and Gitzer to step forward onto the cloak. The chieftain looks grimly at them both.
These are the rules for the Hjomgang of Hervor Angantir's daughter and King Gitzer Yngvison, he says. The duel will take place within these bounds. To leave the bounds voluntarily for any reason is to be guilty of need, but we will prevent that from happening. As the offended party, Gitzer will strike the first blow. Hervor is allowed to block, duck, or jump into the air, but neither of the contenders is permitted to step off the cloak until after the first blow is struck. Once the first blow is delivered, the duel shall commence, and Hervor and Gitzer shall strike each other to death. If either Hervor or Gitzer attempts to flee from the other, they have abandoned their honor and become an outlaw and must be killed. If Hervor strikes a blow before Gitzer, She must be killed immediately. If any man or woman should step into the dueling bounds once the duel is in motion, they must be killed. Lastly, if any man or woman interferes with this Holmgang in any way, from within or without the dueling bounds, they must be killed. Now, says the chieftain, you will both recite the rules back to me.
Gitzer repeats the rules, then Hervor. When they're finished, Astrid steps onto the cloak between them. With her staff in hand, she raises her arms and cries out to the heavens, Frey, God of our island, God of our people, we pray your blessing upon this Holmgang. Look in favor upon the one whom the Norns have deemed worthy. May they strike the other down with fierce and noble violence. May their lifeblood be a sacrifice in your honor, and may their death send your smile upon us. A moment of silence is kept, and the white trees creak and groan as a gentle wind blows through the valley. From the corner of her eye, Hervor glances beyond the Swedes to the empty skiff still bobbing in the pool near the waterfall. She should finish up quickly and be on her way. Astrid lowers her arms, and the Swedes part as she and the chieftain leave the dueling bounds. Then the chieftain shouts, Let the Holmgang begin! Hervor rises on the balls of her feet, pinned with steel spring tension as Gitzer raises his sword. A blow to the left side would be swift and deadly, but she needs only raise or drop her shield to catch it. He'll strike at her right side, where she's more open, but then she'll have more time to see it coming. He'll feint to throw her off. A white flash dazzles the corner of her eye as Gitzer's sword jerks abruptly forward, a fake to the upper left. His blade swoops sharply for her knee. She lowers her shield to catch the blow, but instead of the dull thud of steel on wood, a deafening silence stops her heart. A second feint. Instincts blazing, she ducks quickly, her ears buzzing as Gitzer's blade sings barely an inch overhead. She survived the first strike. White pain shoots up her shoulder as his shield slams hard into her sword arm. She growls, tightening her grip on the hilt, raising her own shield to meet his descending blade. She drives her knee into his stomach. He pitches over with a gasp, but recovers quickly, deftly leaning away from her lethal swipe. The two circle each other around the dueling bonds, eyes locked, weapons poised. With sudden explosiveness, Hervor attacks, yelling hotly as she and Gitzer clash in a flurry of vicious blows. When the clamor ceases and the two back away again, Gitzer's nose is bloody from a stiff knock from the rim of Hervor's shield. He sniffs and spits aside a reddish gob. Then, as Gitzer continues to circle his opponent, a peculiar change comes over her. There's a snarl in her rapid breath. Her white face, once creased with hate, is now blank, and her eyes, which seconds ago were ablaze with blue fire, are now eerily distant, dreamlike, like the bewitched eyes of a wolf gazing at the moon. There's an unsettling absence about her that causes the hair on the back of his neck to stand up. She comes at him with startling ferocity, shrieking madly. He steps back, his courage melting. Her blows are lightning quick, and it requires every ounce of his strength, skill, and desperation to defend against her frantic onslaught. But he can't keep it up for long. Each moment of retreat seems to draw her to even greater fury. Then, with unnatural strength for a woman, she cleaves his shield straight through the boss. Her sword is wedged deep, and with a quick flick of his wrist, he twists his shield and sends it spinning aside, wrenching the blade from Hervor's grasp, delivering a sharp thrust with his own. In her normal state, he would have pierced her skull, but in her frenzy, she moves with the speed of a diving falcon, and his blade merely nicks her cheek. Roaring, she plows him over. Battered and bloody, Gitzer cries out, rolling desperately aside as she slams the edge of her shield into the ground. She brings it down again. He throws aside his sword, catches the shield with both hands, and kicks her away. But before he can rise, she's on him again, her eyes glaring and wild, her lips drawn back from her gritted teeth, foam and spittle dangling from her chin, as she beats down on him with endless vigor. At last he manages to throw her off, flipping her head first over top of him. He scrambles to his feet, panting and staggering drunkenly, blood dripping from his shattered lips. But as Hervor rises, blue steel flashing in her hand, Geetzer's spirit fails. He stumbles away with a heavy sob, but she snatches him by the hair and yanks him to his knees. He resists her with all his might, as she lifts her sax to his forehead. The chieftain's daughters shrug and cringe, and the youngest averts her eyes from the grotesque affair. Their father and the other Swedes look on with phlegmatic grimness, while Astrid stares with eager fascination as Geetzer's shout of protest rise into squeals of terrible agony as Hervor peels back his scalp. But before she can expose more than a small white patch of skull, Sigurd barges into the ring, slams his fist into her stomach, and drops her like a bag of rocks. There is a moment of silence in which the only sounds are the whimpers of the Swedish king. Then, with a cry of outrage, Astrid shoves her way into the dueling bounds and thrusts a long-nailed finger at the Frankish prince. "Foreign fiend! You offend the gods!" She turns to the others, her voice shrill with anger. "Noble Swedes! This foreign prince has interfered with the sacred rite of Holmgard. He is an outlaw. It is the duty of every man to strike him down and—" Balmung whirls, and Astrid's head goes spinning off her shoulders, thudding gruesomely against the painted shields. Bare-chested and dripping from the river, Sigurd eyes the Swedes surrounding him.
"It's a short trip to hell," he says, "if any of you want to join your Volvo witch."
The Swedes all stare in silent wonder, but no man makes a move. They look awkwardly at one another, wondering what happens now. Finally, the chieftain steps toward him.
"Is it true you've killed the Serpent?"
"It is."
"You'll find his corpse a mile inland on the other side of the river. You need not live in fear any longer, and you're now all rich as lords."
The chieftain clasps his hands over his mouth, and tears of joy spring into his eyes. His daughters embrace him and stare at Sigurd in amazement, and the Swedes disperse to see Fafnir's body for themselves. Whining in pain, Geetzer rises to his feet, his hand pressed firmly over his bleeding scalp.
"It seems to me I just saved your life,"
says Sigurd.
"Yes,"
says Geetzer, wincing.
"And you have my gratitude. Perhaps you'd like another 3 ships filled with the Serpent's treasure to take back with you to Xanten? You'd be offering me 20 ships if you knew how much gold is down there. I've just made you the richest man in all of Midgard."
Even in the midst of his pain, Geetzer can't resist a smile.
"Aye. Well, 20 shipfuls then. 1 ship of treasure is enough for me,"
he says, stooping over Hervor's unconscious body and plucking the serpent's ring from her finger. He holds it up and looks it over.
"That's what we agreed on." "Yes. We also agreed that you'd help me slay the creature, but you didn't keep your end of the bargain. You backed out at the last minute, and a slave girl took your place. Is that really how you want people to think of you?"
Geetzer's eyes sharpen with anger.
"Why don't you just tell me what you want?"
Sigurd drapes Hervor's limp form over his shoulder and rises, grinning.
"You know exactly what I want,"
he says. He jabs his finger into Geetzer's chest.
"And you better keep your word this time. We'll be counting on you."
Chapter 25. The Cattegat. It's been 8 days since the Holmgang, and Sigurd and his crew are en route to Worms. The Frankish vessel is riding precariously low as it glides through the green waves, weighted down with heavy heaps of glittering cargo. A dozen Sweden ships escort them, 2 of which carry Fafnir's grisly head, which was so big it couldn't fit aboard a single ship and had to be hewn apart. Sigurd watches them from the prow, the sharp fall wind whipping his face. He'll be glad when he's sitting by a warm fireplace in Gunther's palace, recounting his perilous adventure to his friend. He chuckles to himself as he imagines the look on Gunther's face when he sees him coming up the Rhine. There can be no bad blood between them now. Not only has he fulfilled his quest, returning with Fafnir's head and magic ring, he's gone the extra mile and brought back another gift, which Gunther has long coveted. In his left ear he wears a green earring, part of an emerald pear which once belonged to Princess Ingeborg, a sign of Gitzer's sworn allegiance against the Romans. Even Brunhilde will be speechless with amazement. He can't help but feel a sense of pride. He's overcome her feminine wiles and defeated her again. Yes, he'll receive a hero's welcome. Forget betrothal. He'll be married to Gertrude by the end of the month. The thought of it puts him in such high spirits, he decides he'll even let Gunther parade him through the city. As a show of their impregnable friendship, they'll pass together under the Arch of Triumph. He sighs as he tests the point of a jeweled dagger against his finger. There's still one loose end remaining. It'll be an ugly business, and he's looking forward to putting it behind him. As the red sun begins to set over the Danish waters, a purple strip of land comes into view on the horizon. The skipper makes his way up from the stern and speaks to him in a low voice. Sigurd looks back to where Hervor is shackled to the stringer.
Bring her to me.
Hervor glares as two men unchain her, yank her to her feet, and shove her up toward him. She shivers in the cold sea wind, her yellow hair flapping in her face. "What do you want?" she seethes.
I think it's very important,
He says grimly.
to keep your word.
He nods out at the pink horizon.
Do you know where we are?
She shrugs. Sweden? Denmark? How should I know? Wait. Her eyes light up with an intense longing. Is that?
It is,
Says Sigurd.
Samsa Island.
Her eyes well up with tears. I'm here, she whispers. Finally,
You are.
says Sigurd.
I told you I would bring you here.
He shifts his eyes among the crew, who begin to rise up from their rowing benches.
I also promised you your own weight in gold, and I always keep my word.
Hervor looks at him, astonished. You are truly an honorable man. I swear I won't forget this.
Indeed,
He says somberly.
it will be the last thing you remember.
She jerks her head. What? Rough hands seize her arms and shoulders. What is this? You said you were going to drop me off at Samsa Island.
That is exactly what I'm doing.
She squirms in the hands of his men, and her eyes grow wide as one of them brings a shirt of gold chain from the heap of treasure. No, Sigurd! Ah, Van! His men force her into the heavy shirt of mail. They fasten a silver-studded belt around her waist. Several men scoop gold coins into leather bags and tie them to the belt, causing it to sag around her hips. Then a polished shield of pure gold is brought down from the pile and strapped onto her back. The girl's weighted down so heavily she can barely stand. Even so, they tie her hands behind her. She snarls as he lifts her up onto the gunwale, and she looks over her shoulder at the cold waves lapping the hull. All right, you're going to drown me? Fine. But don't forget, she says, you swore in Odin's name to tell everyone how I helped you slay the serpent.
Indeed. But what about the part where you turned on me the second I let my guard down, then stole the serpent's ring and ran away? If your bravery in helping me kill Fafnir redeems the honor you lost when you became my slave, then betraying your allies, stealing and running off just throws it all away again. The world will remember you as an outlaw, Hervor.
She glares at him, her eyes burning with hatred.
However, he says, because of your bravery, I'm going to give you a choice. Certain death. You'll sink to the bottom of the Kattegat, but I'll tell everyone you perished in the serpent's breath. I'll swear my men to secrecy, and Gitzer isn't going to say anything, since it will mean admitting he lost a duel to a woman. Or I can show mercy, but everyone will know the whole story.
She thinks for a moment. The second option.
Very well, he says. Open your mouth.
The crew snickers as he holds up the gleaming dagger. Hervor turns white. She stares at him, then after a moment, she takes a breath and clamps her teeth down on the blade.
I'd say we've settled our agreement,
he says. Then he lets her go. Her blue eyes flash wide as she tips over the gunwale with a muffled yelp and plunges head first into the waves. Some of the crew peer over the side, watching the glimmering gold vanish into the dark depths below. After a moment, Sigurd straightens up and slicks back his hair. "Well," he says, as the men resume their places.
That's that.
He heads back to the prow, the last of his worries resolved, and his mind returns to the pleasant welcome he'll receive in Worms.
Chapter 26. Hervor. The shock as I hit the water nearly stops my heart. 1,000 needles prick my flesh. It's all boiling green and gray. Salt water stinging, freezing in my nostrils, bubbles tickling my lips and nose as the glimmering surface rises swiftly away. I'm sinking fast, descending deeper, deeper into the murky darkness, swallowed into hell's vast and empty gloom. If I could only, somehow, get this dagger to my hands. But it's impossible. I'll never be able to slip my arms around my legs, not with the way they tied me up with all these heavy purses and this shirt of mail. But perhaps, weighted down like this, I'll sink faster than the dagger. I kick off my leather turn shoes and open my mouth. The decorative blade floats up away from me, and my heart skips as the Norns decide my fate. In an instant, my whole life flashes before my eyes. I cry out with a burst of bubbles. I thrust out my foot and catch the blade between my toes. I curl back my legs and bring the blade to my wiggling fingers. In my haste, I cut myself, but soon my hands are free and I'm fighting with the golden shield. I slip the strap over my head, then claw at the buckle at my waist with bone-numb fingers. The belt and heavy purses drift away with a metallic shink. The majority of the weight is cast off, and at last, I'm able to twist upright. But as I do, I scrape my foot against the rocky bottom. I struggle out of the mail shirt, red flashes snapping in my vision as it catches in my fanning hair. I'm free, and I propel myself toward the surface, my ears popping and twanging from the rapid ascent, but blood seeping from my nose, my temples throbbing with every surging beat of my heart. 70 feet. 60 feet. My lungs are going to implode. 50 feet. Gods, still 40 feet to the top. I can't hold it any longer. I need to take a breath. Hell can have me. I need to breathe. I open my mouth, but instead of filling my lungs with cold seawater, I let out a gargled cry and pull myself upwards with every last ounce of strength. 20 feet. 10. Not even the gods know how or why the Norns deal out their doom, but for some mysterious reason, they have decided amongst themselves that I should live to die another day, and in the fading twilight, I explode through the surface with a humongous gasp. I flounder in the freezing waves, shivering, sobbing, but as Sigurd's ships depart into the sunset, I start to laugh. A nervous giggle at first, then gusty, mocking laughter that rises up into the darkening sky. You haven't seen the last of me, Sigurd, Prince of Santon. Panting, I float on my back to regain my strength, accepting the bitter cold washing over and under me. Then, after recovering for several moments, I start to swim. I'm stiff from the cold and trembling from my desperate exertions. It will take me much longer to reach the shore than it normally would, but I take my time, crawling hard through the waves for short spurts, then rolling over and doing the backstroke at an easy pace. Pretty soon it's completely dark. It's all black around me, with silver glints of moonlight shimmering on the wavetops. I can't see the island, but I can see the stars, and even in the inky blackness, I can find my way. I keep working westward, slow and steady, floating on my back when I get too tired. In the dark, I can't tell if I've made it a mile or only a few feet, and it feels like I've been swimming forever. But sometime, perhaps several hours later, my nerves shot, my strength spent, half drowned and completely frozen, my fingers claw into cool, wet sand.
Chapter 27. Samsa Island, Denmark. Sibba Vakrison pulls his stick back from the campfire and examines the smoking strip of mutton. At his side, the orange-haired Buhund perks up, licks her lips, and barks in protest.
No, girl, down.
The Buhund whines sadly and rests her head between her paws. Sibba pours himself a horn of mead, and the boy across the fire watches him slurp it from the brim. Sibba, can I have some of that?
No.
Come on, Sibba, please. Mjadvig lets me.
I am not Mjadvig, and I respect father's rules. And the rule is, no mead for Dunk until he can grow a beard.
Dunk sighs and inspects his own mutton stick. Where do you think those ships were headed?
I don't know.
I bet they were raiders.
They were more likely to be merchants.
Dunk rolls his eyes.
What? You think a few longships full of bloodthirsty thugs is more exciting than a bunch of merchants?
Yes, Dunk says quietly.
Sibba shakes his head. Trading is always better than raiding. When you trade with another port, you stimulate both economies. You benefit from each other's needs and strengths and profit together, establishing a relationship based on mutual prosperity, which can develop into a residual income. If you raid that port, kill everyone and burn it to the ground, sure, you'll carry off some slaves and loot, but you can't raid them again. You've destroyed them. Not to mention that you'll lose some of your own men in the fight, if you aren't killed yourself. Who will look after their wives and children? The women will have to find new husbands. Those that can't will become a burden on society. Raiding actually weakens your economy.
Maybe, says Dunk. But in a raid, you can prove yourself and show the gods how brave you are. You can win honor and wealth. No one ever became famous just by working on a farm, but if you're fierce and strong, you can win farms and women and get renown for your name just by fighting a single duel.
And who told you about that?
Asks Sibba. Dunk shrugs. Sibba eyes his brother suspiciously.
Dunk, you know better than to talk to them.
I wasn't talking to them, says Dunk. I was just sitting there.
With Mjadvig. She isn't supposed to be talking to them either.
Dunk shivers. She says she likes to speak with them, if she meets them in the daytime. She says they're often friendly.
It doesn't matter if they're friendly,
hisses Sibba.
They're...
Just then, the Buhund pricks up her ears and barks a warning, and the two brothers stiffen as bells clatter in the dark. Spooked sheep shuffle around them to one side of the fire. Dunk and Sibba stare at each other. Slow, squishing footsteps slog toward them through the long grass. The Buhund growls, and Sibba bolts to his feet. Dunk turns white, his eyes sprung wide with fear. His knife glimmers in the firelight as he draws it from his belt.
"Put your sacks away,"
whispers Sibba.
"You'll only anger it. Get behind me. Cover your eyes."
Dunk claps his hands over his face. "Mjadvig says I have to look," he whispers.
"Look in the daytime. You can look in the night when you can grow a beard."
His brother cowering behind him in silent terror, Sibba grits his teeth as he braces for the sight, gripping his staff with white knuckles as the heavy footsteps trudge nearer. The Buhund barks madly. A vague form emerges from the darkness, a black shadow against the night sky. Hoarse gasps cause Sibba's hair to stand on end. His own breath quivers nervously.
"Go away,"
he shouts.
"You have no business with us."
An inhuman groan comes from the dark shape, and Sibba whispers an oath as its soggy footfalls quicken into a staggering run.
"I say be gone. Leave us. Leave us now in Odin's name."
But his words have no effect. A wretched creature stumbles into the firelight. A woman, sopping wet from the sea, too pale to be alive. Her skin is murky white, like the belly of a dead fish. Her lips, a bluish gray. Her yellow hair is tangled with seaweed, cut just above the shoulders. She's a drowned slave girl that must have washed up on the shore. A risen corpse, reanimated by the weird and inexplicable forces that linger over the island. But unlike the dead Sibba has encountered, whose eyeballs have long since been nibbled from their skulls by worms and beetles, leaving their faces pocked with hideous, gaping caverns, this thrall still has eyes. She looks uncertainly at the snarling Buhund, then stares at Sibba intensely, a storm of blue fire raging in her fearsome gaze. He can sense the violence about her, the panic and awful desperation as she clung to life. She's shivering horribly. Her teeth are chattering, the memory of the freezing waves so recent in her unliving mind. She starts toward him, and Sibba backs up into his brother. The newly dead are the most dangerous of all. Out of my way, she mumbles as she staggers for the fire. The Buhund barks indignantly, and the woman glares at Sibba. If that dog bites me, I'll kill all the three of you. Sibba quiets the Buhund, then says to her, I'm afraid you'll find the fire offers you no warmth. You are... His voice trails off as the girl peels off her wet clothing and reaches her arms out over the fire, her lithe body glistening in the ruddy light. Loki, Dunk whispers, peeking through his fingers. For a moment, the older shepherd stares speechless at her athletic figure, until she looks at him again out of the corner of her eye. What kind of man are you, not to offer me your cloak? Yes, your gods in Asgard, yes. Here, sorry. Sibba whirls off his cloak and drapes it over the girl's naked shoulders. We thought you were... after all, this is... No, she says. Samsa Island. She draws the cloak tighter around herself and squats down near the flame, and after some time the color returns to the girl's face. She is quite beautiful, far more than any of the island women. She looks to be a year or two younger than Sibba. Her previous owner obviously didn't care to keep her. Why shouldn't he take her for himself? A warm feeling rises in his chest at the thought of making her his bed slave, but though the length of her hair identifies her as a thrall, and though he and his brother have just looked on the full view of her nakedness, there is still an unsettling air about her. The sense of violence around her has not ceased with the knowledge that she is alive. Rather than some lowly slave woman, he finds himself regarding her as his superior. It's almost as if a queen has crawled out of the sea. He offers her their food and drink, and she tears hungrily into a strip of mutton. Even the way she eats presents a sense of entitlement not found among any thrall. She must come from a noble family. But then, why does she wear the mark of thraldom? Sibba's lingering unease swells like a shadow behind him, creeping up his spine. Just who have they run into? You're from those ships, aren't you? Asks Dunk as the girl rips off another chunk of meat with her white teeth. She looks up at him coolly, drops of water sparkling in the firelight as they drip from her golden hair. Yes, I'm from those ships. Who were they? The flagship was a Frankish vessel, homeward bound from Sweden. The others were Swedes helping bear back their cargo. I suppose they were merchants, Dunk says sadly. A shadow falls across her face. Merchants? No, that was Prince Sigurd of Xanten. You were his slave then? Asks Sibba, skewering another mutton strip and lowering it to the flame. She turns her eyes on him, sharp and cruel as a pair of skinning knives. Do you see a slave collar on my neck? No, but... I'm no slave, and if I wasn't in such a pleasant mood, it'd be you roasting over that fire on a stick. Sibba cringes. If this is her in a pleasant mood, he wouldn't want to meet her on a bad day. Sorry, he says. I wasn't trying to insult you. I'm just trying to understand what you were doing in the sea. Steel flashes in her eyes, and she begins to recount the events which led to her washing up on Samsa's shore, beginning with the raid in the night, her capture, and the slaughter of her crewmates. Then how in return for her freedom, she helped Sigurd kill the Serpent of Lake Storsen. Hold on, says Sibba. The Serpent of Lake Storsen? You mean Fafnir? Yes. You're saying you killed Fafnir? I am, yes. She narrows her eyes as she looks between them. His head was on those ships. It was so big it had to be hewn apart. Sibba resists a snicker. Hewn apart? Everyone knows Fafnir's hide is impenetrable, stronger than a sheer rock face. Sigurd has a magic sword that can cut through anything.
And then there's a matter of his acid breath.
Indeed, I lost my arm in the battle, she says. It got caught in his poison smog. The flesh was eaten right down to the bone. Sigurd was in the blast too, but he was drenched in the creature's blood and unharmed. It made him invincible. And afterwards, when I tried avenging my crewmates, I was unable to wound him, though any other man would have been lying in a puddle of himself. That's why he threw me overboard, for trying to kill him, and now he thinks I've drowned, and that hell keeps me in a watery tomb. Her story finished, she drinks noisily from the horn in 3 big gulps. Her tale has grown more preposterous with each new syllable. Dunk stifles an awkward laugh as he eyes the woman's slender, fully fleshed arm. But Sibba doesn't find it funny, not with that aura of violence about her, and the look of murder in her eyes. She might be a liar, she might be a cracked egg, but the girl is a killer, of that he's certain. The sooner they can be rid of her, the better. Sibba eyes her warily as she stands up from the fire. "Speaking of tombs," she says, "what do you shepherds know about the graves on the island?"
"Plenty," says Sibba. "Our people dug most of them." A strange light flickers in her eyes.
"Good. Then you can help me find the one I'm looking for."
"I doubt it," Sibba says. "There are more than 1,000 graves here, many of them from long before our time." This seems to displease the woman. "Whose grave are you looking for?" asks Dunk. The woman proudly tilts her chin.
"The barrow of Angantyr Arngrimsson. I am Hervor, his daughter."
Now it all makes sense. The aura of violence, the eerie feeling niggling at the back of his mind. The girl is a berserker. It's clear to him, now that he knows who her father was. And she's come looking for his tomb. Then she means to unearth the curse, the dark power of which his own father sometimes whispered, though very rarely and with much haste. If only this woman had drowned in the Kattegat. "I'm sorry," says Sibba. "I don't think we can be much help. Like I said, there are more than 1,000 graves." The woman's hair bristles from her shoulders, and she draws a long breath in through her nostrils.
"Don't pretend," she says, her voice laced with silky poison. "You know where his barrow is, and you know what's in there. I can see it in your eyes."
Sibba glances at Dunk. He's grown very quiet, staring down at his knees. Beside him, the Buhund whines submissively.
"Yes," she says, "I've come for Tyrfing, the precious heirloom of my forefathers. I know you mean to keep me from it. No doubt you've heard of the dark powers which possess it. No doubt you've heard of the curse that has haunted my family for generation upon generation. But I tell you, I will find my father's grave, and I will claim Tyrfing as my own. Now, if you help me find it, I will be gracious. I'll always remember how you treated me with kindness, and I swear I'll leave the island in peace. If you don't help me, well, I'll probably get frustrated looking for the tomb. I'll be thinking about the two of you, growing angrier and angrier. I've heard a lot about Tyrfing's power," she says. "I'll be pretty eager to test it out, if you understand me."
Sibba swallows as she looks from him to his brother, and then back to him.
"So, where is my father buried?"
"On the south of the island," says Sibba, "in the forest, near the coast."
"You'll lead me to it, then?"
"Yes, but we must wait until morning."
"I don't want to wait."
"But, please, this is Samsa Island. There are places not even the bravest men would dare venture to at night, that forest being chief among them." She sucks her teeth.
"Do I look like a man to you?"
"No, but—"
"I want to go now."
"All right," he says, his voice shaking a little. "I'll take you to the edge of the forest, but no further. I don't care what you say." Dunk gasps. "Sibba, you can't." "Dunk, you stay here with the sheep." Sibba looks up at the woman, his stomach squirming. "Swear to me you'll leave in peace." The woman grins and raises her hand over one eye. Chapter 28. Hervor.
I've come to the edge of hell. A black wall looms over me in the dark. trees all gnarled and twisted, terrifying in the torchlight. A path is cleft through the forest like a wound, and 2 runestones mark the entrance, each smeared with long, dark stains.
"This is it,"
The shepherd says.
"This is as far as I'll go. If you ask me, I don't think you should go in there either. But do as you must."
I shudder as I peer down that dark, foreboding path. I'd like to tell him I've changed my mind and wait till morning, but part of me knows I can't carry out my business by the light of day. I take his sacks and tell him to wait there for me, and he watches with fear and intrigue as I slice my palm and approach the entrance, smearing the smooth face of each runestone with my life's blood. I stand before the black opening and stare into the darkness. Then, with a shivering breath, I stride onward. Dead leaves crunch under my feet. The cold sea wind whispers in the tangled branches, but over the hush of waves and the ocean breeze, I hear the sigh of voices. The hair bristles on the back of my neck. The shepherd told me on the way that Samsa Island is a between place, where this world meets the next, but this forest belongs to the dead, and hell rules it. I tighten my grip on the torch, and as I glance back at him, out in the misty pasture, it's like looking out from inside a tomb. I'd always thought it was a shepherd who set me on this path, that thrall, Folke. But for some reason, I realize now that I started on this path even before then, when I stood on the bank with my brother Hadric and threw my spinning tools in the stream. That was the moment in which my destiny was sealed. Had I obeyed my mother and washed and spun those sacks of wool, I might have stayed in Offetfjord and married a chieftain's son. I would have been Hervor Frodmer's daughter, the woman everyone wanted me to be. But when I threw away my spindle and distaff, little did I know I was throwing aside the domestic life and following the path of my father. Now, Tyrfing is my destiny, and no enemy from this world or the next will stand in my way. Hell herself won't stop me. I stalk deeper into the woods. The black voices continue whispering from the branches, and the shadows shift and swell in the torchlight. After some time, I hear the trickle of water, and I soon come to a gushing brook, but instead of the cool, clear water of a forest stream, the current is a murky scarlet color and smells the way a temple does after it's been reddened with the yearly sacrifice. There's an intense familiarity about this place that makes my skin crawl. The Sørgstrøm. I've no choice but to cross to the other side. It's waist deep, but instead of the bitter cold shocking my bones, the current is warm and thick, and unlike when I waded through the Sørgstrøm, shivering, stumbling, nearly falling, I stride confidently across onto the opposite bank, my torch held high. There's a dim glow now from the path ahead, a procession of torches flickering in the dark, and from this point on, the path is lined with smooth white stones. I follow this sacred trail into the heart of the woods. Then I come to the end, passing under a great log archway mounted with the grinning skull of an enormous bear, and 12 torches curve out away from me in a broad semicircle around a gigantic black mound. My father's tomb rises out of the earth like a giant igloo, nearly reaching the height of the trees. 3 rings of round stones encircle it, and a stone corridor juts out toward me from the dark heap. The entrance to the tomb, sealed shut by a great slab of rock. My heart overflows with emotion, and tears spring into my eyes as I look upon the proud resting place. Inside lie the bones of my father and uncles, and with them Tyrfing. I have arrived at last. I stare at the huge stone slab shutting off the way into the grave. I have a better chance of pulling down a house with my bare hands than I do of pushing that slab aside. Loki, how did they even bring it here, and where did it come from? But as I continue to study the massive obstacle, I see that the slab is a bit taller than the corridor. I start towards the tomb, my veins ablaze with the fires of determination. With a running leap, I pull myself up onto the top of the corridor. I sit down and press my heels against the slab, and gripping the edge on either side, I push out with all my strength. I hiss and growl,
and I can feel the veins popping on my forehead. There's a rumble. It's moving. Just a little more. Then there's a scraping creak, and the slab tilts out away from the tomb and crashes to the ground. My heart flutters. There's lightning in the air. Grinning like a giddy maiden, I skip down onto the fallen slab and peer into the black entrance. I hold my breath, delighting in every step that brings me closer. There are stone steps going down into the dusty gloom. My father is down there, my true father, and I realize for the first time how nervous I am to look upon his face, even the face of a corpse who's lain dead for years. Trembling, I place my hand on the entrance and prepare to step across the threshold and go down into the grave, when suddenly a blast of heat drives me back. A wall of flame roars up from the mouth of the tomb. Shadows swoon and shudder, and the very trees seem to cower in fear as a fiery explosion engulfs the entire mound in a roaring inferno. Chapter 29. Hervor. So fierce is the heat of this whirlwind of fire that I cannot approach my father's tomb, but hotter than the swirling flames is the anger burning in my heart. Here, now that I have finally arrived at the grave of my father, after everything I've overcome, even the dead seek to prevent me from claiming what is mine. Tears sting my eyes, and I lower my arms, letting the full force of the fire toast my face. I will not be dissuaded. Come gods or men, I will not be dissuaded. I snatch up one of the smooth stones and whip it hard into the mouth of the tomb, causing the fire to hiss and blare, and I scream with all the fury that's resided in my heart since the hour of my birth. Angantyr! Angantyr! Your daughter Hervor calls you! A bright flash of light snaps in the sky, followed by a deafening crack. I squint, crouching low as a gust of wind blasts through the woods. I turn my head, my hair flapping violently. Angantyr! I cry again, my voice drowned out in the howling gale. The wind blows even stronger. Trees creak and sway. Dead leaves rustle up from the ground. The grave fires billow and whirl with even greater ferocity. I tilt forward, shielding my face against the blasting dirt and leaves. My lips move silently as I scream my father's name over the gale a final time. Suddenly the wind stops, and a deathly voice hisses from the tomb. Hervor, why have you come? The living have no business with the dead. A sharp chill shoots through my bones. My father has awakened from the sleep of death. I have come for Tyrfing. I've come to claim my inheritance. I'm met with a long silence. I stare anxiously into the burning tomb, waiting for the fires to be quelled so I can go inside. But then my father replies, It is not here. Arrow-odd pried Tyrfing from my grasp, and threw it into the sea. You will never find it. You have come in vain. You liar! I know you have Tyrfing in there. Now put out these fires so I can come inside and see you. I am unable to do such a thing, he says, just as my brothers and I are unable to step outside this grave mound, though the others may freely walk the island. We are confined to our tomb, save to wander deeper into the cold wastes of the underworld. For our wickedness, hell has tethered us on a short leash. Then come to the mouth of the tomb and pass it out to me. The bright flames rustle in the sea wind, and when my father replies, there is a deep sadness in his voice. Hervor, child, I would endure 1,000 years of torment before I let you carry off this evil thing. Do not ask me for it.
Go home. Go back to Lofoten and live in peace.
Lofoten? What life do you think awaits me there? I'm an outlaw.
It is not too late to make amends. You know well your grandfather would forgive you if you went back and showed remorse.
I doubt it, and I don't regret the path I've chosen. Everyone says you were a savage brute, the most feared man in Scandinavia. Well, I'm glad you're dead. I know I would have hated you. The rough way you handled my mother, but as much as I despised you from the moment I first heard your name, I could not help admiring you. Your blood is my blood, and despite all the efforts to prevent it, I've grown to be just like you. Now fetch up Tyrfing so I can carry on your legacy and get fame and riches for our line.
Foolish girl, you may not regret your path so far, but I tell you the truth. You will regret this moment. With Tyrfing, you will indeed gain fame and riches, but in greater measure you will gain infamy and grief. Hated by all, yours will be a cup of tears. Your ill-gotten wealth will glitter with a dull and empty sheen, and your golden crown will be a cold and heavy burden on your brows as you sit in your dark and lonely hall. This sword will destroy you, Hervor. Again, I urge you, do not ask for it.
Dritzek, there is nothing you can say to dissuade me from my destiny. I will have Tyrfing. I will starve to death outside your grave before I leave without it. May there be no peace for you in death if you do not pass it up to me.
Peace? It will be a restless slumber, girl, knowing you've gone off with this wicked thing. But save your curses. I am bound by Tyrfing's magic to pass it on to you, just as you are bound to pass it on to your sons. And on that day, noble daughter, this sword will pierce your heart with grief.
The Norns have already spoken our doom. I will wield Tyrfing unafraid.
You do not know what you are saying. Prepare yourself. Your father comes.
The fires hiss and shudder, and after a while, a shadow appears within the burning tomb, materializing into the form of a man. Another figure appears beside this grisly apparition, then another, until 12 gruesome corpses crowd the mouth of the grave. Their faces are blue and oozing, riddled with white worms. Here and there, patches of flesh have rotted through to blackened bone. The stink of death creeps into my palate with tangible thickness. Gagging, I recoil with an oath, my hand clapped fast over my mouth and nostrils, ice water rushing through my veins as I stare into the dark, gaping pits that once held my father's eyes. Then I fix my gaze on the regal sword hanging at his hip, and my heart throbs with intense yearning. Quickly, father, give me Tyrfing. Much too slowly, he unshoulders the strap and slides Tyrfing from his belt. Their dead faces long with melancholy. My uncles hold me in grim regard as he holds it out to me from the inferno, but the hilt is still deep within the whirling flames, unreachable by mortal flesh.
Here, daughter. Tyrfing is yours to claim.
I can't reach it. Come out of the fire more. My father takes a small step forward, then stops abruptly, as if he's struck against an invisible wall.
Hell bids me go no further. Come, Hervor. Take it, if you dare.
He grins widely with black, crumbling teeth, and his mocking laughter echoes from the mouth of the tomb. Tyrfing is right there, right in front of me. Were I to thrust my arm into the fire, it would be mine.
but my flesh would be consumed within the flames. I would draw back a smoldering limb of blackened meat. Squinting against the hot glare, I tear my sleeve off at the shoulder and inch nearer to the fiery tempest. My father ceases his laughter. Already the heat is scalding me, and I can't go any closer lest I ignite my clothes and hair. Then, with great reluctance, I reach my left hand into the fire. At once, blazing tongues lick my flesh, wrapping furiously around my wrist and hand. But no smoke rises from my arm. No scorching agony screams into my brain. Nor does my flesh melt and sizzle in the searing heat. Like Sigurd, my one arm has been made invincible in the serpent's blood. With a triumphant shout, I thrust my hand deeper into the fire and seized Tyrfing by the hilt, bridging the realms of life and death for a single fleeting moment. My father lets it go, and I jerk away from the flames so sharply that I stagger and fall down. Tyrfing is mine. I rise and hold it up in wonder. What incredible craftsmanship! A fine work of red leather and silver. The pommel is shaped like a closed fist. At the hilt, the wolf Fenrir stretches his hungry jaws around the sun. A fat ruby bulges from the scabbard locket like an infected eye, dazzling in the firelight, seeing all. The grip fits perfectly in my grasp, and the weight? No other sword on earth could be balanced so suitably for my arm. It's as if this sword was forged for me alone. An urge comes over me to draw Tyrfing from its sheath, to swing the naked blade, to hear its song as it cuts the air. Holding it over my head, I very slowly start to slide it from the scabbard. The ruby flashes, and a red and eerie glow spills from the dwarf-cursed steel. The oiled blade slips free smoothly, like liquid. Gods, the sheer power of this blade! I can feel its will throbbing in my heart. It wants to be used. It wants to be soaked in warm blood once again. It's craving violence after its long slumber in the tomb. No, no, Hervor. My father's shouting breaks my trance, and with a startled gasp, I thrust the half-drawn blade back into the sheath. Tyrfing cannot be unsheathed without spilling blood, he cries. You must never draw it from the scabbard when you are alone. Yes, that's right, I say with some embarrassment, shuddering at how quickly I'd forgotten Tyrfing's curse. And whoever it cuts will be dead by nightfall, no matter how small the wound. Yes, my father says. Between Hjalmar and myself, he was by far the better swordsman. For all the deep tracks his blade hewed into my flesh, I only once nicked him through the mail and scratched his collarbone. But it was that little scratch that killed him. I'll be careful, I tell him, as I shoulder the strap and buckle the belt around my waist. You've done right by me, father. Thank you. My father and uncle stand in silence, their rotting hair and garments billowing in the roaring flames, each of them staring sadly with an eyeless gaze. I'm glad to have spoken to you, I say. It's been good to see you. We cannot say the same to you, Hervor. Those words prick me, and I look away into the dark woods. Well, I wish you well, father. May you rest in peace. There shall be no rest for us, knowing what evil thing now keeps you. Farewell, Hervor, and beware. My father and uncles float backwards into the grave, and I throw my arm across my face as the wind howls through the trees again. The tomb itself seems to be drawing in a massive breath, snuffing out the fires with a sucking hiss. I'm alone now in the dark, but as I rest my hand on Tyrfing's hilt, a red glare pulses from the ruby on the scabbard, like the steady beating of a heart. It's an eerie thing for a sword to have a heartbeat, but then I see how closely my fate is bound to this enchanted thing, for after a moment I come to a chilling realization. Tyrfing's heartbeat is my own.
This has been The Sword and the Serpent, Written by Timothy J.R. Raines. Narrated by Sarah Palmero.